Obama says he cannot guarantee Social Security checks in August? Who does this clown think he is? Who spent this money? That's like putting a little bit of money back out of your paycheck every week for a rainy day, but when that day comes, the bank says they spent it. And you want to know who spent that money? Go to California this week, where a lot of these clowns will be for their once-a-year Bohemian Grove all-male weenie fest, figuring out how to spend more of our money. Hoodoo voodoo. Cremation of care? You know what I care about? Keeping their nasty, greedy hands out of our pockets and all for what's left, if any, of our 401k plans. 2020 cap contributions? I got a contribution for them. Remember what our grandparents used to say? Crooked as a politician. How do you know when a politician is lying? Whatever happened to that logic? Did something change over the years that I'm not aware of that would lead me to believe that they actually started telling the truth? Granny and Grandpa knew what was going on. And who are they messing with at the airports? Granny and Grandpa, disabled people, and little baby John Doe. Now tell me when there ever was even an attempt at terrorism by Granny, Grandpa, a disabled person, or even little baby John Doe. I can tell you when. Never. Drug cartels getting guns from the ATF down in Mexico. Flashback, flashback. Iran-Contra, Al-Qaeda, Saddam Hussein, Pinochet. And the list goes on and on. Hasn't this always been the case? Always arming the bad guys throughout history, then having the audacity to act as though they're disgusted, absolutely appalled when their weapons are used against the innocent. We will not tolerate this kind of tyranny. These people make me want to yap. High levels of radiation detected in the U.S. Northwest rainwater from the nuclear power plant in Japan. Come on, man. They never tell us the truth. Never. It's always down the road after damage is already done. And then what do they say? Whoops. Followed by a resignation or two in which those turds go on to get even higher positions with more money somewhere else. It's like a reward for being a turd. Reward and failure. No turd left behind. Lowering the standards to the degree that we just expect these people to be the turds that they are. With a smile on our face, exclaiming, well, the turds are doing the best that they can. And speaking of turds, Federal Reserve officials are growing increasingly concerned about the slow and jobless economic recovery. Man, that's an oxymoron, isn't it? And are considering further monetary stimulus. Who put these crooks in charge of our money to consider anything? I don't ever remember agreeing to squat in my lifetime that has anything to do with these turds. It's like me saying I'm thinking about loaning you some money to help you catch up on your bills, whether you want it or not. And after I've already pushed loans on you that didn't help, it just puts you further in debt.
Read my lips.
We don't want it. And at the end of the day, as we lay our heads down to go to sleep, dreaming of rainbows and better ways, there is one certainty. Time permitting, tomorrow will be even worse, as we find out more of what we didn't know today. I'm changing channel, and I'm out. Naked no more, TSA to update airport scanners to protect your privacy. Aww. Yeah. How much is that gonna cost us? I didn't hound a hog. L3 Communications with Representative Michael Castle, Representative Michael McCall, Representative Judy Biggert owning shares, and Senator John Kerry's wife, Teresa Hines, widow of former Senator H.J. Hines III, yes, Heinz Ketchup, owning the most shares out of the bunch. And then there's Rappy Scan. Guess who works for them? None other than our former Secretary of Homeland Security, Michael Chertoff. These turds just won't flush. But hey, we need these things in case little baby John Doe, who's on the terrorist watch list, sees that new LCIA cartoon film for kids that they are purportedly planning. Now, this Disney-like animated cartoon is brought to you by the same cats in the caves who didn't have any video capability when Osama was around and only gave us these old cassette tapes. And it is aimed at recruiting children to the terror network. Hey, LCIA is. U.S. debt downgrade may now be inevitable. Now, where are you turds who exclaim the economy is recovering? Because I got something you can recover from. If the U.S. loses its AAA rating, the cost of borrowing goes up. Yay, says the Federal Reserve. More of our money. The economy slows further, jobs get even tougher to find, and more people will lose the jobs that they already have.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can take your money, and that's all that was about, wondering why anger at the government is highest in 19 years. Come on, man. Crippled Japan nuke plant stable says operator. I ain't buying that.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once.
Microsoft tycoon Bill Gates to reinvent toilets. What? Don't you love in these economic times how these fools put their efforts into things of luxury? Toilets. Internet ID that saves you from having to remember all those passwords. And the digital converter boxes. Oh man. $1.5 billion during a recession. So we can all enjoy the great quality of digital TV. And wonder why 1 in 66 Americans is diagnosed psychotic. Do you see what we're dealing with here? Just look at how business and politics melt. And it's always the same exact people and families involved, and most people act as though that they don't even see it. That is psychotic if there ever was. Psychotic suffering from psychosis, which is a severe mental disorder in which thought and emotions are so impaired that contact is lost with external reality. And at the end of the day, we can sit back and think in retrospect at how the elite turds have once again sliced and diced and left us to the woods for the day, knowing they'll be working around the clock to give us another kick in the nads tomorrow. I'm changing channel and I'm out. U.S. House set on keep that vote on Republican bill. Why? How much time and money has been spent on these fools sitting around about something that Obama has said that he will veto anyway? Why even have the House and the Senate at all then? That's like me saying to my friends, what do you want to eat tonight, pizza or chicken? And the majority picks chicken, but I really want pizza. Veto. I got a veto for you. And all the while, Obama saying that any debt solution must be bipartisan. The hypocrisy of this clown. We got the head of Obama's job council continuing to move more jobs overseas. Why? So we can have cheaper products in front of us that we still can't afford no more than we can the expensive ones. 15 years in prison for taping cops? What? How many cops have been caught wrongdoing over the years from our cameras? It's uncountable. And we're recorded every day in every way known to man in everything that we do. And they're gonna throw some eavesdropping law in our face? It's always do as we say, not as we do. Just like the Justice Department announced earlier this month. All gun shops in the 4 Southwest border states, Texas, California, Arizona, and New Mexico will be required to alert the federal government to frequent buyers of high-powered rifles. Here's an alert, Einstein.
ATF's actions had the opposite result. They allegedly facilitated the delivery of thousands of guns into criminal hands. Several gun shops wanted to stop the questionable sales, but ATF encouraged them to continue.
The audacity of these creeps. We got the military arresting civilians around America while a crooked elite break the laws with their every breath. Posse comitatus? That's about as useful as the Logan Act. Does anyone even know what the Logan Act is? The Logan Act. Any citizen of the United States, wherever he may be, who, without authority of the United States, directly or indirectly, commences or carries on any correspondence or intercourse with any foreign government or any officer or agent thereof in relation to any disputes or controversies with the United States, or to defeat the measures of the United States, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. Now here's one word for you. Bilderberg. Now go get them. But you're not. Because you're too busy out there busting all these big timers running their home vegetable gardens and lemonade stands. It just keeps going on and on and on and on. And
the criminals who committed these acts against the people deserve to be punished, and they must be punished.
But they won't be.
Explanations may be offered, but nothing can excuse what they have done.
I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Fannie Mae seeks $5.1 billion from taxpayers as it continues to suffer losses on loans made prior to 2009. No, it ain't happening. Get your greedy hands off of our money, you incompetent turd. I'm so sick and tired of these no turd left behinders riding high on a hawk, living in luxury, and at the same time having the gall to hold out their hand and say, yes, I'll have some more, please. I got some more for you over there. Unemployment rises to 117,000 in July, while the unemployment rate wobbled a little from 9.2 to 9.1%. A whole 0.1%. Aren't the people who have already used up their unemployment not counted in the unemployed statistics? What about the people who haven't reported being unemployed because they're not eligible for any of the benefits? What is the real unemployment percentage in this country? We'll never know. It's set up for us not to. And look at this. In June, the unemployment rate was at 9.2%. And the economy gained a worse than expected 18,000 jobs. On Friday, the June total was adjusted upwards to 46,000. That's 18K to 46K. That's a 28,000 difference. Who's the person keeping up with this? Donald Rumsfeld? And the May total of 25,000 was readjusted up to 53,000. Oh, really? Well, let me try this out then. Now, instead of adjusting the numbers, we'll do the letters. Heck, they seem to make this stuff up as they go along anyway. Why can't we? Now that looks more logical. Hey, no double dip, but economy stuck in low gear.
Smells like BS.
Now I'll translate what they're really saying. We all know that it's too apparent and can't be concealed any longer. So we needed to acknowledge that something was going on, but downplay it with a good tagline. Remember all the BS that those boneheads would come up with in the Bush administration to avoid saying recession? All the reporters ending coverage with similar dialogue.
The president almost said recession tonight.
Then when the fool finally said, we're in a recession, everyone was like, duh.
What do you think, stepchild?
And like the president saying the words makes the recession solidify. Stuck in low gear. And TSA is in high gear, confiscating a pregnant woman's insulin as explosive risk. Come on, man. While leaving her with a bottle of nail polish, hairspray bottle, and syringes. Is TSA agents really that stupid? Seriously, I'm asking. Just take a look at who they have targeted the most. TSA, it's the Turd Security Administration, and they need to be flushed. James Stewart and the other conspirators from the devious Rawsome Foods in Venice, California, were arrested for selling raw milk. A special environmental crimes prosecutor will reportedly be prosecuting the case, which now consists of 13 criminal charges, some of which are felony crimes. Really? And they're spending our money on this sham. Busting the all-powerful, sometimes elusive, and dangerous criminal enterprise of raw milk. Well, I guess we can add that to the list of major threats averted in the USA, along with the vicious vegetable gardens and the loud lemonade stand. Man, who comes up with this stuff? Because I would really love to give them a proper thank you for looking out for us. At the same time, court documents say U.S. federal agents cut a deal with Mexican drug cartel that allowed it to traffic tons of narcotics into the U.S. across the border in exchange for information about rival cartels. Tons of narcotics, shipping guns across the border courteous of the ATF, while the DEA helps with getting tons, not a few bags, but tons of narcotics into our country. While at the same time, the ATF is trying to track and snag our guns, and the DEA has the audacity to bust Granny for a few pot plants. This is hypocrisy at its finest. And doesn't this all sound so familiar? As if we were stuck in time living the same day over and over and over, but everyone around forgets that these same things done by these same turds are going to happen again before the day is out. Or maybe they're just hoping that it will be different, but it never is. I'm Change the Channel, and I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. Ron Paul came in second place in the AIM straw poll last week, only 152 votes behind Michelle Bachmann. What really cooks my can about this is how the mainstream media turds act as though Ron Paul doesn't exist. It's like a name we not dare utter. Ron Paul. As though it's a nasty word. This is a direct insult to us Americans to overlook the votes of a man who came in second and promote people who didn't even get half of the votes he got, saying that they are the top tier runners and leaving him out? You pompous turds. It wouldn't have anything to do with Ron Paul's plan to cut off special interests of the guys pulling the strings in Washington, those same turd stains who own the right wing and left wing medias, would it? Of course not. Well, my opinion on this would be that if the right wing and left wing media act like that, he might actually be what we're looking for. I don't know, but he stands out. Barack Obama and his family are scheduled to arrive on Martha's Vineyard Thursday, August 18th for their third summer vacation on the island. And Congress on another month of vacation. What a load of yak. This has always bugged me about these leeches. They spend money we don't have, borrowing it from the Federal Reserve that we, the people, owe back in interest, mismanaging our resources, having us fight endless wars while our economy gets worse and worse. And what do? Go on vacation? We the people, their boss. Let's get that straight. Their boss says, no. You done lost your mind. And no. That's like a brain surgeon leaving in the middle of brain surgery saying I need a break. Get your freeloading, lazy, good-for-nothing, loafing selves back to work until you fix what you and your people broke, you slothful turds. No wonder disapproval of Congress hits an all-time high at 84%, leaving 13% approving. Who are these 13%ers? Friends and family members. That says a lot. But what do we really expect to happen with these turds at the helm, besides spending more of our money, giving it to their buddies? I mean, really. On the surface, they're always separated and divided and split, which keeps the fake money wheel turning without really doing anything of value for us, the people, their boss, just like the credit raters. Fitch says U.S. has AAA rating while S&P downgraded the U.S. credit rating to a AA. What? Are they looking at the same statistics? Isn't this just a basic mathematical equation? 2 + 2 = 4? While they exclaim 2 + 2 = 5. And some people actually believe this, spreading it around though it's so. I mean, that's like me saying that the stove is off and someone else says it's on. It either is or it isn't. But the way to find out is just take a look. The way these leeches operate is that the stove is on, but it's unplugged. They have no shame. Just look at the Pentagon and their foolery. Remember back in the day?
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
Whatever happened to that? Nada. Nil. Zilch. Absolutely nothing. Now these fools are probing 2 years worth of DARPA contracts to ensure that there's no conflict of interest? Wasteful spending?
Smells like.
Now tell me a time that there wasn't wasteful spending or a conflict of interest. Not in my 41 years. I mean, I know that, some don't remember the days of the $10,000 hammers or toilet seats, but I do. My guess is the same thing what happened, it always happens. Nada, nil, zilch, absolutely nothing, except spending more of our money exclaiming how wasteful we are. But hey, there's good news. It's not too late to buy the $18,000 pair of flip-flops. They hit the market last week. The sandals are hand-painted in 18-karat gold by Los Angeles artist David Palmer and comes in a display case of glass and reclaimed wood. It also will protect 100,000 square feet of Costa Rican rainforest. Anyone who believes this, I got some oil wells in the back that I'll sell you for $20. Only here in the U.S. in such time of economic uncertainty, AAA, AA, single A, trillions just disappear. Poof. Would someone even come up with such a thing as an $18,000 pair of flip-flops? Flip-flops. And who are they that would buy such a thing? They're the same turds that have their hand out right now wanting some more bailout money. Here's a little bailout money for you, come on. And again, at the end of the day, we desperately try and forget how much these turds have utterly destroyed our future, our children, our grandchildren's future, putting the burden on them while they live high on the hog and luxury, on vacation, patting themselves on the back at the crappy job that they have done. The same job that the people that came before them have done. Made the rich richer and the poor poorer. I'm Change the Channel. I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. Michelle Bachmann says hurricane and earthquake was God's warning about government spending. What? How did she come to this conclusion? Did she see something in the sky that we didn't? It's like that turd saying the other week that the earthquake happened because of same-sex marriage? Really? You ever notice how these wankers always say such stupid things and no one calls them out with the question that begs, please, to be asked? How do you know these things? Man, it's like them stools using the phrases, it's what the American people want. It's what the American people are saying. It's what the American people are thinking. Yada, yada, yada. Reality check. Reality check. You turds do not have a clue what the American people want, need, feel, desire, say, think, wish outside your little elite clan that you reside, you arrogant, vainglorious, egotistical pile of dung. And if I hear once more in my lifetime that Al-Qaeda's #2 has been killed again, it's gonna blow my brain. I've never even heard once that the #3 or #4 has gotten killed, nor do we even know who these people are. Obama nominates Alan Freddy Krueger as his new chief economist. Whew, I feel so much better now. Old Krueger was previously a Treasury Department economist. Same turds, same bowl, same solution. Oh, and look at this. The U.S. has wasted $30 billion in Iraq and Afghanistan contracts and grants. And what was the money wasted on? A prison in Iraq that was never completed. A power plant in Kabul that was never completed and will require sustained funding and expertise that Kabul doesn't have the resources for. That's just to name a couple. And their solution? More rigorous use of risk analysis to determine whether certain jobs should be contracted out in the first place. Really? And that wasn't happening all along? Man, I'm telling you, we're trapped living the same day over and over for decades, hearing the same excuses about the same problems involving the same group of incompetent turds that continuously play musical chairs in positions to confuse us into thinking change is gonna happen when in fact it doesn't and it won't. Same turds, same bowl, same solution. Man, they have no shame. Speaking of turds, Al Gore compares racism and critics of man-made global warming. Al's just a turd that just won't flush. Man, get your hands out of our cookie jar. Are the airline pilots forgetting how to fly? What? That this is even a headline makes me wanna... Who's in charge of this anyway? Why would anyone even come to this conclusion? Hundreds of people have died over the past 5 years in loss of control accidents in which planes stalled during flight or get into unusual positions that pilots could not correct. In some cases, pilots made the wrong split-second decisions with catastrophic results. For example, steering the plane's nose skyward into a stall instead of down to regain stable flight. What? Steering the plane's nose skyward into a stall instead of down to regain stable flight. Man, that's elementary piloting. Who's in charge of hiring such people? Day after day after day, all these people cutting corners with our safety and security, all the while fattening theirs and their friends' wallets with our money, giving us stuff that we don't need to keep us under constant control. The same old song that we've heard year after year after year after year, and this song will continue to be sung as long as we continue to sing along. I'm Change the Channel, and I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. Libyan rebels / Al-Qaeda round up black Africans and put them in prison camps while world leaders unblock $15 billion for Libya rebels. Come on, man. Libyan rebel leader, a former CIA detainee, goes from enemy to gimme. What? This is always the case with these slags, fighting the same people when it suits them, always turning around and calling them something different and then funding them. Mujahideen in Afghanistan, then supporting the Taliban, then turning around and funding the Northern Alliance of drug dealers to overthrow them, funding both Iraq and Iran in their war, then invading Iraq, letting the Iranian influence groups take control of Iraq, all the while pushing for war against Iran. ATF allowing tons of drugs to come into the US from Mexico so they can get information on other drug cartels there, and the ATF shipping guns to them from the US to see where they go. Is it just me? Really? Because I really would love to come to the conclusion that I've just lost my mind in my older age and these things aren't real. But they are. And always lurking in the shadows of everything. The CIA. Now, it doesn't take a historian to look at the history of the CIA to see what these turds have done and do. Have they ever changed? 6,000 guns lost from manufacturing plants in the last 2.5 years. I wonder where they went. Any guesses? The CIA's rendition flights were signed off by an imaginary State Department official. Talk about plausible deniability. The CIA lawyer says Obama endorsed nearly all the Bush-era programs. Duh. Change. Are you starting to get the point now? No. Obama orders the EPA to pull back on tighter smog standards. The translation. It's for the economy. Obama to reveal his job plan next week. What? Don't people need jobs this week? If this turd has a plan, time is of the essence. But he wants to wait until next week as a political dog and pony show. Zero job growth in August, but not necessarily the word we dare to utter. Recession. Did they run out of catchy words like the economy's in low gear? The economy is muffled. The economy is just transitioning. Metamorphosizing. It's evolving. Come on, man, give us something. Coupled with the billions estimated for Hurricane Irene, bills over the East Coast earthquake, more businesses who got bailout money filing for bankruptcy. Nah, no recession here. Everything is okay. Oh wait, no it's not. U.S. issues worldwide 9/11 travel alert. Really? I thought the Al-Qaeda was on the ropes. The number one's dead. Hundreds of number twos have been killed. And now they are allies in Libya. So what are we worried about? I'm only worried about these fools who give us these messages. The same ones who have plans to help us, but not until next week. The ones arming everyone, then complaining. The ones shipping drugs into our country, then acting shocked and appalled. The ones giving money to the same people that they say are trying to kill us because they don't like our freedom. It just goes on and on and on and on. And tonight, when we go to sleep, trying to forget all this hoo-nanny that these turds have fed us today, we should really think about if we ever woke up this morning to start with, or if we shall wake up tomorrow. Either way, they'll be doing the same old today as they did yesterday, and they will do again tomorrow. But what will we do? I'm Change the Channel. I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. Obama tells Congress to pass his $447 billion job plan and not to wait for a solution at the bailout boxes. The American people do not have the luxury of waiting 14 months. Really? But we do have the luxury of waiting over a week so he can hot dog himself before a football game. What a turd. MSNBC's presidential poll as of 3 a.m. September 9th, more than 205,000 votes have been cast. Ron Paul has widened his lead over Mitt Romney and Rick Perry. Paul has 57.1%, Romney 14.5%, and Perry with 12.4%. Again, the American people overwhelmingly show their support for Ron Paul, and the mainstream media pushes these turds who don't even come close. It's like me and about 10 of my friends figuring out what we want to eat for a cookout. And 6 people want some burgers, a couple want some ribs, and a couple want chicken. But when I go to the store, I get chicken because that's what I wanted. Why even bother asking? We can't even keep the electricity on in this country with massive power outages on the rise, drug cartels running the show and dictating things down in Mexico, supported and armed by our very own DEA and ATF. Our economy is already flatlined, but we are told it's all good by the same turds that tell us our votes aren't correct and don't matter. They'll prop up who they want to. Isn't any wonder that we got people thinking that they're vampires out there attacking seniors, trying to eat them, daycare on the spike and kids milk with drugs, shoppers arrested with live lobsters in their pants, people arrested wielding samurai swords, is claiming they're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, black bears stealing cars in Lake Tahoe, crashing them dogs, sleeping with cats. 9/11's 10-year anniversary is upon us, and after an entire decade, these dingleberries still haven't answered some really important questions. Why wasn't the Pentagon evacuated?
During the time that the airplane coming in to the Pentagon, there was a young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out, the plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?
Where's a picture or video of the jet that hit the Pentagon? Why wasn't there any investigation into if explosives were used in a place where they had been used before? And why haven't we heard about the vans with explosives in them that was reported that day?
A plane. It's of an airplane diving into New York City and exploding. I don't know what's in the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. All right, 10-4, I'll send you in the bus on there for Westgate. With a mural paint, this airplane diving into New York blowing up. 2 men got out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those 2 under. That's good. Are you holding those 2 guys, Kate? Them under. Let's get some music over here. Listen to that. Fucking beat the shit out of them. Alright, you listen, you need any further on those 2 guys over there? You alright over there, Kate? We have both suspects under, Kate. We have the suspects who drove in the van exploded. We have both of them under, Kate. Let's get some help over here. Now, I'm sending you here to shoot at. I just want to make sure you and your guys are alright over there, Kate. That's all.
And the list goes on and on and on and on. U.S. on high alert over credible 9/11 terror threat, but unconfirmed. What? Credible meaning able to be believed, convincing, but unconfirmed. Not confirmed as to truth or validity. Confirmed being unlikely to change. I mean, all these trillions, not billions, trillions, spent on protecting us over the last decade, taking away a slew of our liberties, and we still get the same warning we receive time and time again? Is this the best that they can do? You're fired. And when all's said and done, perhaps Al-Qaeda will do something. Or maybe some nut job who believes they're a vampire will try to eat you. But one thing is for sure, no matter what happens, the same people will profit off of it and get richer, while more of our liberties will be taken from us and we will become poor. I'm Change the Channel. I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. Jeb Bush to leave for-profit disaster response company? Here we go again with this same old song and dance. They might as well go ahead and privatize all 3 branches of the government while they're at it. And is it just me, or does it appear that people from corporations go on to become members of our government in many positions of power, generally making rules, benefiting, and giving money to the corporations? And once leaving their government positions, they're all set up to work for, again, a corporation making a killing, or opening up their brand new corporation of their very own, because they made it possible in their positions in the government, and the system goes on, and so forth and so on. Man, it's nothing but ancestral, yeah. And And I really don't like the concept that they're making money off of disasters. For profit means they intend on making money, which means they intend on people suffering so that they can get paid. Of course, it's for the good of the people. Just doesn't seem right. And look at Solargate. Corporation basically sponsored by Obama gets $500 million of our, that's right, our money, and then bellies up. Duh. And they pampered themselves with bonuses, and no one's gonna tell me any different. Speaking about the good of the people, Wisconsin protesters arrested for filming lawmakers during their deliberations. What? Has this become the norm? These turds are so scared of modern day media catching them in an awkward situation, saying or doing something stupid or contradicting, and I mean, you can't even film cops anymore, you're liable to get shot. Or at least beaten and thrown in jail on federal charges of illegal wiretapping? Give me a break. And all the while, latest statistics show that more Americans are living in poverty today than any time since the Census Bureau began first publishing the number 52 years ago. And you know that there's another side of that coin. The rich haven't at any time in our history been as rich as they are right now. Don't believe me? Just take a look at the new statistics from the Economic Policy Institute that shows that 80% of the wealth gains went to the richest 5% of the population, while the bottom 60% of households by wealth lost ground over the last 26-year period. And these rich geezers whine about paying their fair equal share in taxes. I mean, look at Representative John Fleming's comment on possible tax rate hike for people making over $1 million a year. I'll only have $400,000 left. $400,000 after I feed my family. If only we had it that bad. Is this the freedom that we've always been told about? Free to make the rich richer, and they had the freedom to complain about it, all the while they have the freedom to take away all of our freedoms? Does anyone even know what freedom is anymore? Ultimately, true freedom requires sacrifice and pain. Most human beings only think that they want freedom when in fact they yearn for the bondage of social order, rigid laws, and materialism. I mean, the only freedom people seem to really want is the freedom to be comfortable. Anywho, that's just something to think about. I'm Change the Channel. I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. A Scotland mall bans dad for taking photos of his daughter, saying it's illegal under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. What? I can't help but think that our society, our world, is getting dumber by the second. I mean, seriously, this is just plain dumb. Almost as stupid as this whole underwear bomber fiasco that's now on trial. Let's refresh. A kid who doesn't have a passport somehow, with the aid of some shady dude in a suit, which we never hear from or about again, gets to board the flight. Man, come on. Years after 9/11. Then once aboard, just so happens that a cat videos the entire flight from before takeoff through the flight, including the incident. Now the kid's underwear bomb pops, smokes, and fizzle, and he's subdued. After the jet has landed, all passengers are quarantined to search and question. During this time, witnesses say the explosive dogs alarm agents to a bag. The witnesses say that the bag and its owner were escorted away, never to be seen nor heard about again. Man, I'm telling you, the whole thing stinks. World Authority on Anthrax disputes government explanation of 2001 attack. Anyway, since when has the government ever told the truth about anything? You notice during that time that Bush's crew with 9/11 it up all day, but barely ever pursued or even said anything about the anthrax attacks soon after it happened. They went straight to the Iraq this and Iraq that, Saddam insane this or some insane that. Something ain't right. Speaking of not right, organizer labels on poll irrelevant after Ron Paul wins. Could it get any more clearer? These turds totally ignore the people by saying the results which people voted for are not truly being reflective of where values and voters stand. What? How is this even possible? Here's what they're really saying. We asked you what you wanted to eat and y'all said pizza, but we wanted chicken. So you're wrong. They have no shame. And people are really getting mad about it. Look at the unrest in every country around the world. People realize that it's old, stupid, and unfair. And don't hand me that old saying, life isn't fair, change the channel, because the cat that coined that phrase is of the same cloth of people who make life more unfair than it needs to be. It's some sort of rationalization of why they do what they do. And what's Herman Cain say about Occupy Wall Street? Don't blame Wall Street. Don't blame the big banks. If you don't have a job and you're not rich, blame yourself. Really? This is as stupid as people saying you're not looking hard enough for a job. You must not really want one. If every person who was unemployed, and we don't have a real statistic on how many there are, went out at the same time to get jobs, start their own businesses, is that even possible? No, it isn't. And there's another stupid comment that promotes the whole quit blaming everyone else for your problems, because that isn't reality. Now, I'm not saying to blame everyone else for your problems either, but when the shoe fits. And if today wasn't preposterous enough, time permitting, tomorrow, I'm afraid, will be more absurd until we balance the extremism. It's not just the extremities. It's not just white or black. There is a lot of gray areas of value in the spectrum. I'm changing the channel, and I'm out. Obama's teleprompter is stolen from a Virginia hotel parking lot. What you gonna do now? Is it just me, or does it bother anyone else that these turds never speak their own words? Every speech they give is words that someone else wrote. Isn't that just acting? Yes, we can. He didn't come up with that no more than Bush came up with the Axis of Evil tagline. But people totally buy it as if it was their own words. So every time you hear these turds flapping their pie holes, ask yourself whose words are coming out of their mouth, because it's not theirs. I mean, even in a debate or interview, compare what they say in their speeches that they're giving to somebody else writes, because it's the same exact thing. And if I hear one more time in my life, if you don't like America, you can leave, I'm just gonna lose it. These zombies use this same old cliche as though they had a moment of intelligence. Well, let me ask you something, Einstein. Since when do politics transform into geological locations? I'll wait while you look up the word geological. And while you're at it, look up the word turd, because that's what you sound like when you say such things. Amid the ongoing Occupy Seattle protests, city officials decide to ban sitting down with umbrellas in public spaces, saying that there were makeshift structures. What? And 40 police officers were needed to arrest one woman who sat down and opened the umbrella in Seattle Park. 40 police officers, one woman. 40 police officers, one woman. Who was this one woman who needed 40 cops to arrest her? So let me get this straight. 40 officers, who each roughly make $35 an hour, arrest one woman, which costs $1,400 for them, for the officers, plus the cost of transportation, incarceration, and the cost of a trial? But hey, our safety matters. And don't you feel much safer now they're taking out these rabid raw milk empires, leeching lemonade stands, and the unbearable umbrella cartels? Susan Sarandon calls Pope Benedict a Nazi and draws criticism. Really? Come on, man. She calls him a Nazi. Hank Williams Jr. calls Obama a Nazi. People freak out. I think Bush is a turd, but no one really complained when we called him a Nazi. It's like you can't call anyone that unless they're Republican. Then it's acceptable. It's like Obama. Talk bad about him, you're a racist. Don't dare question the Israeli government and its actions, or you're anti-Semitic. Don't question the war on terror, or you're a terrorist. And the madness never ends. Speaking of madness, check out our buddies at Goldman Sachs, who reports a $393 million quarterly loss. That's $131 million a month. $4.36 million a day. $182 $1,000 an hour. Lost. You know what that means, don't you?
Yes, I'll have some more bailout money, thank you.
And they'll get billions just like last time and do the same thing that they did last time, handing out billions in bonuses as if they had did a swell job. There's some more bailout money for you. How long will these types of things continue before people actually say, hey, wait a minute? My guess would be a long, long time. If then, people will continue to believe that what these politicians are saying are actually their words. The Federal Reserve and Wall Street is good, while raw milk, organic farms, lemonade stands, and umbrellas in the park are bad. And anyone who disagrees with these things hates America and should leave. The only thing that will change will be the people saying this sort of thing, which depends on who's in the White House. Remember when Bush was in office and all the Republicans said, he's our commander-in-chief and we should support him during times of war? It's un-American not to. While the Democrats scream conspiracy and war crime. But soon as Obama got into office, the script was flipped. And as sure as the sun will shine tomorrow, when the Republicans get back into the White House, the script will be flipped yet again. And so yet another day ends with more of the same that was of yesterday, and so will be tomorrow. I'm Change the Channel, and I'm out. Obama orders FDA to help drug shortages, saying it puts patients at risk and raises the potential for price gouging. Really? He must not have ever looked at how much these drugs actually cost to make versus what the people are charged. Drugs that cost some change per pill to make are sold to the people at $50 and up each. And the risks? How many commercials have you seen in your lifetime asking if you experience any of these problems, or saying that you may experience these problems? May cause this, may cause that. Are you experiencing any of these symptoms? Yada yada, yak yak. From FDA approved drugs. UN warns a sharp increase in social unrest. Really? And like we are so dumb that we need to be told by these turds when something happens that's right in front of our own eyes. Duh. It's not a recession until they say it is. The economy is in low gear. They're not combat troops. They're combat enablers. There is absolutely positively no problem in the world until they say it is. It's like your house is on fire, but you do nothing but sit there in the flames waiting for someone else to tell you that your house is on fire before you evacuate. We do not need these turds to tell us the obvious, no more than we need them to speak for us. It's what the American people want. It's what the American people are thinking. It's what the American people are doing. The UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization voted on Monday to admit Palestine as a member, a move which has triggered the U.S. government to cut off tens of millions of dollars in annual funding to the body. Don't you love corporate democracy? If you do what we say, we'll give you some money. If not, you get nothing. Nada. Zilch. They don't even care what it's for. This is corporate democracy at its finest. And it seems as though our world is based off of these types of things, bribes, and all of this corruption, plain and simple. I mean, look at the United States. If state votes for certain things, if the federal government doesn't like these things, but can't really do anything about it, they cut funding for certain projects in that state. Corporate democracy. I mean, really, why won't they let these people be represented at the UN in an official capacity? And you know, it reminds me of the Native Americans who I don't see being represented at the UN either. They were here in North America. Other countries came and took their land, put them in small confined areas they call reservations, and continue to this very day, taking more and more of that land. Also, while in a lot of these places, dumping nuclear waste all around them. Well, Change the Channel, they did give them the casinos. Say it with me now. Corporate hypocrisy, democracy. And Israel's response? Cuts Palestinian internet and cell phone services, plus plans 2,000 new housing units in East Jerusalem. Now, personally, I don't like some of these governmental platforms like the United Nations, but if you're gonna have something like that, it needs to be fair. You need to follow your own rules. I mean, how can anyone take the UN or similar organizations seriously when they punish certain people for the same things that that other slide on? WMDs. WMDs. They need to be transparent and reported. Except for Israel. Shh. Everyone knows they have them, but they don't have to follow the same rules as everyone else. And I don't want to hear that crap that I'm being anti-Semitic, because that's just stupid. I know plenty of Jewish people who don't agree with these turds either and protest their government just as we do. Toss that slop out the door. But nah, we'll continue to hate each other for our geological locations, color, religion, music, sports teams, political parties, sexual preference, food, opinions, etc. I like the color red, and you like blue. Blue sucks, and so do you.
I kill you dead.
And yet, another day goes by with 7 billion of us still fighting over rudimentary issues while the kingpins laugh all the way to the bank. We still wonder why we can't all just get along, always pointing the finger in a desired direction that the powers that be told us to. Tomorrow's forecast, more of the same game that's lame. I'm changing the channel and I'm out. U.S. says China and Russia are cyber spying. That's like crackheads calling crackheads crackheads. Documents show executives for Solyndra, the solar firm that received millions in federal bailout money, were awarded quarterly bonuses of $60,000 apiece earlier this year as the company headed for bankruptcy. Rewarding failure. No turd left behind. The White House on Friday all but refused to turn over the documents the House had subpoenaed on bankrupt solar firm Solyndra. Subpoenaed, saying the request would put unreasonable burden on poor old Obama's ability to meet his constitutional duties. What? Now, I don't care what anyone says on this, man, this is an admission of some shady dealings. How hard is it for someone to send some papers? It's just papers. Papers that he wouldn't even have to send himself. Man, what a load of... And here we go again. Freddie Mac requests $6 billion more from the Treasury Department / us because of their $4.4 billion loss in the third quarter, just as lawmakers call on Obama to cancel millions in bonuses. Bonuses to the executives of Freddie Mac. Rewarding failure. No turd left behind. The audacity of these wankers who just got $169 billion a few years ago, loses the money, comes running back for billions more with no shame in their eyes.
Give me the cash.
And on top of it all, their major concern with it all is about giving themselves bonuses? Fannie Mac, Freddie Mac, Fannie Freddie. There's some bailout money for you. AIG loses $4 billion on planes and weak markets in their third quarter. Planes. Their aircraft leasing unit took an impairment charge on a portion of its fleet. Now, an impairment charge is a specific reduction on a company's balance sheet that adjusts the value of a company's goodwill. Due to the accounting rules, a company must monitor and test the value of its goodwill to determine if it's overvalued. If it is, the company must issue an impairment charge on its balance sheet to take into account the reduced value of goodwill. You know what that means?
Give me the cash.
And who else has a handout? Oh, you. The United Nations wants billions. For what? For the continued renovation of its New York headquarters. In a tax study by Citizens for Tax Justice and the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which examined 280 U.S. firms, found that 78 of them paid no federal income tax. As a matter of fact, they found that 30 of these companies enjoyed a negative income tax rate, which means they got rebates despite profits of $160 billion. You ever wonder why people are so mad at these turds? I can't figure it out for the life of me. It couldn't be that they don't pay their fair share, beg money off of us that we don't really have, but is borrowed without our consent in our name from those sham artists at the Federal Reserve who loan it to us with debt attached, of course, to give to a bunch of people who failed at their business but reward themselves to millions of dollars in bonuses and to blow it all, lose more money, and come back for more. Or go bankrupt after giving himself bonuses, get a higher paying job somewhere else, and continue the cycle again. Nah, couldn't be that. Anywho, I'm changed the channel. I'll catch y'all next time, and I'm out. White House misses deadline for Cylindra subpoena. Remember when these fools said last week that providing the paper would impair Obama somehow from his constitutional duties? They now have the audacity to violate the law right in front of our eyes with no shame in theirs. Come on, man. Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution provides for the removal of the president. The president is removed on impeachment for and convicted of treason, bribery, or other high crimes, and misdemeanors. Now, what would happen to any of us if we were subpoenaed and refused? Guilty as charged. The gun is smoking and they don't even care anymore. Mitt Romney promises if elected, he will prepare for war with Iran. What? This whole preemptive strike charade is a bunch of hooey that these clowns parade around as a rationalization for invading the country to take over its resources, all the while using this terminology, bypassing congressional approval as if it's legal, plain and simple. And we know it. Don't even try it, Romney. And look at Rick Perry.
The third agency of government, I would do away with the education, commerce, and let's see. I can't. Oops.
You can't even remember your own plan. Let me see if I got this straight. You were thrown by not remembering the one agency out of the three, to the degree that when you tried to recoup and tried to name the three again, you forgot another one on top of the first one and had to have somebody help you out. And look at Herman Cain. Now, I don't know if he did what he's being accused of, but if he did, then he needs to face the same consequences just as anyone else would. And with him paying people off seems to be an admission, just like
depends upon what the meaning of the word is.
And all that doublespeak is an indicator of guilt. If you're not guilty of anything, why would you pay someone off? Or have to dance around a simple yes or no question? You wouldn't. So we have a warmonger who's ready to go to war without congressional approval under the whole war on terror / preemptive strike doctrine. Another who can't remember his own plans and deteriorates under pressure to the degree that he can't even doublespeak, which is a prerequisite to any presidency. And another who paid to settle a sex scandal with employees acting like paying them off isn't at all conspicuous. Oh, and I forgot, coming in the cut is old Newt Gingrich. And all these cats just flip-flop on issues. For it one moment, against it the next. Sitting on the fence when need be. Now you might not like him, agree with his stance on things, or might even think he's a crazy old kook, but you have to give Ron Paul one thing. It's undeniable from what I've seen, and correct me if I'm wrong. He's always stuck to his gun on issues. He's not a flip-flop or a double-speak artist like the rest of these turds. And something else is the mainstream's media attempt to shut him out. Seems like a telltale to me, but what do I know? And then we have Obama. This scripted renaissance who comes in promising all this change, all the while using all the powers transferred to him from Bush that he opposed before to continue slicing and dicing of everything that his puppet masters tell him to. And these people are straight up puppets. That's just the way it is. But to understand the puppet, one must understand the makeup of the string puppet itself. You have the control bar, the strings, the puppet itself, and the puppet master. The control bar mainly consists of these turds or turds alike, which can be identified by their hands out for some bailout money so that they can give themselves bonuses and outrageous salary until they tank their business by draining all the money and then moving along to another host like the virus that they are. Or either keeping their business front together enough to give themselves some more bonuses, collect those salaries, and rip more people off out of their money using weapons like Wall Street. The control bar is the closest thing to the puppet master. Now below the control bars are strings. These are the corporate lobbyists. These turds wiggle and jiggle the puppet itself as directed by the controller bar that is controlled by the puppet master. They do this by whining and dining them. They can't legally take a politician out for dinner, but what they can do is have a fundraising event and then they can buy them dinner and they can also cut them a big check at the end of the night. And that's how it works. And who are the puppet masters? That's very obvious. They're the ones who control the control bar, which in turn controls the entire string puppet. You see their world every day that they have sculpted the way they wanted to for their own greedy purposes.
They don't care about you at all. At all.
And at the end of the day, it's the same as it was yesterday and the day before, but I do hold the faith that we will awaken to the fact that we ourselves have strings attached to us, and that we try to pull the strings of others because, just like the puppet masters, we think our way is the right way, disregarding the fact that there's 7 billion different people in this world, so whose way is the right way? It's a very complicated equation. Anywho, I'm changing channel and I'm out. New York Times article blames White House shooting on Alex Jones' documentary The Obama Deception, calling it an anti-government film. What? Come on, man. Really? And how can Alex Jones be anti-government when he's a strong supporter of the Constitution, the basic written set of principles and precedents of federal government? Well, I'm so sorry that the Obama Deception chronicles the action and history of these criminal turds. How was that anti-government? That's anti-turd. And correct me if I'm wrong, but nowhere in the documentary does it say Obama is the Antichrist. See, that's the problem with people. They always think that they can write a book report without actually reading the book and pass it off as though they have in front of people who actually read the book. It's embarrassing. The fact is that the Obama Deception shatters the left-right paradigm. It's based off of declassified and other documents. It's about Bushes and others just as much as Obama. But none of these thumb-down wanks know this because they didn't get past the title. It wouldn't surprise me if they took down the Obama Deception from my channel. It wouldn't be the first time. Turd is as turd does, sir. The Debt Panel Super Committee falls to reach an agreement to save $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years. That's $120 billion a year. How many trillions did we give these turds in bailouts over the last 4 years so that they could give themselves bonuses and blow the money to the degree that they're still sitting there with their hands out for more? And how much did it cost us for these super turds to sit around and yap failure for the last year? How about let's try this? There's roughly 312,770,000 men, women, and children in this country. Then instead of investing trillions on these turds of failure, how about investing in the American people? Cut every man, woman, and child a check for $10,000. That would be $3.1 trillion.
Give me the cash.
And talk about stimulating the economy, stopping foreclosures, getting people back on their feet. The money would go right back into the system, and who would complain? Besides the turds. It's better than the alternative, which we already have witnessed. Bunch of turds getting those trillions, wasting it all, and then asking for more, which has helped no one except themselves and their lifestyles. Want to share that $1.2 trillion over the next 10 years? Cut all that money and resources that are wasted on the dumbest things, like a room full of geezers sitting around for a year accomplishing diddly.
Give me the cash.
Michelle Obama using the Secret Service and the police force to shut down the city block so she could get a head of lettuce.
Give me the cash.
40 police officers arresting one woman for sitting in the park busting organic gardens, raw milk, and lemonade stands. School kids for smooching on the playgrounds and people hanging U.S. flags in the yard.
Give me the cash.
Pepper spraying peaceful protesters for no reason, giving all these turds our money, calling and investing to pamper themselves after proving time and time again that they suck at running any sort of business, and then giving them a high position in our government, controlling our money as though they had done a good job in the first place. Assembling 1,000 counterterrorism force for Occupy Wall Street protesters, ATF giving guns to the cartels, busting our rump over our Second Amendment right to deal. Let's those same cartels bring tons of drugs into our country, all the while busting granny for a few pot plants. TSA blasting us with radiation, CIA overthrowing democratically elected governments around the world, all the while calling us anti-government / terrorists because we called them out on their foolery. This is the world that they have created, and they have no shame about it. And as we lay our heads down at the end of another day, dreaming of better ways, one thing is for sure, these turds will continue slicing and dicing the world we live in tomorrow just as much, if not more, than today. Coming up with new ways to occupy our minds with mind jam. Telling us everything that's wrong in the world is our fault. And that we are not merely fit to decide things for ourselves, so we need them to do it for us. They'll sit there and tell us that we all need to get along, all the while pitting us against one another. This is just what they do. This is why I do what I do. And I'm changing the channel and I'm out. Director of Japan's crippled Fukushima nuclear plant stepping down due to illness. Now, of course, they can't give the details of his illness because of private matters. And whatever happened to all that radiation? They said a week or so ago that most of it went into the ocean. The ocean! That's a big deal, don't you think? Well, change the channel, they're always dumping stuff in the ocean. Yeah, that's the point. That's like the BP oil spill that we don't hear much about either, but it's still there. I saw a recent article about finding oil blossoms around the spill area. Blossoms! Don't you just love how they candy coat everything with visionary sprinkles? There's no oil still leaking in the Gulf, that's just blossoms. Hey, they're not combat troops. They're combat enablers. There's no cause for alarm. Most of the radiation went into the ocean. So we move on and quickly forget about what's really going on, so we can make haste down to the Walmart, trampling, macing, stealing, fighting, and shooting for bath towels and some waffle irons. That is what this system has made us. And we seem to enjoy it. All the while not paying attention to how these turds are slicing and dicing the world around us. We don't care. We care about those cheap waffle irons, bath towels. We like to watch from the security of our own homes, I might add. Blood and guts, bullets flying, bombs exploding, fires burning, tornadoes ripping, anarchy and panic in the streets, dogs sleeping with cats. We don't have time to learn about the Constitution or how the government functions, how our monetary system works. We don't have time to read declassified government documents to see what these turds have done. We can't remember what the news has said from day to day. We have too much on our mind as it is. Towels and waffle irons. Obama says, U.S. stands by Europe in debt crisis. Oh yeah, the U.S. is standing right beside them alright in the broke line, trying to figure out how to get more money out of us. Print more up, says the Federal Reserve man. Tax 'em, tax 'em, is the politicians' plan. Lobbyists revolving through our government saying, catch me if you can. What are we even going to do with our heads willingly stuck in the sand? State Department is concerned attack will affect Pakistan relations. What if someone came into your house and destroyed your coffee table, but they were an acquaintance, not your best friend, but someone you knew in some manner that made you a little bit more tolerant of their behavior and chalked it up to accidents happen, but they keep coming back breaking all your stuff day after day? How long is that gonna last? Here's a headline for you. Why anxiety is good for you. What? You mean the nervous disorder characterized by the state of excessive uneasiness and apprehension, typically with compulsive behavior or panic attacks? And I'm so sick of the same headlines day after day after day. Something reportedly happened. State Department's concerned. Obama says. Fitch warns. Politicians vow, people demand. An army acquires, insurgents steal. Stocks rally, markets cool down. Judges block, defendants withhold. Bankers invest while gamblers have a disease. Syrian forces commit crimes against protesters, while U.S. forces have isolated incidents. We sweep and clear an area, while insurgents terrorize the innocent and have them under siege. We're told that the U.S. flag is supposed to symbolize freedom around the world, but is an eyesore violation in your front yard. I say quit beating around the bush with things. Why can't they just step up to the plate and say what they really mean instead of all this yippity yap? They want the world for themselves and their kind. They don't want any problem from anybody else, or they're gonna bomb them. They want everyone to shut up about the things that they have done or do, or they're gonna get rid of them too. They want everyone to believe in the same world that they believe in, where they're the top dogs and everyone else is merely bottom feeders and should be thankful for their mercifulness. Not me, because I'm changing the channel and I'm out. U.S. says Slim hope Iran will return drone. Obama asked Iran to return drone. What? There's a question that's begging, please, to be asked here. Would the U.S. return a drone to Iran if the circumstances were reversed? No, ain't gonna happen. That's the thing that bothers me the most about these pundit turds. They actually believe in the do as we say, now as we do philosophy. They actually believe that the rules do not apply to them. Unannounced Verizon emergency alert causes panic in New Jersey. Flashback. This reminds me of the Radio Project, which was a social research project funded by the Rockefeller Foundation to look into the effects of mass media on society. On Halloween 1938, they broadcasted The War of the Worlds that aired over the CBS radio network. It was broadcasted as if it was real on-the-scene news of a Martian invasion. And people actually believed it was real. Oh, change the channel, that's just Hollywood for you. No, it's a social research project funded by the Rockefeller Foundation to look into the effect of mass media on society. Corzine tells Congress that he doesn't know where the missing $1.2 billion in MF Global money went. Isn't this always the case with these turds? I don't know what happened to the money. Before being the CEO of MF Global, this executive turd was a senator and governor for the state of New Jersey. And before that was the CEO of our buddies down at Goldman Sachs. Incest at its finest. Nuclear regulator has ties to Fukushima. Of course he did. Incest at its finest. And while we're on Fukushima, did you know that the radiation levels off the coast of the site is 50 million times the normal level? 50 million. And nobody cares. Police try to dissuade an elderly woman from defending herself against a home invasion. What? The 911 operator tells the woman to put down her pistol while this crackhead is trying to come in the window. Who is this turd on the phone telling Granny to submit to a home invasion? Is this standard operating procedure? She even shot a warning shot and this crackhead kept coming. Put down the gun? I don't think so.
Say hello to my little friend!
A man was condemned to death in a Connecticut home invasion case for raping and strangling a woman and killing her 2 daughters. Put down the gun? I don't think so.
Say hello to my little friend!
And look at these turds who are running for the GOP nomination. From a totally neutral point, the only person who can actually beat Obama is Ron Paul. These other dinguses are fumbling and bumbling all over the place, making spectacles with their foolery. I would love to see Ron Paul as president, if for no other reason than to see him get rid of that Federal Reserve. Just saying. My prediction is that the GOP will have one of these other dinguses run against Obama and won't get 4 more like the last 4. But what if Obama loses to Newt or Perry? 4 more like the last 4. Filled with more ways to take our money. More wars to declare, more of our rights stolen, more bonuses paid, more talk, less work, more words, less action, more mind jam, less education, more corruption, less regulation, more or less, 4 more like the last 4. I'm changing channel and I'm out. Fox News host Chris Wallace says Iowa won't count if Ron Paul wins. What? Iowa governor says if Ron Paul wins, ignore it, and look who finished second. What? Even if you can't stand Ron Paul, you gotta take a step back and ask yourself, if he was my choice, these turds are telling me my vote doesn't count unless I vote the way they want me to. And this whole unelectable thing is just pure rubbish. His unelectability wouldn't have anything to do with the mainstream media shoving the word down everyone's throat over the last year until it has become reflex, or not giving him balanced time in the debates, or not mentioning his name on a national level when talking about the race, even though he's been in the top tier the entire time, all the way to just finally saying this flat out, if he wins, it doesn't count anyhow. Attorney General Eric Holder says criticism of a Fast and Furious is based on racism. What? It wouldn't have anything to do with him overseeing the selling of arms to Mexican drug cartels. Nah, couldn't be that. It must be racism. Congress ended 2011 with worst approval rating ever. These turds spent up our money doing jack diddly, padding the pockets of their buddies, as they always do, doodling on our Constitution with a big magic marker, placing blame on everyone else except themselves for anything and everything that they have messed up. Nah, I thought they were doing an outstanding job. What about the 1.6 million homeless children in our country? What about the veterans of this country that they always get teary-eyed about for photo ops that make up 1/5 of the homeless population? What about the state of our economy that they messed up? They'd rather sit around and flap their pie holes on our time figuring out more ways to give their buddies some more bailout money. Dutch scientists have created a highly contagious and deadly airborne strain of bird flu. What? Why would you do that in the first place?
Because we can!
A study published in the International Journal of Health Services estimated 14,000 excess deaths in the United States are linked to radioactive fallout from Fukushima nuclear reactors. Why haven't we heard anything about this? FDA escalates war against Amish dairy farmers. Seriously? Man, the madness never ends. 2 years of undercover operation, multiple raids on the milk farms for what? Because some people preferred to buy clean non-BGH milk? How much money did all of this foolery cost us? And what else did they spend our money on this year? $765,828 to subsidize pancakes for yuppies in our nation capital. Freaking pancakes. Another $250,000 to study how college students use mobile devices for social networking. What? $10 million for the remake of Sesame Street for Pakistan. Sesame Street. And the list goes on and on. I say line all these turds up one by one. And am I just getting older, or does this crap keep getting more and more insane? ATF selling guns to cartels, but you're a racist if you question it? DEA transporting drugs for cartels, but Granny's getting busted for a few pot plants. You can vote for this person and they can win, but it doesn't count because it's not their guy. You have freedom of speech, but only in the free speech zone. And if you do it anywhere else, you're a terrorist and you can be indefinitely detained. The government can hide crimes under the guise of for national security, but you try that and you're an accessory. You attack your neighbor because they threatened you. You go to jail. The government does the same thing and it's called a preemptive strike. You can make a mistake at your job and you get fired. CEOs can screw up and lose billions of dollars and they get bonuses. And what do? Exactly what they want us to do. Focus on our differences and battle over them. I like the color red. Well, I like the color blue. Matter of fact, I think red sucks. Oh yeah? Well, so do you. My God is better than your God. What God? There's no such thing as God. My country is the best. Yours sucks. I'm from Virginia. I'm from California. West side, east side. Divide and conquer. Oldest tactic in the book. Think about it. I'm changing the channel and I'm out. Judge George Daniels in Manhattan rules that Iran is responsible along with Al-Qaeda and the Taliban for the 9/11 attacks on New York and Washington. What? Remember when Iraq and Saddam Hussein was on this list? And nowhere on the list is mentioned Pakistan. How quickly everybody forgets that the head of Pakistan ISI wired $100,000 to purported World Trade Center hijacker Muhammad Ali. And while we're on Iran, Pentagon says Iranian disruption of the oil route will not be tolerated after Iranian vice president threatened to close off the strait, cutting off the oil exports if the West imposes sanctions on Iran's oil shipments. Anyone who threatens to disrupt freedom of navigation in an international strait is clearly outside the community of nations. The community of nations. Sounds like a bunch of crackheads calling crackheads crackheads, but without using the word crackheads. Our GOP moving vote count to undisclosed location. With a few days away from the first primary vote and Ron Paul leading the pack at 24% to Romney's 20% and Newt's 13%. These numbers vary depending on what time it is. We should all know where this road leads. The numbers will vary, harsher words will be spoken, discrepancies will pile up, and in the end, the actual outcome, never really known. Homeland Security to hold secret meeting on domestic extremist threats. What they really mean is extremely ticked off people. With the list of domestic terrorists that we have seen over the years naming Ron Paul supporters, people who question the government's actions, people who believe in the Constitution as possible terrorists, we can gather that pretty much everyone who's not brain dead is extremely ticked off at the illegal wars that we've been fighting, the crappy jobs that they've been doing with our money, at the erosion of our civil liberties. Oh no, I said liberties. All the lies these turds have been caught in time after time after time. The ancestral nastiness between our government, corporations, and international bankers. Look at the things that they do, but somehow just because we question them, all of a sudden we're the problem? What? They send others to fight their money battles and then won't even take care of those soldiers when they get back here to this country. 9/11, 9/11, 9/11. We've heard about as many times as the level of our national debt, but when it comes to taking care of the first responders from that day, it takes 10 years, and it seems to be something that they didn't really want to be bothered with to start with. Well, perhaps if they ain't out and out lied about the air quality so that they could get their buddies on Wall Street backing up and operational, stealing more of our money, they wouldn't have had to been bothered with this in the first place. And it's no surprise that Congress grew richer over the last 6 years as Americans became poor. Like we did not know this. Perhaps we didn't. Maybe we thought that these ancestral shareholders were feeling the recession just like us. Maybe that's why they've been working so hard to fix our nation's problems. No. No. These are the same turds who go to Las Vegas and spend $5,000 on a burger while wearing an $18,000 pair of flip-flops, exclaiming they understand the American people. The only thing these turds really understand is those $5,000 burgers and $18,000 pair of flip-flops. And that when they're done screwing us over some more, that they have a nice job waiting for them at some corporation that you haven't heard of before. Or maybe you have. But if you haven't, they'll be easily identified because they'll be the ones sitting there with their hands out for more of our money that we won't even have a say in because these turds twisted the rules to make it so while they held positions in our government. This is the world we live in. A world where we arm people, countries, then bomb them to disarm them, and then turn around and sell them more weapons. Again, a world where it's okay to kill suspected bad guys. Suspect an idea or impression of the existence, present, or truth of something without proof. Without being the key word here. A world where we drink bottled water. Bottled water. A world where people are starving to death while others throw tons of food away each and every day at the all-you-can-eat buffet. A world where we can complain about unfairness at every turn of our lives, but yet support it when it's in our favor by exclaiming, well, what do you expect? Life isn't fair. A world where the ego rules the battlefield for the sole purpose of saying, I was right and you were wrong. Only exclaimed by the ones with the biggest weapon. A world raped and pillaged so that a few can eat $5,000 hamburgers and wear $18,000 flip-flops while the rest of us hate each other for whatever reason they tell us to, thinking somehow that this will put us on the winning team. Guess what? It doesn't. I'm changing the channel and I'm out. The other day, a defiant Obama said he will bypass Congress while they're on vacation. Like these turds should get a vacation anyway. And appoint a few new bootlickers to sit around and do the same thing that Congress does. Nothing, nada, zilch. Except grow richer over the last 6 years. We know what would happen if Republicans in Congress were allowed to keep holding Richard's nomination hostage. More of our loved ones could be tricked into making bad financial decisions. Obama told a cheering crowd. What? Notice how these turds plant themselves directly into our personal lives. Our loved ones could be tricked. And these newly appointed turds are really going to help our loved ones? Really? Only thing that these fools are going to help is themselves to more of our money. And waste more of our money on something guaranteed not to benefit us at all. Guaranteed. Newt Gingrich says founders would have violent reaction to pot growers. What? They were the growers of the time, you dingus. And this guy wants to be our president, and some people actually want him to. And the top dog out of all, Mitt Romney. Really? For some reason, I can't seem to shake the notion I get when I remember that the GOP moved their vote count to an undisclosed location right before the election.
President Obama will turn this country around.
What? McCain. Man, someone help this guy out before he hurts himself. Although you can't really blame him for confusing the two. New report suggests extremist views winning in Libya. We armed Al-Qaeda again. And everyone knows it. It's not even hidden at all and nobody seems to care. Airlines are not happy with impending fee transparency rules. Poor airlines will be required to advertise their total prices, no hidden fees, and ban post-purchase price increases, charging more after they have already been paid. Ever notice how none of these geezers want to have full transparency with consumers? They kick and scream like a bunch of babies as though they are being treated unfair. A lot of these turds will even fight tooth and nail to keep another company from telling the truth about whatever it is that they're offering. Remember the GMO clan stomping around crying foul at the companies labeling their fruits and vegetables as non-GMOs? Whenever it comes to being truthful with us about anything, it's considered unfair to them. Is the Air Force's secret robot space planes flying on China? Nah. No way. They would never do such a thing. And this is the news. Labor markets show signs of revving up. At least it's out of low gear. While new claims for unemployment drop. New being the key word here. What about the old? Did all of these folks get employed? No, they didn't. And no matter what these turds say, when they keep saying it the way they say it, it is nothing but a bunch of, oh, change your channel, quit complaining, things are revving up. Well, they must be when people can spend $5,000 on a burger wearing $18,000 pair of flip-flops, dropping $736,000 for a single tuna fish. Hey, everything's good. Everything's dandy. Everything's revving up, moving on along on cruise control with the final destination being in the vicinity of our pockets. Guaranteed. Trampling right over our Constitution on the way. Looking like those people going after those waffle irons and bath towels on Black Friday. And the irony of it all is that we mimic them, just on a smaller level. We don't have armies and nukes, but we do possess the same drive to pamper our egos. We love to win. We love to be right, which is just another form of winning. We don't even have to leave our homes to win. We win every day in our minds. I told you so. I win. I got the last word. I win. My country bombed your country. I win. Touchdown. Home run. Dunk. Tee off. Headbutt. Knockout. Strike. I win. This is the reality of our situation. Something to keep in mind. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. I win. Fox News' Brett Hume says urinating on Taliban is not despicable. What? Would this turd feel the same way if it was the Taliban peeing on the bodies of NATO troops? No. No way. And we wonder why the world is ticked off at us like they are. For instance, a military that we oppose kills, tortures, and detains its citizens. It is blamed on the country's leader. And we want to hang them high. But when the good guys do it, it's an isolated incident. Rogue elements. Extraordinary techniques. Yada yada. No way is it connected to our leader. This is hypocrisy at its finest. And we wonder why. Judge rejects GOP candidate's request to be added to the Virginia ballot. And who are these turds? Perry, Santorum, Huntsman, and old Newt Gingrich. What? And these turds want to be our president? Really? They knew months ago about the rules and now they want the rules bent for them. No. Man, it ain't gonna happen. Do the rules get bent for us? No. Man, it ain't gonna happen. This is hypocrisy at its finest. And they claim to be able to take care of our country's problems. Bye-bye. And Mitt the flip-flop Romney, please, is the answer to our problems? Please. He's the answer for the rich who already have more than they would ever need in their entire lifetime. He's anti. He's pro. He's on the fence. Reminds you anyone? Who will get another 4 years against this turd? The only candidate who is stuck to his guns all these years is the unmentionable Ron Paul. It's just a fact, like it or not. And speaking of Ron Paul, some of the people from South Carolina thought it would be fun to dress up like KKK members and attend a Ron Paul rally.
Please hang up and try again.
Really? This is all they got. Instead of pushing for that candidate and the issues, this is what these turds come up with. And what in the world is up with the whole Paul bot thing? Couldn't come up with something original, could you? Obama bots has already been used years ago. You dingus. Speaking of Obama, Obama seeks authority to merge agencies. What? All this turd needs is some more power. Year after year after year, the presidential turd gets more and more power. It's borderline dictatorship as it is, but with a twist. You can vote for your dictator. Black box voting, no ballots, no physical evidence, no way to authenticate who voted for who. Convicted felons who aren't even felons. People voting who didn't even get out to bed that day. And my favorite, dead people voting from beyond the grave. You see what I'm saying? What is up with SOPA Stop Online Piracy Act they're trying to get passed? Man, get out of my face. If I buy your stupid crap, I will share it with whom I want. And if someone wants to share it with me, I'm not gonna waterboard them to find out where they got it or where it came from before that. You got to be a greedy pile of Dunlop to complain about people sharing your work to start with. And these turds already make more money than ever in the history of time on the crap and they're complaining. What I want to know is how much of our money is it costing us for them to sit around on the lazy good-for-nothing backsides even deliberating about this rubbish to start with. Want to cut spending? I got a solution. Also on the slab of Congress is H.R. 3166 and S. 1698, an act that will allow the U.S. government to take away citizenship of anybody that is considered a hostile enemy or supporting hostility towards the U.S. government. What? Hostility, hostile behavior, unfriendliness, or opposition, which means speak out, protest, or disagree in any form with these turds running the show, and you're no longer welcome in their country. Guess this would legalize that head in the sand saying, if you don't like it, you can get out of our country. Which is basically telling you to shut your mouth and let the corporate turds do what they want. Ignore the constitutional right to free speech. It doesn't even count unless you agree with them. And with all of their new toys, they can also indefinitely detain you for such things. These wanks are working overtime to take our rights away, but as long as we can watch American Idol in peace, we don't care. Rand says the CIA is behind nuclear scientists' murder and that they have proof. How absurd. Our CIA would never ever do such a thing. And we have to hear year after year after year after year that Iran has nukes. Iran will have nukes in 3 years. Iran will have nukes in 1 year. Of course, that was 10 years ago. Iran doesn't have nukes. They're working on them. They're not working on them. Blah, 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 blah. Which one is it? Come on, man. Let's be real. There's only one main reason that they want to attack Iran. Is the same reason that it has always been. All right, people, now say it with me. Oil. That's right. And speaking of oil, starting February 1st, drilling operations in Texas will have to report many of the chemicals used in the process known as hydraulic fracturing. What? They've been doing this since 1947. It's 2012. And they're yet to tell us what kind of crap they're injecting into the planet. What? These turds inject highly pressurized fracking fluid, which we still don't even know what that is to this day, in the ground to increase extraction rates of fossil fuels. Seismologist from Columbia University says that several earthquakes that happened throughout 2011 are linked to fracking. And we don't care. Drill, baby, drill. Frack, baby, frack. Baby. We humans can't stand not to be messing with something. Always messing with something that we have no business messing with in the first place. But now, what do? Let's mess with it. We love to ram it, push it, shove it, poke it, dab it, shoot it, explode it, frack it, zap it, and slap it every which way but loose. Just to see what happens, and if we find something in the process, we'll hoard it as if it was our very own. Ain't no sharing here. It's mine. And sell it for a price, and if people don't have the money for it, too bad. Life isn't fair. And the whole life isn't fair groupies killed me the most rationalizing by using this crusty catchphrase created by the very people who make life not fair. This is the world we live in. Something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. What? Really? Please. A new government audit shows that TARP continues to allow these no-turd left-behind bailout geezers to receive their executive bonuses and exceed the limit set for executive pay thanks to pressure from those same financial institutions and U.S. Treasury officials. Imagine one of your friends comes to you and needs a loan because their business isn't doing so good. You're in debt up to your eyeballs, but decide to help them as they say they will pay you back really soon. The next week, during a break from your 3 jobs while running some errands, you see this turd in some new clothes heading into a fancy restaurant. You smile for your friend and exclaim, wow, that money must have helped him turn his business around. But you wait for your money as the months go by and your friend doesn't return your phone call. Bills are past due and you could really use that money back. After a few months, your friend returns to your house with the handout again, exclaiming something about the stock market and overhead. Now imagine being stupid enough to give them more money and seeing them again at that same restaurant the next day. This is what's happened to us. We just don't seem to care. Rush, the pill popping. Limbaugh talked about Senator Rand Paul being detained by the TSA, saying that if it had been Ron Paul, you couldn't really blame him as he sounds like an Islamic terrorist sometimes anyway. What? Ron Paul? What? Come on, man. Really? When has there ever been a time when a senator, representative, senior citizen, a disabled person, or a baby ever hijack a plane? It hasn't happened, nor will it. Man, this is just plain duh. But for some reason, a lot of people act as though it's necessary. Man, get out of my face. We do not need the TSA no more than we need Homeland Security. In the end, these turds are doing nothing but turn the sights of these organizations on us at every turn. Al-Qaeda is not Ron Paul, Grandpa, or Grandma, little baby John Doe, or any of us for that matter. And being as they killed the #1 and #2 guy zillions of times already, I would figure it was about time to lighten up a bit, don't you think? But that's not what it's all about. I know it, you know it, and they know it. We are not safer because they do what they do. As a matter of fact, we're in more danger than ever before, and we don't even realize it because it comes from within. Inside job, a collusion, a conspiracy, an out and out illusion, a comic book danger to the masses, when the real danger is us coming in between them and our money. And their action proves this beyond a shadow of a doubt. Just read it in their legislation. Programming children from the get-go so that when they become adults, it's already an accepted normality being under constant surveillance. Not being able to voice your opinion except in a free speech zone, and if you do, you're put on the terrorist watch list, and that's if you're lucky enough to not have your citizenship stripped from you and sent on an indefinite vacation at a fine resort spot, Guantanamo Bay, where waterboarding would be your favorite daily activity. A world where everything you write or say is recorded. Oh wait, that's the world we live in today. Oklahoma GOP lawmaker says there's a potential that there are companies out there that are using aborted human babies in their research and development of basically enhancing flavor for artificial flavors. What? What? Man, this can't be real. Can it? Obama made his re-election pitch in his State of the Union speech last night. I didn't even have to watch his rubbish to know what this presidential turd said. I gave everyone health care. Man, no you didn't. I pulled the troops from Iraq. Every day I'm shuffling. Shuffling the troops around the world, changing the terminology of what you call them, and deploying new units to other regions in the world that we haven't even been to before. Get out of my face with that crap. I got Bin Laden. I got Bin Laden. You mean the same Bin Laden / Tim Osman that died multiple times over the past 10 years? The same man you won't show a shred of evidence that you killed. Or the same man that by the official story was killed by the SEAL team on that day. Either way, you turd, you didn't do anything but sit on your backside and get a new talking point, you clown. What else did you do, hero? Sign the National Defense Authorization Act into law. Reauthorize the Patriot Act. Executive order to close Guantanamo Bay in 2009. It's 2012. Yada yada. Yak yak. I bet it was a bunch of the same old rigmarole that we have seen time and time again in all of these State of the Union smoke and mirror speeches. Guaranteed. He says something to the regards that he was gonna do this and he was gonna do that. The turds were standing and applaud as though he just said something brilliant. And at the end of the day, the only thing we can look forward to is more bailouts. Wars declared or not. Less for us, more for them. You're just not trying hard enough. You just need to get a job. I have 3. Well, get another one, you bum, and if you don't like this country, you can just leave. Towns around the country just drying up. Jobs still going overseas. Our Constitution. There is no more Constitution, as it's all lost in the smoke and mirrors of lawyer talk and unconstitutional parchments signed by a puppet president of the international businessman. And for those of you who can't see this, that's right in front of your eyes, seek help immediately. Judge says Obama must appear in birther suit. I think this is hilarious, and I hope they make him come to court. I have to appear in court when I'm ordered, and he should as well. And I don't want to hear that crap about him wasting time and money on appearing there, because it's no more of a waste than us paying tens of thousands of dollars for the police, Secret Service, and transportation used to close down a couple city blocks so his wife can go and pick out a head of lettuce from the store instead of having somebody else do it for her. And I hope he is made to bring that thing in when I saw he released to the media of his birth certificate, because that thing was shady. Oh, change the channel, how do you know that? Well, I'm glad you asked. I've done graphic design since 1993, almost 20 years professionally. I've been on Photoshop since it was 1.0, and that birth certificate was intentionally sloppy work. Why? I don't know, but it was. Now, whether he is or isn't a natural citizen makes no difference to me, because I don't see a person when I see these turds. They are all the same no matter if they were born on Mars. They all do the bidding of the international businessman.
Give me the goddess.
And this whole election crap is just a bunch of shenanigans. You got Obama, who we already know says one thing and does another. Flip flop, flip flop. Mitt the flip flop. Romney, who flips so much we don't even have a clue who this guy is. Old Newt Gingrich, who wants to put Granny to death for smoking some weed for her glaucoma. And some of these turds can't even run a confident enough election to get on the ballots in some states and feel that the rules should be bent for them. And then there's Ron Paul. He doesn't flip flop, double speak, or even want to put Granny to death. His message has always been the same, according to his record: getting this country back on its feet and getting our rights back that have been taken away from us, and has a rational, realistic approach to the defense of this nation. My feeling is, though, that we'll have 4 more years of Obama spatting, he'll do this and he'll do that, and the only change we will receive is progression of the path chosen for us by the turds that are at the helm. And it feels like we're on that old boat in that movie looking for dry land. Dennis Harper, the leader, tells us he knows where dry land is, so we rejoice and start paddling the boat faster and faster. One of his sidekick says, "But we don't know where it is." And Harper exclaims, "I know, but they'll roll for a month before they figure out I was faking it." This is the world we live in. Something to think about. I'm changing the channel and I'm out. Senate overwhelmingly passes Stock Act. Nice name. Which prohibits lawmakers and their staff from trading stocks based on information they learned during congressional briefing. Well, duh. It's 2012. I thought that would be a given by now. And how much money has these turds made on doing this before their little save face rule? A lot. Ton. Buku. Guaranteed. And when they get this into law, it already has a fail-safe loophole in place. I must have left that information on my desk and someone saw it. A quick message. I will cut this up as much as I want. It's my show. A kid who went through chemotherapy decides to grow his hair long to donate to other patients who lost their hair during the treatment. This kid gets suspended from school for having long hair. What? It deters from the learning experience. What? This is the world we live in. And it's 2012. Pennsylvania rolls out drug tests for welfare recipients. Really? Well, while you're at it, you might as well wheel out some for the politicians. And see how that comes out. The U.S. is disgusted after Russia and China vetoed the United Nations Security Council on Syria. What? As disgusted as the rest of the world is when the U.S. vetoes anything to do with Israel's dirty doings, hypocrisy at its finest. Imagine sitting around with your group of friends at your usual hangout spot when one of them passes gas. Man, get out of here, that's nasty, exclaims a few as others join in. A couple of people abstain and say nothing. Then, a few minutes later, a different friend cuts the cheese and people start laughing, saying, "That was a good one." As though since it came from that particular person, it smells like roses. Hypocrisy at its finest. Once they have a nuclear weapon, let me assure you, you will not be safe. Even here in Missouri. Rick Santorum told a crowd on Friday. What? Come on, people. There has only been one country that has used nukes for offensive purposes in the history of the world. We all know who that was. Let me see if I can get this straight. Iran gets 1 to 3 nukes. Then they use them up to fire on Israel and of course Missouri, which in turn will intercept and destroy. Then we counter-strike. No more Iran. Yeah, that's what Iran wants. No, they want an invasion deterrent. A thing that discourages or is intended to discourage someone from doing something. How many countries in the history of the world got invaded who possessed a nuclear weapon? None, nada, zilch. Ain't gonna happen yet. Too many countries left without them. And they're up for grabs. Why? Because they don't have nukes. We need to stop letting these turds dumb us down with their rhetoric. Stop, listen to what they say. It makes no sense. But people go along with it and accept 2 + 2 = 5. Homeland Security helps train hot dog vendors to spot terrorists at the Super Bowl. What? Seriously? And how much money did all of this foolery cost us? A lot. Tons. Buku. Guaranteed. Look, people, no terrorists are gonna hit the Super Bowl no more than they're gonna hijack a plane. At least not to the extent of all this wasted money. Did they hit Times Square on New Year's Eve? Have they hit Walmart's yet? A mall? Casino? Political rally? So on and so forth? No, they haven't. Why, you ask? That's a very good question that I ask myself frequently. Perhaps the answer is that there isn't that many people out there that are willing to take the life of innocent people, or that those types that would do such a thing don't have the resources to carry out such attack. Either way, there's no need for wasting our money. That's right, our money. On all this crap. Obama strongly condemns Syrian President Assad for the latest violence in Syria. Really? Well, on the same page, I condemn you for reauthorizing the Patriot Act, National Defense Authorization Act, Gitmo, every act of police brutality that goes on in America. How about them cookies? What would our government do if we, the people, tried to take back over? But hey, get Assad out, and the people of Syria can have it as good as the people of Egypt, Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, so on and so forth. Or if they're really lucky, they might have it as good as the Saudis, who are always on top of the list of the most repressive societies every year. A place where torture is a normality among other atrocities. A place where puffing a little weed will get you a one-way ticket to Chop Chop Square in the middle of town, where they will proceed to chop your head off with a sword. For weed. But these guys are alright, because they got oil. And they play ball with us, so whatever they do smells like roses. And so we continue in a world where do as we say, not as we do is the law of the land. A world where never-ending wars, poverty, and domination is an acceptable pastime, while logic, peace, and love is a terrorist act. A world where the have-mores want more and the have-nots are tasked with getting it for them, while the have-somes are there to defend the have-mores, thinking by doing so that someday they'll have more. Guess what? They won't. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Smells like roses. Obama says I deserve a second term. This clown. And why is this? We've created jobs. Really? Unemployment is at 8.3%. Really? 2 words for you. Seasonal adjustment. And how many jobs were lost during this period? I bet the number of people who don't qualify for unemployment benefits but are still unemployed. I bet the number of people who are unemployed whose unemployment benefits have run out, so they're not being counted anymore. You can make the numbers look how you want. And people actually buy this foolery. Senate approves a sweeping $63 billion aviation bill. $63 billion! We, the people of the United States of America, are giving these turds $63 billion? Really? Why? To help them with their air traffic modernization equipment needed on their planes. There being the key word here. These turds charge us out of the yin and yang to use their surface that sucks, by the way, and is a very nasty experience all the way around. And we give them $63 billion? That's like me running a restaurant, making you pay for your food, all the while taking money out of your bank account to upgrade my kitchen. And they call it subsidized. Way to go, Senate. Obama gives blessing to pro-Democrat super PAC. I bet he does. Give it to Goddess. These loophole-slipping political action committees are nothing more than a way to bypass the Federal Election Campaign Act so that the filthy rich can kick an outrageously big vig, vigorous, or simply vig, also known as juice or the take, to the puppets running for office. And who do we have to thank for this sham? Well, none other than James Bob Jr., a conservative lawyer. Even foreign companies can now spend without limits in our election. And Obama's reasoning? He wants super PAC spending so he can stop super PAC spending. Give me the cash. That's like saying I want more crack so I can stop smoking crack.
Okay, that makes sense.
And at the same time, Obama backs constitutional amendment to keep private sector dollars from buying elections. Yeah. He really means after this upcoming election. And I just love watching these lawyer-talking turds during press briefings. Ask a simple yes or no question and they talk on and on and on without ever answering the question. It kind of sounds like this.
So you do know where he is?
I'm possibly more or less not definitely rejecting the idea that I undeniably do or do not know where he should probably be. If that indeed wasn't where he isn't.
This is the world we live in. Missouri had its fake primary on Tuesday. What? Fake? Some call it a beauty contest. Come on, man, this is what I'm talking about. Don't blame me, I fake voted for the other guy. Fake voting, dead people participation, flip-flopping, lawyer speak, lines blurred, vigs kicked, elbows greased, allegiances revealed, and somehow we continue on as though this hasn't been the case day after day, year after year, decade after decade, century after century. Yes, I'm gonna say it. Wake up, people. This is the world we live in, and nobody cares. Hey, you talking about some $1.99 bath towels or $2 waffle lines on Black Friday? People lose their mind. But all this crookery, and then did politics, it's not my forte. You better know something about it. You better make it your forte because these turds are in overdrive with no signs of slowing. As the rowers continue rowing. Gingrich says that Iran nuke attack on the U.S. is real danger. Santorum told a town in Missouri last Friday that they weren't safe even in Missouri from Iranian nukes. Romney says that if Obama is reelected, Iran will get a nuke. These brilliant assessments are brought to you by the people who want to be our commander-in-chief. Look, people, the only danger that we're in is from these turds at the helm, steering us through the sea of stupidity while we paddle. Let's just take a second to recap the scenario. Iran gets 1 to 3 nukes. Then they use them up to fire on Israel and, of course, Missouri, which in turn will intercept and destroy. Then we counterstrike. No more Iran. Yeah, that's what Iran wants. It's as simple as that. And these turds have the audacity to say such hooey-fooey, hogwash, gobbledygook, malarkey, garbage to us as though we can't think for ourselves. Maybe we can't. Look at all the bandwagon jumpers.
You say it's not a big deal when you see that mushroom cloud outside your front door.
They'll unleash all those WMDs on us if they get the chance because they hate our freedom. Blah, blah, blah. That's not real, people. Just not real. You want to know what is real? No matter what happens in the world day after day, someone somewhere is making money off of it. War, peace, life, death, charity, health, medicine, food, drought, floods, famine, disaster, terrorist attacks, you name it, and someone got paid over it. Guaranteed. Does this seem right to you? Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Super PACs offer chance for high rollers to sway 2012 race. Are you hearing all of this? They are calling it a battle of the billionaires because now these turds are allowed unlimited donations to a political cause. So let me see if I get this straight. There's a donation limit of $5,000 to political causes. So these turds get this loophole sham through our Supreme Court so that they can bypass the rules. Now even foreign businesses can throw in on the deal. Are you hearing all of this? Have we been conditioned and desensitized to the degree not to think that something like this is a big deal? As every day goes by, these turds just blatantly kick more and more dirt in our face. Every part of our government has been infiltrated with an ancestral revolving door between politicians, bankers, lobbyists, corporations, and our money, our liberty, our livelihood. What a bunch of out-and-out turds. Turds with no shame. No turd left behind. Turd is as turd does, sir. Obama's campaign launches Truth Team to take on Super PACs. Come on, man. This turd has been everything but truthful. His resume goes on and on and on and on, chock full of out-and-out lies. Truth Team. Sounds like that whole transparency thing this wank was trying to spin a few years back. All the while, Media Matters head starts coordinating a new super PAC to help President Obama get reelected. Now I'm against the money. Give me the money. Now I'm against the money. Give me the money. Blah, blah, blah. Seriously, people, am I just crazy or is anyone else catching this foolery from all sides? The right, the left, center. It doesn't matter. It's all foolery. Speaking of shenanigans, what about that main caucus sham? Could this be any more in our face? So I'm watching throughout Saturday as the numbers are coming in, and around 5:30 to 6 p.m. the votes stop coming through with only 83 to 84% reporting, depending on which news site I was checking out. 7 rolls around and all these turds start saying that Romney won. Not predicted, but the final tally, giving the same exact vote count that was at 84% of the precincts reporting. I was like, what? CNN was showing later that night the same vote count with 95% report. What? Yeah. Coupled with the rest of the shenanigans of this election, not covering Ron Paul, not giving him equal time in the debates, constantly pushing the unelectability sham down everyone's throat until it's normal speed. Dead people voting from beyond the grave. Votes not counted. The whole super PAC, super yak fiasco. Come on, man. It's apparent, clear, visible, evident, obvious, unmistakably a sham that involves lots and lots of money from people that don't care about us, our vote, our economy, health, children, constitution, or future. Only thing these turds care about is controlling more of our money, figuring out ways to put it into theirs and their buddies' pockets. Period. Face it, this is the world we live in. And, oh no, say it isn't so. CPAC boss says Jeb Bush may be the nominee at a brokered convention. What? A brokered convention happens when none of the candidates get the required amount of delegates to win the nomination, which hasn't occurred since 1948.
Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat.
The insane part of the whole thing is that this turd would win. Can you imagine another Bush?
Well, he would be better than 4 more years of Obama.
Really? I see it as 2 approaches towards the same goal. Right-wing doctrine, think Kissinger, which is direct, bomb them. And the left-wing doctrine, think Brzezinski, which is indirect. You guys bomb them and we'll supply the bomb. Either way, choose your poison. None of these turds have any shame. Plotting and planning, scheming and scamming, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week around here. And nobody cares. Waffle iron and bath towels, people. Israel says Iran tried to assassinate their diplomat. You assassinated their scientists. All this fan-loving war, no?
No. No.
Not by these turd standards or do as we say, not as we do. It never ceases to amaze me how hypocritical every aspect of our existence really is. We, the good guys, never ever assassinate people. We neutralize terrorists and insurgents with our unmanned drones. Syria commits crimes against humanity. We, the good guys, have isolated incidents. The bad guys seek WMDs. We possess a nuclear deterrent. We have always armed all of the bad guys, calling them freedom fighters one moment, then calling them terrorists the next, then rearming them, repeating the cycle over and over and over again. This is the world we live in. This is the world that has always been. Just look at our watered down history alone. Just full of conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy, and we sit back thinking somehow it all stopped yesterday. It hasn't. And how about a dime to a donut? There has to be tens of thousands of conspiracies going on just in our government alone at this very moment. Oh, change the channel. That's just some tinfoil hat wearing talk. Well, if being aware is wearing a tinfoil hat, I'll wear mine proudly. I don't need to dive into conspiracy theories with all the readily available documents telling these turds tales of crime. We've all seen it. We've all read about it. We've heard about it. We've felt the consequences. Time and time again, but truth truly is a hard pill to swallow. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. In New Hampshire, a 61-year-old single grandfather had returned home to find his home had been burglarized and spotted the burglar climbing out the window of a neighbor's home. Now, the man yelled freeze before firing his gun into the ground, then held the robber at gunpoint until the police arrived. When the police got there, they arrested the 61-year-old, seized his pistol that he had, plus his collection of 7 rifles, and now is facing a felony charge, the same potential prison sentence as the burglar. What? Come on, man. Really? We are not legally allowed to defend our property, stop a thief, and detain him until the police arrive? These turds have lost their mind. Story after story after story. Every day are home invasions, families getting robbed, raped, murdered for the things in their home. 9/11 operators telling seniors to put down their guns when crackheads are coming through their window, arresting people for defending their homes. I tell you what, try coming through my family's window and you're getting hit with a 180 grain hydroshock hollow point from my 40 caliber. Period. Try and tell us that we can't defend our families and property. These turds have lost their mind. The GOP candidates clashed in a heated debate Wednesday night. I'm gonna say it. Ron Paul is the man. And this is my opinion. Most people call this foreign policy isolationism. Wrong. It's all about getting back to this country. How in the world can we help anyone else when we can't help ourselves? Huh? Do you realize how much money we would save that would help us get back on our feet with this one simple move? Huh? Do you realize how much safer we would be? How much stronger our nation would be? Do you really believe that bombing civilians in other countries in the name of basically fighting crime makes us safer? No, not at all. In fact, it makes us more enemies.
Yeah, I came to tell, I bet you would have wanted to stay out of World War II also and let Hitler win.
Who do you think funded Hitler in the first place? Look it up. Do you realize that this man wants to defend your freedom more than anyone else and has proven so through decades, not years, but decades of consistency following the Constitution down to the T? Look it up. He wants the government out of our personal life, let the states decide state business, keeping our jobs here and our resources, kicking the elite turds in the balls for all of their foolery that put us in the position we're in today. Huh? All of these other turds are just more of the same that has proven not to work. You know, if you support someone else, that's fine. We don't have to hate each other because of it. It's okay. We can agree to disagree. That's the beauty of a free society, right? Huh? The CIA boss says Iran will attack the Statue of Liberty. What? Really? Come on, man. Like we would believe anything that the CIA says in the first place. Can anyone recall a time when the CIA told us something that was true? Huh? A suicide bomber was arrested by the FBI in Washington, D.C. last week who was in the process of carrying out a bombing attack. Come on, man. Here we go again. FBI undercover agents find some kid with no resources but extremist views, pumps him up saying that they're Al-Qaeda, and plans his attack using fake explosives and a fake MAC-10, and lets him drive all the way to D.C. where they arrest him. How many times are they going to do this same thing? Remember the warehouse with a few people that they found off that were ticked at the government, gave them some money and some weed to plant a few fake bombs at synagogues so that they could display how much danger we're all in?
What about the underwear bomber changed the channel?
This kid was on the terrorist watch list, doesn't have a passport, so this other guy, a sharp-dressed man, talks him into letting this cat on the plane in the first place. Pop, bizzle, schmo, fake explosive. Again, doesn't it raise an eyebrow that all these terror plots are created and assisted by the FBI and CIA using people who don't have the resources to do such a thing, are on terrorist watch lists? And for the most part, these cats aren't all there. That each of these incidents pushes more spending on things like naked body scanners, who those same turds in charge are heavily invested in. Wake up, people. It's like the ATS Fast and Furious sham, giving thousands of guns to drug cartels to see where they end up. Hey, I can tell you where. The drug cartels. All they're doing is making work for themselves. DEA allowing tons of drugs into the U.S. from those same cartels so they can get information about rival drug cartels. I can give you some information about them. They're drug dealers, hence is the label drug cartel. Making work for themselves. And at the end of the day, it's all about keeping that money wheel rolling. Now I know it, they know it, and by now you should know it. What is it that makes us believe believe all this yada yada that these fools spin? Is it the high arsenic levels in our food, fluoride in our water, hygiene products and pharmaceuticals, breathing the nasty industrial waste in our air, the everyone passes philosophy of our educational system, the social norm conditioning by our television in Hollywood, consumption of GMOs, BGH, MSG, aspartame, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, fertilizers, antibiotics, ripening agents, colorings, preservatives, hydrogenated oils, benzene, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Truth of the matter is that we are bombarded with a whole arsenal of things that are bad for us every moment of every day, and I think it's just dumbing everyone down. I am left with no other conclusion, people. Why else would such non-logic prevail? Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. These turds have lost their mind again. Huh? Congress debates the rise in gas prices. What? How much is it costing us for this debate? $29,333,333 per day. And for what? To chit-chat about something that they won't do anything about anyhow. Come on, man. Year after year after year, these turds talk about it to no avail. And the whole thing makes no sense anyhow. How can the price ever go down if indeed we're to go by their motto of the more the demand, the higher the price? We only have so much oil. If there was only a certain amount, and that amount continued to decrease as we're led to believe, the price would continue to rise then, wouldn't it? And anytime there's something going on in the world, little Johnny got an F on his report card. Raise the oil prices. Man, these terrorists have no shame. Iran, Syria, Al-Qaeda, Iran has the bomb, doesn't have the bomb, is about to have the bomb, will have the bomb in 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, blah, 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 blah. Attack, don't attack. We'll help, we won't help. Iran, Syria, Al-Qaeda, Iran, Syria, Al-Qaeda, Syria. Hey, we won't arm the rebels. Al-Qaeda. We will arm the rebels. Al-Qaeda. Yes, no, maybe, kinda, sorta, get over there, over here, jump, sit, lay down, fetch, stop, all at the same time. And if you can't keep up with it, it's okay, because that's these turds' intention. Hey, now along with the activities of sensory deprivation and waterboarding, the guys at Guantanamo Bay can now look forward to playing soccer on their new taxpayer soccer field. What? But I thought...
I have said repeatedly that I intend to close Guantanamo, and I will follow through on that.
And how much did all of this cost us? $750,000. Well, that's not that much. Change the channel. Say one thing and do another. These turds are always spending up all our money. And did you know our national debt is increasing at this very moment by $150 million an hour? $150 million an hour. And the rowers keep rowing with no signs of slowing. U.S. apologies don't stop bloodshed in Afghanistan. But man, it's like, oh, sorry about that. My bad. Can I do that? Come on, man. What would you do? All the while Obama says apology calmed the Afghan violence. What? And this turd just won't flush. And while I'm on the subject of this turd, if you see an ad over here and you're on YouTube that says help Obama stand up for working Americans, after yakking of course, click the link and it'll ask you if you're in. Start an email account with the name I'm not in or Obama sucks or whatever you want to use and sign up and let them know how you feel. FDA warns consumers not to use certain skin creams, antiseptic soaps, and lotions because they may contain mercury. What? What are these products doing on the market in the first place? Well, what do we expect from such turds that allows us to consume aborted fetal cells from Pepsi Company, Kraft Food, and Nestle? That allows thousands of drugs on the market that they later warn us about may cause hives, itching, difficulty breathing, chest pain, swelling, tarry stools, bleeding eyes, change in vision, confusion, fevers, chills, sore throat, seizures, headaches, speech problems, stomach and back pains, weakness, yellowing of the skin and the eyes, explosive diarrhea. And the list goes on and on and on and on. And that was just from one medication. Foods being recalled every day from Listeria, Salmonella, E. coli, botulism, hepatitis A.
This is the world we live in every day. And people still defend this system of failure, money grabbing, backstabbing that these turds provide for us, the ones who pay for it all the way around. And it's just a continuous cycle that goes on and on like yesterday and today, and guaranteed it will still be going on tomorrow. Just something to keep in mind. I'm Changed the Channel, and I'm out. The Federal Reserve takes a wait-and-see approach on the U.S. economy. Let's be honest, the Federal Reserve is making more money now than ever before in the history of its existence. Wait and see how much money we gonna make in the next hour. Do you want to see what an excellent job these kleptos are doing for our economy? Here it is again in case you missed it. These Jekyll Island spawn turds are not there to help anyone but themselves to more wealth of entire countries so that they can bebop around thinking there's something special when in reality they're nothing but a big old pile of Dunlop with no shame. Ron Paul tells reporters he is suspicious about the results of the GOP caucuses. And from the beginning of this whole sham, the media has blocked Ron Paul. Governors have said that if Ron Paul wins in their state, then it won't count. To him actually winning, and then Romney called the victor. Not given equal times during the debates. All of the not even counted votes to behind doors count by the same terms person for the ones who end up winning in the end. Come on, man. Doesn't matter who you support. You have to admit, they really have tried to blatantly do a number on Ron Paul. It reminds me of the 2000 election. Remember that turd Gore? He wins, but it doesn't count. This is the world we live in, and no one seems to care. We need to stop living in the past and move forward. Change the channel. Majority of Georgia voters favor drug testing for lawmakers. Little Johnny gets drug tested for bagging groceries down at the local grocery store. So should all of those turds, including those geezers at the White House. These wanks are always subjecting us to crap that they nor their families are willing to do themselves. Drug tests, vaccines. You need to get vaccinated, but my family won't because, look, there's Al Qaeda. They don't send their children off to fight their war. Sapping up the news bites on how much they support the troops, all the while behind closed and unclosed doors talking about cutting their benefits. You want someone to take a drug test? You take one first. You want someone to vaccinate themselves? You do it first. Want someone to fight your wars? You better be in the lead tank on the battlefield bellowing, charge! If not, you're just a turd that won't flush in my book. Speaking of turds, old Dick Cheney says Canada is too dangerous for a visit. What? He canceled a Toronto event on the grounds that the risk of trouble from protesters was too great. What? I guess his old ticker couldn't handle the booze. Boo! DARPA Director Regina Duggan leaves Defense Department for Google. The revolving incestual door between our government and corporations is no hidden secret. Year after year, back and forth and back and forth. And people turn a blind eye as though this doesn't happen or is the natural cycle of things. You're just a conspiracy nut for pointing out the transitions that those fools make. Man, I dare you. Now, double dog dare you deniers out there to look up who is in high positions at any federal organization and where they came from before and where they go after they leave. Well, change the channel. They're professionals in their field. Just look at what they do and the great glorious job that they have done for themselves and their buddies. They're professionals at taking our money. Dying cancer patient booted from California hospital for prescribed medical marijuana. What? Well, change the channel. They say there's no medicinal properties in marijuana. So that's why the big pharmaceutical wanks make a synthetic marijuana with horrible side effects. Well, change the channel, it is a gateway drug. It is not. Does alcohol or tobacco ring a bell? On a personal level, I I was a marketing and merchandising regional manager for the largest medicinal marijuana dispensary in the world during the mid-2000s. I saw thousands of patients every day, and I'm telling you as a fact, marijuana has saved lives. That's right, I said it, period. And what's the alternative? All these pharmaceuticals they give people do nothing but keep people continuing to get different pharmaceuticals for the side effects of the drugs that they prescribed them in the first place. Most of these drugs actually cause the same symptoms they're supposed to alleviate. When these turds' profits don't match the corporate expectations, they invent new ones to be cured by existing drugs. Restless leg syndrome. And I always consider that as tapping out a beat with my feet. ADD, meaning some boring crap. Female sexual dysfunction syndrome. Not in the mood. Social anxiety disorder. Shyness. And the list goes on and on and on and on. But a dying cancer patient gets booted from a hospital for prescribed marijuana in California, where it's legal. This is the world we live in. Corporate drug cartel, central banking, kleptomaniacs, oil prices rising because little Johnny got an F on his report card. Folks don't even count unless you vote for their guy. So-called leaders saying one thing and doing something totally different because they're in the pockets of the rest of these turds. Declaring endless wars are good for profits, which has become planet Earth's favorite pastime. Fair use good and rewarded unless you're the one who done it. Love is an abstract concept and has no rights, whereas corporations enjoy the same rights as an individual living being. These wanks can take our money and exclaim, "We don't know where it disappeared to." Trillions of dollars. Trillions! But you mismanage your bank account and you're going to jail. They can print money out of thin air and we the people do that. You're going to jail. You think your neighbor is going to attack you, so you attack him first. The government calls this a preemptive strike, by the way. You're going to jail. You are videoed at every place and everywhere that you go. Video them, you're going to jail. And they act as though they're doing all of this in our best interest. They're not. Don't even try to say that they are. It's all about power, and until we really wake to this reality, tomorrow will be more of the same as it has been and will be. Keep continuing on and on and on and on and on and on. And you know what we'll do? We'll look into the mirror, exclaiming and asking, why is the world like it is? It's a reflection. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and then I'm out.
So you do know where he is?
I'm possibly more or less not definitely rejecting the idea that I undeniably do or do not know where he should probably be. If that indeed wasn't where he isn't.
Last week, Obama's boy and star, the Fast and Furious Abomination U.S. Attorney General Eric Holder granted a license to the National Counterterrorism Center, so they can retain Americans' data for up to 5 years, even if the people in question are not suspected of having ties to terrorism. What? The 30th Bush administration had already previously authorized them to retain data for 180 days. Now, the Obama administration expands this to 5 years.
Yes, we can.
And besides that, why would the National Counterterrorism Center collect any information on anyone other than a suspected terrorist? It's in the name. And now, thanks to this presidential turd who seems to have taken the baton from Bush and pushed forward full steam ahead, we, the people, pay these NCTC wanks money to invade our privacy and collect information on us, then hold it for 5 years.
Yes, we can.
Hey, I guess we've been pretty much conditioned by now through repetition transforming into our everyday normality that this is somehow in our best interest. The Department of Homeland Security is stocking up on 450 million new rounds of ammunition.
Stocking ammo, stocking ammo, stocking ammo.
Yes, we can.
Arizona Law HB 2549 will criminalize being lewd or annoying on the internet. What? The bill that is currently awaiting Governor Brewer's signature would make it a crime to use any electronic or digital device to communicate using obscene, lewd, or profane language. Turd. Or to suggest a lewd act if done with intent to annoy, offend, or terrify. So, this will criminalize all manner of writing, cartoons and other protective material the state finds offensive and annoying. How in the world would these turds, oh no, I broke the law, even be able to keep up with all of this? There's 6,482,505 people in Arizona, and out of that, it's estimated that 5,230,474 are internet users. Now we can guess that at least, but probably way more than half of these users annoy someone on the internet, says something that someone finds offensive. So there are roughly about 2,615,237 criminals in waiting at bare minimum in the state of Arizona. What's gonna happen? You gonna get a ticket in the mail? What about habitual offenders? Are they gonna go to jail? Man, this is the world we live in.
Yes, we can.
Polls show 77% of Americans are against raising the gas tax. These old scabs are raising the prices as they always do, filling their pockets because little Johnny got an F on his report card or the wind blew in the wrong direction. Now, these government geezers want us to pay more at the pump so they can fund their highway projects, building more roads so we can buy more gas to drive on them, and they'll probably place tolls all over them, and so on and so on and so forth. And they don't even care because they gonna get theirs. Guaranteed. California is said to be being slammed with Fukushima radiation. Those turds have did nothing but lie to us about this incident the entire time. Well, change the channel. I live in California and I ain't died yet. Don't worry, it won't really affect you for about 20 years. And by that time, you will have been bombarded with so much poison you won't even have a clue what got you in the end. DDT was good for us. Asbestos was good for us. Heck, I'll sprinkle some of that DU on a donut and eat it. That's how safe it is. Is it just me, or does something smell about the governments worldwide raising the safety levels of radioactivity a couple of months ago? Man, I'm telling you, these tourists have no shame. Jeb and Poppy Bush endorses Mitt the Flip-Flop Romney for his Republican presidential nomination bid. Oh man, Romney ain't gonna win. It's already been written that we'll have 4 more like the last 4 probably, but in overdrive, stripping our rights, continuing the endless war, forcing you to buy things from their buddies because they say so. Or if Flip-Flop somehow pulled it off, it's just straight up wartime. Again, all the while using that excuse to take more of our rights away. It's a catch-22. And my solution? And every single day is the same crap. Our privacy is gone, people. Laws are being passed at an all-time rate, taking our freedoms away. And for what? Because the boogeyman's out there to get us, and we're not capable of taking care of ourselves or our family, so we need Big Brother to protect us. Taking away the right to protect ourselves and our families when home invasion is an all-time high. Perhaps it's because of the environment that these turds have created by sucking the whole system dry for their greed, all the while it is us who they're protecting themselves from so they can continue slicing and dicing the world for their selfish vanity, thinking that there's something special because of it all. They are not special. They're just turds. Raising the safety level of radiation so that we can be bombarded by what was an unsafe level a few months ago. Now, it's suddenly A-OK. We have been down this road time and time and time again. It's safe. It's good. It's FDA approved. It's bad. It'll kill you. FDA fines paid, back to business. Over and over and over and over. And it's not that hard to see, people. It's a vicious cycle that was here before we were, and if you just pay attention long enough, you will see it happening right before your very eyes. And only then can you surely guess, theorize, hypothesize that tomorrow the cycle will continue. Pay attention, learn something, and do something about it. Just something to think about. I changed the channel, and I'm out. Bill Cosby blames the gun in Trayvon Martin's case. What? When you carry a gun, you mean to harm somebody. kill somebody, Cosby said. Come on, man. Seriously, people, guns are used by law-abiding citizens 2.5 million times a year, about 6,850 times a day, to defend themselves and their families against criminals. And you don't see that stat broadcasted by these anti-gun nuts. Citizens shoot and kill at least twice as many criminals as police do every year, and only 2% of the civilian shootings involved an innocent person mistakenly identified as a criminal, whereas the police, the professional gunslingers, error rate is 11%, more than 5 times as high. And you don't see that stat broadcasted by these anti-gun nuts, nor don't see anyone trying to ban police from carrying guns. How about vehicular homicide? Deaths caused by drunk drivers. Want to ban cars, alcohol, cell phones with texting? Come on, people, we gotta keep this real. When I was a child, we would carry guns and gun racks to school, and you know what? No one got shot. Why? Because we wasn't on all these antidepressant drugs, for one thing. Look at all the drugs they're doping our youth up with on a mass scale. Prozac, Zoloft, Paxil, Ritalin, Xanax, on and on and on and on and on. And what's happened since the introduction of all of these drugs to our children? Just to name a few. These big farm turds have got a pill for every day of the week, for everything and anything that you can think of. Restless leg syndrome. Come on, man. If I were to take a pill for everything that these turds say I should, I'd be taking hands full a day. Low energy, take a pill. High energy, take a pill. Tapping a beat out with your feet, take a pill. And my all-time favorite, find something boring and you have ADD, take a pill. Come on, man. Seriously, I know some of you think that you suffer from ADD or your children suffer from this disorder, but try this on for the sure answer. Find something that you or your child is very, very interested in and see if you lose attention in that activity. I myself was diagnosed with hyperactivity in the late 70s, in which they prescribed Ritalin. And my parents immediately took me off of it because of its effects. Yeah, how these Einsteins reached this conclusion was that I was taking an SRA test and was just bored out of my mind. I'm a kid stuck at a desk with all this pent-up energy. What was I thinking? So I just filled in the answers to get it done so I could go outside and play. Take a pill. Now kids today who are diagnosed with this disorder sure can learn complex gaming and remember and recite every aspect of their favorite game, cartoon show, etc. Why? Because it's interesting to them. Now you start talking about political science or something like that, they're not interested. Take a pill. Just look at the big farms' profit increases every year. When did this number skyrocket? When they started giving every Tom, Dick, and Harry a pill for anything and everything that they could come up with. When did all these children start killing all these people in the schools and their favorite aunts and all of that? When they started giving every Tom, Dick, and Harry a pill for anything and everything that they could come up with. We have got to stop listening to these wanks telling us that something's wrong with us so that they can profit off of it. If something's boring your child and they haven't the attention span for it and they really need to know it, make it interesting for them. Don't give them some pill. Work it out. If they're depressed or whatever, help them. Don't give them a pill. Work it out. This profit-made solution to things people have had to deal with forever is not the answer. It's just profit for these shameless turds. Hey, $5 trillion tax hike coming next year.
Give me the gas.
Tax cuts expire, new taxes on investment income, estate and gift taxes, income taxes, marriage penalty returns, child credit drops, taxes on the first $8,700 of wages increases by 50%, payroll taxes go from 4.2% to 6.2%, and on and on and on and on. Is it just me, or are you just as sick of these turds taking more and more of our money, putting it in their buddies and their pockets, figuring out new ways to take more of our money, and then, without ever asking, taking it and looking at us as though we're not giving enough? And that they're doing it in our best interest.
Give me the gas.
Genocide endorsing climate alarmists calls for global tax on carbon emission. What? This is their solution for everything. If it's not a pill, it's a tax. But you can always, always, always be sure that somebody's pocket's gonna get really fat off of it.
Give me the gas.
And And it's not like these turds are going to use the money to build a machine that reverses this galactic. It's been happening on other planets, by the way. Event. They're gonna do the same thing that these same old turds do with their climate change events. They're gonna pamper themselves with private jets and limos, burning up all these fossil fuels that they're talking about being evil. Is crackheads complaining about crackheads and charging people for being crackheads, all the while they themselves are the kingpin crackheads.
Yes, we can.
You don't hear these terrorists getting all up in arms about polluting the fresh water in the world because there's no money in it. Their bottled water sales will do just fine for now.
Yes, we can.
The Trayvon Martin case has got the mainstream media doing what they do best, pitting us against one another so we don't pay attention to all of the scheming and scamming that they and their friends are doing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week around here. And do you notice how we've become such a society that prides ourselves on innocent until proven guilty, yet on the other hand, at the same time, we'll convict from our homes anyone else without even knowing the evidence. Hypocrisy at its finest. If this guy's guilty, do like they do to everyone else. Have a trial, present the evidence, convict or not. The fourth branch of the government has once again already tried and convicted this man for the public's pleasure with disinformation, fake reporting that's fueling the illusion of an American race war. What? In doing so, they got the Black Panthers calling for the capture of Zimmerman, dead or alive, with a $10,000 bounty on his head, talking about how he is a racist and that this was a racist murder, all the while saying crack of this and crack of that. Come on, man. Hypocrisy at its finest. And it's back to the crackheads calling crackheads crackheads. Don't take the race bait, people. We cannot blame an entire race for the actions of a few, no more than we can blame an entire family for the actions of one of their own, an entire country for the actions of its leader. Bad people do not have a race or a country or a flag. They come in many colors, shapes, and sizes, as do good people. But we will continue to fight each other, kill each other, rob each other, complain about each other, blame each other for everything that's happening under the sun as the kingpinners laugh and continue slicing the dice in the world around us, invoking hatred in us because it keeps all eyes off of them and what they are doing. Divide and conquer is in full effect, people. And we have to stop living in this illusion that they keep ramming down our throats and start paying attention to what they're really doing before it's too late. And if not, we were born into slavery, we'll die in slavery, because there is a war going on for your mind and they're not inviting you to participate. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out.
Give it a goddess.
GSA slam for jet set lifestyle. This is the status quo. This is what they do. And remember back in the days of those $10,000 hammers and toilet seats? If not, look it up. It's always the same thing with these turds taking our money, living high on the hog, looking, searching, scheming, and scamming to find new ways to take more of our money so that they can do this. They have been doing this all along, in case you haven't been paying attention. How many times in your life have you heard about this scandal and that scandal? And how many more times in your life are you going to hear these exact same things? This is what they do, people. This is what they've always done. Spending up our money to pamper themselves or fund projects for their buddies so that they can pamper themselves. This is the world we live in. And just look at the TSA, another federal clan of turds and wasted money that has been rotten to the core from its creation. Just what have they really done? How many terrorists have they actually caught? Zilch, zero, nada. But these turds sure do know how to harass Granny and Grandpa. Look at the recent story of the 95-year-old wheelchair-bound veteran and his wife the TSA treats like terrorists and then steals their $300 cash. What? It disappeared. Abracadabra. And, of course, the video is too blurry, says the San Diego Harbor Police, to see who took the money. All of these billions we wasted on these turds and they don't have better video equipment than that? Here's some recent things that these turds have done in the last few weeks. Man, Man, is it just me, or does it seem like that every single government organization is corrupt to the core? That they all have incident after incident after incident of some kind of foolery that we, the people, pay for? We pay these turds to take away our rights. We pay these turds to harass us. We pay these turds to grope us. We pay these turds to steal from us, kill others, and on and on and on and on. And somehow, there's still people out there that don't even bat an eye at this kind of behavior. Gulf fishermen report eyeless shrimp, malformed fish hearts, crabs without claws, and unexplained lesion. Dr. Jim Cowan with Louisiana State University Department on Oceanography explains that he has never seen anything like this in his 20 years. All signs point to the BP oil spill. But I thought...
I also want to point out that as a result of the cleanup effort, beaches all along the Gulf Coast are clean, they are safe, and they are open for business.
And
just until the oil was cleaned up, but until you have fully recovered from the damage that's been done. And that is a commitment that my administration is going to keep.
And U.S. government agency insists that seafood in the Gulf is safe. When have these turds ever told us the truth about anything? The air was safe to breathe at ground zero, says the EPA. Fukushima radiation levels are so high, so we'll just raise the standard so we're safe again. These turds have no shame. Get them, Bruce. Old flip-flop Romney and Obama are in a tight contest poll finds. Man, this is what we got to look forward to, people. And don't hand me that crap about Romney will be better than Obama. In case you haven't noticed, they're both owned by big business turds. Just watch how much money these wanks will be rolling in this election. You believe that these geezers give millions each to super yak packs for these two turds and they expect nothing in return? Please, please, please tell me that you don't really believe that, because if you do, just go on and jump in the bowl with them. Cosby blames gun culture for Trayvon Martin's death. Gun culture? What? Come on, man. Anything that happens that has to do with a gun, and bam, everyone gets all whacked out about guns. An inanimate object used by people. Now, last week, this turd was blaming the gun itself. An inanimate object. Now, this week, the culture. People. Get him, Bruce. As far as the whole issue of defending your family, it's very simple. To defend your family, you have to be aware of what you need to defend your family from. For starters, I am aware that I'm more likely to have some people break into my front door armed with weapons, meaning to do harm to me and my family, than I am to get killed by Al-Qaeda. I'm more likely to have some people break into my front door armed with weapons, meaning to do harm to me and my family, than I am to be killed by a nuclear strike from Iran, North Korea, Al-Qaeda. Really, people, take away all the guns in the world. Like the world was such a peaceful place before guns came into the picture. And back then, there wasn't 7 billion heads on this planet. Going back to sticks and stones, imagine that. See, it isn't any inanimate object that is the problem here, people. The problem has always been the same. There's just more of us here now than there was before. Something to think about. I've changed the channel, and I'm out. And here we go again. Another day. Just like yesterday. Plotting, planning, scheming, scamming. And can't we have a day off? Nope, not with these turds. Obama opposes CISPA, the Cyber Intelligence Sharing and Protection Act, but we'll sign it anyway. What? This turd is a broken record that everyone acts as though it isn't skipping, so they won't have to change the record. So they continue dancing to the skip. Remember this? I oppose it, I'm against it, but I'll sign it anyhow, which is a sign of support. With reservation, action of reserving something, in this case it's your opinion. Uncertainty, you don't know if you're doing the right thing, but you're gonna do it anyway. And we pay this turd. Obama administration says the war on terror is over. He did it. Obama did it. He won the war on terror. Okay, turd, then you can go ahead and tell that group you gave the go-ahead to keep information on U.S. citizens for up to 5 years that their services are no longer needed. The Patriot Act, null and void. National Defense Authorization Act, Batman.
No.
Huh?
No.
Of course not. Obama says legalizing drugs wouldn't end drug violence. end being the key word here. We pay this man to come up with such obvious things. There will never be an end to drug violence. It's impossible. It's impossible to end a lot of things. But would the legalization of drugs lower at all statistically? Theoretically, because we haven't tried it at this stage. Drug violence? This is a better unbiased question that begs, please, to be asked, because we really don't know, and that's the truth of the matter.
Yes, we can.
Michelle Obama's Spain vacation cost us $470,000, a watchdog group claimed. What? Who voted for this lady anyhow? Seriously, she wastes tens of thousands of our dollars so she can go around the corner from the White House to pick her own head of lettuce out instead of sending one of the many people that we pay for to take care of her turd self. Now we find out we paid for her $470,000 vacation. Get her, Bruce. Get her again, Bruce. Ron Paul really won Iowa and Minnesota delegates. What? And this thing never ends. The mainstream media has finally had to admit this. Now, to be honest, I don't see how, even if you don't like Ron Paul, that you can't see all of the shenanigans that have went on, not giving him equal time in the debate, saying that if he wins in certain states, it wouldn't count anyhow, and on and on and on and on. And now we find out that once again, the mainstream sticks to what they do best. Bernanke says the Federal Reserve is prepared to do more for the economy. What? Nuh-uh. No way. No thank you, turd. I think you guys have already done enough. Those services are no longer needed. Monsanto's buys top B research firm after being implicated in the colony collapse. What? Oh, I can't wait to hear their first report after Monsanto's takes over. After our investigation, we've concluded in no way was Monsanto responsible in any way, shape, or form in the decline in the bee population. They'll say it was caused by global warming, climate change, Al-Qaeda, or something, guaranteed. And as another day comes to an end and we lay our heads down dreaming of better ways, these turds are living high on the hog with our money, and will be also tomorrow. They dream of better ways also. Better ways to take our money. Better ways to control us. Better ways to keep us fighting with each other so that we don't pay attention to what they're really doing. Better ways to keep themselves protected from us. Better ways to fool, deceive, pacify, terrorize, keeping us on edge and occupied at all times while they come up with new ways to continue their favorite pastime, greed. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Obama's gay marriage announcement followed by a flood of campaign donations. And this clown.
Yes, we can.
He's against, and now he's for it. He's evolving. He said it for the votes and the money. Guaranteed. And to all the people who say, well, he's better than Romney, let me let you in on a little secret. They both suck. They will both continue to dismantle our Constitution. They will both continue to war. They will both continue to tax. They will both continue the long game of good cop, bad cop. Just like all of the turds before them. They're gonna take your money and give it to all their friends. They're gonna run up a tab in your name. Force you to do this, that, and something else. All in the name of looking out for your best interest. Side note, reiterated, I will cut this up as much as I want. It's my show. On the brighter side of the news, which you won't hear about on the mainstream media, Ron Paul is one of the majority of the delegates in Iowa, Nevada, Maine, Louisiana, and Massachusetts. Here's a question that begs, to be asked. Why isn't the public being told this? Where is the act? It continues pushing Romney's demand, and that's it. Nothing else to see here until November. Think again, turds. No matter what happens, Dr. Paul has opened up a lot of people's minds to the corruption of the system just from being in the race alone. And knows exactly what he's doing. Just kick on back and enjoy the show, people. It ain't over. He's not done. I mean, let's look at the facts. Even Romney and Obama supporters have to acknowledge the shenanigans that has been intentionally used against this man. The mainstream media has blatantly neglected to mention the man's name from the beginning until they were forced to because people were like, hey, blatantly continued giving him less time in the debates than the rest of those turds until they were forced to because people were like, hey, blatantly governors of states said that if he won in their state, it wouldn't even count. Blatantly using dirty tactics at the conventions that the brain dead brush aside as normal play. Pushing and shoving, using repetition, the term, he's unelectable. He's unelectable. Hey, that guy's unelectable. That's what I heard. Down everyone's throat until it's normality for the brain dead, so they continuously repeat it as though they really know what they're even talking about. Blatantly, they seem scared of this man enough to out in the open show their face. Man, I can't wait to see Ron Paul's grand finale down in Tampa. Al-Qaeda rebel picture with UN observer in Syria. But there's no such thing as Al-Qaeda changed the channel, you know that. Al-Qaeda is whatever they want it to be. Some old cats back in the mountains get bombed. They were Al-Qaeda. Little Johnny gets an F on his report card. Must have been Al-Qaeda. Although the Obama administration said that the war on terror was over. We won. These cats have no shame. But you should sit down, roll over, jump, lay, spin, come and go all at the same time. And some of you people take it, support it, preach it, eat it and feed it through your actions, inaction, thoughts, dreams, and ambitions, while all along you're just a slave to the system that was here long before you were and will be here long after you're gone. Yep, I'm gonna say it. Wake up. If not, bake sale ban in Massachusetts. What? Teachers just go on and on and on and on with the most absurd crap known to man. Mayor Bloom turd banning food donations to the homeless while Hollywood turds have a $40,000 a plate dinner for an Obama fundraiser. What are they eating for $40,000? Banning her lemonade stands, raw milk farm raids, banning opening umbrellas in the park, banning hugging and dancing at national monuments, banning self-defense, sleeping with dogs, taking the home from an elderly veteran for the crime of having a fallout shelter, removing an 18-month-old baby from an airline for being on the terrorist watch list. All the while, the real group of terrorists, plural, people who use terrorism, the use of violence and intimidation in the pursuit of political aims. Political aims being the key word here, sprinkled with the violence and intimidation. Does this remind you of anyone? Come on, man. Talking surveillance cameras coming to the U.S. street. What? Really? Why? Little bit by little bit, year after year, they keep slowly tightening the grip on our nation's cojones. It goes on and on right in front of our eyes. What in the world is going on with people not seeing the pattern of the repetition, the equation? There might be 7 billion heads on this planet, but you have to admit, these few turds have evolved their tactics over the years, learning from other failed empires and progressed with the slow and steady approach. In short, they learn they have to crawl before they walk. We should do the same. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. Man, you ever notice no matter what our economy is doing, these turds sure can spend up some money at an all-time rate. Watch how much money is going to be spent up on television ads for the U.S. presidential race alone. Not counting all the money they spent so far. I can't believe that they just come on out in the open with their shenanigans. Made it okay for them to do, and nobody cares. They have legalized bribes and corruption. After this whole circus is over, people will yip-yap back and forth, and hey, might even do away with them. But one thing is for certain, these turds are in high gear now, enjoying the fruits of their labor while they can. Give me the cash. Or maybe this is just another permanent addition to the long list of things that give themselves more and us less by taking more of ours. They got people that come up with things to give us so they can take it away, leaving people with the impression that they actually possess something of value. The illusion of money equals status has always bothered me, people. You can't eat or drink the stuff. It's paper. It's paper. It's paper. And nowadays, that's on the brink of extinction with the digital world. It's ridiculous when you think about it. But what puts food on the table? That's where they have most people by the cojones. What? They are trying to connect a Lyme disease JP Morgan executive as the cause for their multi-billion-dollar financial meltdown. What? Come on, man. They're really gonna try that? Here it comes. Here it comes. Hand extended. Help me. Help me. They'll get a loan from us. Go gambling again. Win or lose, no matter. Give themselves a sweet bonus and go on vacation. Operation Get Paid Again complete. This is the world we live in. People, it happens time and time again. In case you ain't been paying attention, Facebook and JP Morgan, along with the usual list of king turds, Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch / Bank of America, Barclay Capital, Morgan Stanley, are getting sued for insider trading on Facebook stock. They leaked information about the actual worth of the stock to a select few who made out like bandits. This is what these geezers have always done throughout our entire lives, over and over and over again. Plotting, planning, and scheming and scamming. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365.242199 days a year, people. Get them, Bruce. If it isn't those turds taking our money, it's their cronies taking away our rights. For instance, in New York, they're trying to pass a bill called the Internet Protection Act. They must protect something. The candy coded law, which is supposed to be about protecting children who are victims of cyberbullying, but on the down low, slides in the kicker. The parts of these bills I first scanned for myself, it makes it a crime to post mean-spirited and baseless political attacks. Who defines what is or isn't baseless? Or mean-spirited for that matter? These turds like to just make it up as they go along. Look at any bill. Your choice. Always slide something in that kicks us right in the face. You shut your mouth. Quiet it down. Do what you're told. See and think what we tell you to. Be thankful you have the life we give you. Flapping their egotistical pie holes, boasting of their great, shameless legacy. Somehow deluding themselves from the fact that their farts do not smell like roses, and they are not special at all. They're shameless turds. Oh no, that was a mean-spirited and baseless political attack. Old Mitt Romney said Congress should wait to act on the economy. What? Oh yeah, everyone just kick on back. And it isn't like there's people out there losing their homes or anything like that. Should wait to act. Until November? It's freaking May, you turd. No charge for a woman who created a flight diversion by telling a stewardess that she had a device implanted in her. There were no charges in the case of all of those stuffed animals that had gun parts in them that prompted the TSA to say, "This is why we search children." I'm not buying it, turds. And looky for all those people who act as though we're crazy for speaking about PSYOPs. Co-owner of a major Pentagon propaganda contractor publicly admitted Thursday that he was behind a series of websites used to discredit two USA Today journalists who had reported on the contractor. This is their job. This is what they do. Things aren't always what they seem, people. Just saying. Get them, Bruce. A U.S. drone strike killed 8 in a Taliban stronghold of Pakistan's tribal belt, officials said. Let me guess. Al-Qaeda. No, they're just calling them militants nowadays. Militant, combative or aggressive in support of a political or social cause and typically favoring extreme methods. You know, I tend to have my spider sensors go off at such things. Remember, they're not combat troops in Iraq anymore. They're combat enablers. There's nothing wrong with our economy. It's just stuck in low gear. Always with the wordplay. So, from what I'm seeing, the powers that be needed to switch it up because people were like, hey, how do you know that they were Al-Qaeda or the Taliban? Nope. DNA testing? Nope. They're not doing anything of the sort. And they know it. And they know a lot of people are starting to question it, so they just throw out some generic term, militant, that the brain dead will absorb through daily repetition to the degree is normality. Every once in a while, you might hear some CIA was whacked, you know, just to keep the boogeyman saga alive. And on a side note, bombing people is a surefire way to create militants. They know this. They have studied it, employ it, and evolve it to their desired outcome. This is an admitted fact. They are way ahead with no signs of slowing as the people just keep rowing and rowing and rowing. This whole Zimmerman case, for instance, is just showing examples of this very thing. The media throws out the race bait, white on black crime. People across America take the bait and retaliate on whites, juicing the Klan's dream of a race war. And at the end of the day, he's Hispanic. Do you see how we are manipulated? Do you see how the mainstream media tells you to believe something and you just take their word for it and act on it without realizing their story always changes with time, but by then you're so bored with the story that you have stopped keeping up with it, which means your remembrance of history is distorted at all levels. This is the flaw in us all that we really need to combat, or we will always be behind the battle, desperately trying to keep up with all the crap these terrorists throwing at us. Stop fighting each other and playing along with the garbage we're being fed. Doing exactly what the real bad guys want us to do. Fighting amongst each other, not paying attention to what they're doing, which is continuing their quest for world control. They don't have control yet, people. It's hard to control 7 billion heads, and they are far from it yet. But they are working on it full time. Guaranteed. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Get 'em, Bruce. New York City considers banning jumbo-sized popcorn and shake. What? Will there be a limit on how many of the smaller sizes one can purchase? And this is insane. Fighting obesity. Yeah, right. I bet the sellers just love this idea. Why, you ask? Because this means instead of a family sharing a jumbo popcorn or one person devouring it all for themselves, paying around $8 or $9, they would just buy a couple of the large buckets at $6 or $7 each. They really care. This is the world we live in. A world where people eat each other's faces off, eat their roommates' brains and hearts, eat mercury, high fructose corn syrup, RBGH, MSG, pesticides, pharmaceutical residues, sodium fluoride, breathing in the fresh aroma of all the waste that we create. But they want to ban supersized soda, popcorn, and shakes. Come on, man. And they're doing it because they care. On a side note, I'm putting a link in the video description to an educational graphic that I suggest for all the Bilderberg deniers out there that illustrates why it is a big deal and why it would never be ignored by the mainstream media. Unless they were ordered to stand down. Guaranteed. Obama administration to stop deporting some immigrants even though it's against the law. I bet they did. They don't even care if it's struck down later. It's more votes now. Just like the gay marriage thing. More votes. Do you really think these geezers really care about those issues? They just want that vote. It's a fact. Accept this so we can move forward to a solution. Ignoring that broken car in the backyard isn't a form of repair, people. And yes, I know it's all fixed in their favor, but we have to make it look good, and that has always been to our advantage. But even that's eroding as they seem to not even care anymore about their shenanigans being laid out for the world to see. They've gotten sloppier and sloppier and sloppier at their presentation because they don't even care anymore. The laws they've been passing, executive orders signed, signing statements added, they have weaseled their way into every aspect of our lives, all in the name of knowing better than us what's best for us. We let them with little resistance because we are a country where 20% of us think the sun revolves around the earth, which is probably because we believe the world revolves around us. Yep, I'm gonna say it. Rand Paul is a turd. Playing politics. He's playing politics. He's playing politics. Change the channel. And our new inductee into the flip-flop toilet bowl of shame is Rand Paul. Romney. Obama. Romney. Obama. Two flip-flops in their own respects. And money flying all over the place. CPACs are living large.
Yes, we can.
If only these wanks put as much effort into fixing our economy as they do in raising money and clapping the pie holes with nothing coming out but campaign promises, aka lies.
What do you want? Change the channel 4 more like the last 4?
The lancer of two evils. It's still an evil, fool. That is what your vote has become. And you accept it, rationalize it, cultivate it, regurgitate it, and defend it, truly believing that it's a means to an end.
Well, we have to support our team.
It's not your team, people. It's theirs. And they're riding it for all it's worth. Just face it, nothing, I mean nothing, will ever be fixed as long as the kingpin turns to getting paid for it being broke. You think money just disappears? That when people lose money in the stock market, it just vanishes? You ever notice no matter what happens on this planet, one thing is a fact. Someone's getting paid from it. And it's always the same turds. Decade after decade after decade. The same people, same family and friends who own everything, plotting, planning, scheming and scamming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And nobody notices? Get 'em, Bruce. It's something to think about. I'm changed the channel. And I'm out. The Supreme Court rules in favor of Obamacare, saying the mandate is covered by Congress's power to tax. What? Come on, man. Really? And let me break this down for you. People will be forced to purchase a health care plan that includes things that some people will never even need. For instance, in your plan, you must purchase maternity and newborn care. If you're older and have raised your children, or you can't even have children, tough.
Obamacare.
In your plan, you must purchase pediatric services, including oral and vision care. If you're older and have raised your children, or you can't even have children, tough.
Obamacare.
In your plan, you must purchase substance use disorder services. Have you been a clean Nelly all your life and would never have such a problem? Tough.
Obamacare.
And this is just to name a few. So how is this constitutional, and what the heck does that have to do with Congress's power to tax? Well, I'm glad you asked. If you don't get their required health coverage, you will have to pay a penalty tax every year that you don't have it. This is what they did in our best interest because they care. These turds knew they couldn't get away with forcing people to purchase a service under the regulating commerce flim flam like they were yakking about. So these turds had this ace up their sleeve: Congress's power to tax. Hey, I got some tax for you.
Now change the channel. Don't you think people should have the right to health care?
These extremist views are what make me the sickest.
You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
Come on, man. It's not just a black or white world, people. There's a lot of values of gray. I want people to have health care, but not like this. This is a sham. It's not just giving people who need health care. Let's get that straight right off the bat. To force people to purchase a service in the first place sucks and is unconstitutional. To force people to purchase a service that contains elements that they don't even need. And if you don't, you get fined by the IRS. Don't pay that fine, but you can't afford to pay no more than the insurance package that these turds are telling you that you have to purchase to go to jail. Let me say it again. To go to jail. And Obama says the mandate is absolutely not a tax. The Supreme Court says it is. And these turds have no shame. Affordable Care Act, because they care. What about the millions of us, like myself, that make too much money to get the free health care but don't make enough to afford the required coverage of things that they don't even need in the first place? And I know there's millions of people that think that this is just the greatest thing in the world, but think about this. The reality of this type of healthcare plan is that I will be one of those people paying for you to have your free health care, but won't be able to afford it for myself or my family. And I know you don't even care as long as you get yours.
Thanks a lot, people, for all your support.
Just something to think about. I'm Change the Channel, your uninsured financer of your insurance, and I'm out. According to the National Consortium for the Study of Terrorism and Response to Terrorism, the Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Center of Excellence, if you believe being the key word here, that one's personal and or national way of life is under attack,
our way of life, our very freedom came under attack,
and is either already lost or that the threat is imminent,
you might be a terrorist.
The word attack has a vast definition, and by that our way of life has always been under attack. If you believe in the need to be prepared for such an attack by participating in paramilitary preparations and training or even survivalism,
you might be a terrorist.
Come on, man. Survivalists prepare for clusters of national disasters, patterns of apocalyptic planetary crisis, or earth changes. Tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, blizzards, solar storms, severe thunderstorms, etc. A disaster caused by the activities of humankind. Chemical spills, release of radioactive material, nuclear or conventional war, oppressive governments. The general collapse of society caused by the shortage or unavailability of resources such as electricity, fuel, food, or water. Financial disruption or economic collapse caused by monetary manipulation, hyperinflation, deflation, or depression. Global pandemics. So, let me get this straight. FEMA's own website tells us to be prepared for such national disasters and even has a recommended survival kit at ready.gov. The Center for Disease Control offers their own survival kits. So, they promote possible terrorist activity. Get them, Bruce.
And I call this being prepared.
They call it possible terrorist activity because it is coupled with the acknowledgement of everyday threats. If you're fiercely nationalistic, a person who advocates political independence for a country. Declaration of Independence, ring any bells? Ding, 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 ding. Suspicious of centralized federal authority. I wonder why. Reverent of individual liberty. Reverent being a feeling of showing a deep and solemn respect. Declaration of Independence, ring any bells? Ding, 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 ding. And believe in, say it with me now, conspiracy theories that involve grave threat to national sovereignty and or personal liberty. What, like the United Nations Agenda 21? The WTO's ruling against the USA in labeling in U.S. stores the country of origin on the meat that's sold, just to name a couple.
National Defense Authorization Act,
Patriot Act,
and on and on and on and on. I guess they're all just conspiracy theories.
So, basically, if you believe in being prepared, believe in the Constitution, believe in sovereignty and or personal liberty,
you might be a terrorist.
Now, if you fall into any of these categories, you're not only a possible terrorist, you're a right-wing extremist. Seriously, people, I'll put the link to the PDF in the video description. Read it yourself. Also, in it worth viewing is the graph that shows the number of terrorist attacks in the United States from 1970 to 2008.
This is the country we live in.
A country where we are all possible terrorists, and what makes us that is being aware of these terrorist foolery and or just being prepared to take care of our families in moments of crisis. Just something to read and think about, people. I'm Change the Channel and I'm out. U.S. drones kill 12 suspected militants in Pakistan.
Come on, man.
I'm really tired of hearing this one. Suspected militants. Hey, there's no proof that they're just plain old militants. They're executed on the word of some informant who's getting paid every time they give some information, which is never verified, without really knowing if they are what they said they were. That is insane. I'll change the channel. These terrorists have no rights. We don't know what they are. We don't bother to check it. We don't even bother to check if we got the right target. This is the reason they're called suspected militants. They don't even call them suspected terrorists anymore because people started to ask, well, which terrorist did you get? It's not our policy to keep up with such things. So now they just use the broadly interpreted suspected militants. And we're supposed to be the good guys waving the torch of freedom and fairness. U.S. hiring is stuck in low gear. And I'm really tired of this phrase as well. Stuck in low gear. Economy is stuck in low gear. Blah, 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 blah. And there's something always stuck in low gear with these turds. I I tell you what's in overdrive though is these no turd left behind us income. No matter what's in low gear around the world, it's the same old geezers making more money than ever before in the history of time. And it's a fact. It's a fact that while officials in the executive branch, Congress, and senior congressional staffers spin in and out of these same private and public sectors, so does the privilege, power, access, and, of course, give me the cash. And for some reason, they're brain dead defend these people as though that they're the top of the line experts and professionals. They are. They're taking our money. Obama says pace of hiring is still too slow. Really? I'm so tired of hearing things from these experts that we already know. We actually pay these turds to tell us the obvious. Romney says unemployment is a kick in the gut. Really? Says the guy who shipped jobs overseas. Come on, man. I got a kick in the gut for you. Get him, Bruce. Gloomy job report raises pressure on the Federal Reserve to do more to bolster the economy. What? I think these turds have done enough. No, thank you. Hillary Clinton says Syria defectors are voting with their feet. Here's another slag coming up with yet another stupid phrase for the masses to chew on. Voting with their feet. Come on, man. These cats are abandoning ship. Getting out of Dodge. They're not stupid. They know what's coming. And we pay her for these brilliant, soon-to-be cliches that will be regurgitated over and over and over again until it's normality. Syria. Since when did the U.S. government give a crap about the people of Syria? They don't care about us, not alone people anywhere else in the world. Why would they care about an oppressive government? They overthrow governments who don't play ball with them and replace them with, say it with me now, oppressive governments. Always have, always will. It's a fact. Look it up. I mean, look at what the Saudis do to their people. They cut your head off at the center of town called Chop Chop Square for things like weed. Weed, people. I don't see them jumping on them. And it's a question that begs to be asked. Please. What would the U.S. government do to us if we were doing the same thing? Well, I'm glad you asked. It's in the Military Civil Disturbance Operations Subcourse number MP1005. It states very clearly, there will be no warning shots fired. Let me say it again. There will be no warning shots fired. Hypocrisy at its finest. The U.S. only cares about people when it's in the best interest of the money shakers. People do not possess a survival instinct, they vote with their feet. The Federal Reserve has basically ensured the destruction of our economy from day one with its fiat paper, but is under pressure to do more because the economy is stuck in low gear and the pace of hiring is still just a little slow. All the while watching these same turds raise billions of dollars to run for office just to tell us crap we already know. Spending billions to kill suspects while waving the flag of fairness and human rights at the rest of the world, all the while prepared to do it to us if we get out of hand. This is the world we live in. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. The UN Arms Treaty could put U.S. gun owners in foreign sights. Are they going to turn over a list of registered gun owners to the UN? Could the UN Treaty put the world in charge of American gun owners? Are our Second Amendment rights part of the deal? These are some of the headlines today. Oh, change the channel. That's just about regulating international exporting and importing of weapons. Ever heard of give someone an inch and they'll take a mile? That is what these turds do with everything. They get these groups together, flap their pie holes about this and about that, get some piece of paper, write it all down, sign it, fund it, enforce it, meet again, come up with some more stuff to spend our money on, write it down, and on and on and on and on. It's just another kick in the nads of our sovereignty as a country, if you ask me. Well, change the channel. These treaties will have to be ratified by the U.S. Senate. You would think so, but would it make a difference if they didn't? No, it wouldn't. It doesn't matter, people. It just doesn't matter anymore. Look at the World Trade Organization ruling that the U.S. banned U.S. stores from labeling their meat with the country of origin. Was that ratified by the U.S. Senate? No, it wasn't. They didn't. Little bit by little bit by little bit, they are letting world organizations with people we never elected impose laws on us. Come on, man. Can't you see the takeover? It's been going on and on and on and on. People back in the days would build empires by enslaving and conquering people. Domination continuing to expand man wanting more and more and more the search for global rule, the old world order. Uprisings came, of course, as they always do with people being enslaved. Empire after empire after empire being built, expanded, revolution upon the revolution occurring, population getting larger and larger, more people to control. The old whipping chains not working so well anymore. It had been the downfall of all other empires. There needed to be a new world order, and no matter how much that is an abstract concept determined by the conceptualizer, it's still about global control using all the lessons learned by the failures of other empires. And who's in control of the ship? Same old people that have always been in control. The money makers and shakers. They always have been. And when they weren't, they did what they've always done. Penetrate and infiltrate, fabricate and instigate, orchestrate and agitate, separate and intimidate, confiscate and fumigate, segregate and eradicate, all the while validating the masticating of whatever's left. And the new world order, same as the old world order, it has been for our own good. You see where I'm going with this? It's something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Obama.
Romney.
Obama.
Romney.
Come on, man. Can't we just vote no to both of these turds? This whole, he's not my choice, but I have to support my party. It's nothing but a big old pile of Dunlop. We need more choices. And don't hand me all that jazz about third-party candidates. Let's be truthful now. That isn't going to happen, people. Third-party candidates aren't going to get billions of dollars to spend to get their message out there. The majority of people won't even know their name. Don't believe me? Just ask the average voter. Who's a good third-party candidate?
Obama?
How about let's take the money out of the equation? Get rid of these parties and see who's left.
Obama?
Other than that, we're gonna get more of the same over and over and over again. Thinking because we go back and forth from left to right wing shenanigans, somehow that means
my guy's in, things will get better.
At least the other guy didn't win.
My guy lost because they cheated.
These kingpin turds are always the guys who get on one side of the room and tell those people that the other side of the room is talking trash about them. This is what they do, people, and they have no shame about it. Outrage after news channel helps public identify gun owners. What? Story quotes the executive turd of North Carolinians against gun violence as saying concealed weapon permit holders aren't as law-abiding as they're reputed to be. I guess that wank didn't know that concealed handgun license holders were 13 times less likely to commit any crime. Let me say it again. Any crime. And always with a colorful name. North Carolinians against gun violence. Aren't we all? Remember the horror stories about how offering concealed weapons permits would lead to the Wild West shoot 'em out mentality? That there would be blood in the street. That there would be anarchy and mayhem. Cats sleeping with dogs. Never happened, people. It's a fact. Like it or not. The FBI and Delta Airlines Incorporated are launching a criminal investigation after needles were found inside turkey sandwiches on 4 Amsterdam to US flights, injuring 1 passenger. What? Imagine being that person. I think that's borderline. I'm gonna find the person who did this and put a hurting on them. Through all the crap the airlines put you through. Scanning and groping, prodding and poking, high ticket prices, Gestapo attitudes, to end up biting into a crappy, dry sandwich that has a needle in it. Come on, man. All of our money wasted on security, and this is the best that they can do. The airline said that there was no way to check every single sandwich. Really? No metal detectors or nothing? A new gadget to scan airline foods, perhaps. No matter what, someone be making money off of this as they do with everything known to man. Guaranteed. And who would do such a thing? Must be them Muslim terrorists. On 4 different flights, they put needles in 6 sandwiches. And wouldn't a terrorist have put them in all the sandwiches? Bernanke predicts slow progress on unemployment. Really? These turds are relentless with saying the same old thing over and over and over again, as though they have said something new, trying to project that they're actually doing something besides making tons of money. Slow progress. Slow progress for us means they're getting paid in overdrive. Guaranteed. Financial crisis in states will last beyond slump. Low gear. Report warns. Really? These turds are coming up with what will happen after the economy rebounds when they can't even come up with anything to make it rebound. The audacity of these People's just biding their time, getting theirs, and trying to candy coat the fact that they suck at handling we the people's business. FDA bans BPA from baby bottles and sippy cups. After 52 years, outstanding job. Worst U.S. drought raises world food shortage fear. But you're a whack job? Possible terrorist. Conspiracy theories for stocking up on emergency food nowadays? Come on, man. This is the world we live in. A world where we can't store food for emergencies that are inevitably going to happen if they do day after day. Without being considered a possible terrorist. A world where we give tons and tons of money to people that repeat themselves with the same obvious conclusions that the rest of us already knew last week, the week before, last year. A world where reality is argued tooth and nail to already have been debunked. All projected, preposterous fairy tales are hailed as actuality. A world where we can watch the repeat of plotting and planning, scheming and scamming, year after year after year come to light, done by the same group of people, but somehow it thinks it's gonna be different today. Well, guess what? It's not. And the sooner we wake up to the reality, the sooner we can come up with solutions. It's something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and White House says Obama could address gun control issue. He could. He might. The truth,
they're still looking at our re-election statistics on this one.
Isn't it obvious, people, by now, the only thing these turds care about is being elected? Look at the facts. His administration deports roughly 1 million illegal immigrants all the way up until election year. Then he signs an executive order stopping it. Because he cares. He comes out for gay marriage on election year. Because he cares. I mean, seriously, we can watch these turds raise billions of dollars for their campaign, but can't raise any money for this country? They borrow money in our name and give it to the friends who wine and dine themselves with larger mansions, vacations, bonuses, raises, food the average person has never even heard of before. And on and on and on and on to lose it all, complaining with their hands reaching out again, exclaiming,
"Yes, I'll have some more, please."
Until they themselves get a job and our government returning the favor to the people who have switched places with them and have their hands out. This is a fact, people. It's a conspiracy fact. And they don't even hide it. My guess is this turd will make some sort of comments about gun control, but we'll walk softly because it's an election year. And the whole thing with this shooting stinks anyway.
I'll change the channel. Everything in your world is a conspiracy.
Look, I will not turn a blind eye to the obvious. I will not play dumb for you people, and I don't care if everyone in the entire world disagrees with me. Logic is logic. When something happens like this and officials come right out with information like it was a lone gunman, without even an investigation being started and with witnesses telling a different story.
He got a phone call, and most people, when they get phone calls in theaters, they go straight out into the lobby to answer it. This person went directly to the emergency exit. He had his foot propped open by the door, and from the crack, it looked like he was signaling somebody or looking for somebody to come his way.
As I was sitting down to get my seat, I noticed that a person came up to the front row, to the front right, sat down, and as credits were going, I noticed it seemed like he got a phone call. So he went out towards the emergency exit doorway, which I thought was unusual, to take a phone call.
From what we saw, he wasn't alone. He had someone with him because the second can of tear gas didn't come from his side.
I'm going to question it. And so should you. If we ever want to learn anything, 9/11 attacks, they came right out and declared no explosives were used before it could even be investigated, when years before in the same building they were used. Witnesses say they were used.
No.
Didn't happen. Oklahoma City bombing. What happened with that John Doe number 2? Man, that was this old Timothy McVeigh. JFK, RFK, MLK, and so on and so forth. Now, with that said, couldn't this guy just have done it all by himself? Sure. But these unanswered questions need to be answered, and when you get the mainstream media ignoring basic investigative journalism and just jump on the political bandwagon, it does nothing but strengthen the conspiracy theory. Period. Would stricter gun laws have prevented this tragedy? No. It wouldn't. Look at California as a prime example. California's strict gun laws have been around for decades. Gun waiting period, assault weapons ban, magazines that carry more than 10 rounds, banned. Short barrel shotguns, banned. Second-hand grips, banned. Tracers missiles or armor-piercing ammunition? Banned. But still figures show it has the highest number of gun murders in the U.S. Go figure. Guns are not the problem, it's the people. Whether it's guns, bombs, machetes, sticks, or stones, there are bad people and there always have been. These inanimate objects have never jumped up on their own and killed a single person in the history of time. Let's get real and let's really identify the problem, if you even really care. Israel says Iran will attack Olympics. Oh, here we go. Here come Mossad. Here come Mossad. Guarantee there's going to be an attack. Or they will bust some people who were planning an attack who will just happen to be somehow affiliated with, say it with me now, Iran. And it will be presented, pushed, and shoved down everyone's throat to the degree it's normality. Who did it? Iran did it. Who did it? Iran did it. Who passed gas in the elevator? Iran did it. Mexican officials say the CIA manages drug trade. This is another thing that people just love to turn a blind eye to. The CIA has always been in the drug trade. They've been caught time and time again, and no one cares. It's okay for them to do just like it is for the DEA. It's okay for the ATF to run guns. It's okay for politicians to lie. It's okay for lobbyists to bribe. It's okay for banks to gamble our money. It's okay for corporate turds not to pay taxes. It's okay for the Federal Reserve to print money out of thin air. It's okay to assassinate someone if they're a suspect. It's okay, people. It's all okay. Something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Obama and Romney raises money overseas. What? Raising money overseas for their campaign? Really? And that's okay? These clowns. This whole thing makes me want to yell. Watching these fools roll around the world collecting money so that they can keep their shenanigans rolling all the while the average person is suffering. Bro, ain't got no money, house is gone, retirement's gone, unemployment ran out, pawned everything except for the kitchen sink, cars repossessed, but not before you got all of them nice new tickets from the police stepping up speed traps to help keep the money flowing to the fading towns or cities. But these fools are running around the world to raise money to show us how much of a leader they really are. Come on, man. You think the American people can wait until the election in November? It's freaking July, you turd. NSA King Turd General Keith Alexander wants the government to centralize the internet. Translation: we want to keep and control all of the information that's on the internet. Well, change the channel if you have nothing to hide. Blah, 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 blah. Stop making excuses up for these geezers. Little bit by little bit by little bit, they squirm their way into knowing every single aspect of our private lives. And they want to know more. It never ends, people. There will not be a day when the rights are given back to us by these turds. They want to control everything, and it's hard with 7 billion heads on this planet. This is why they do the old turn the heat up gradually on the frog technique. Children will come up in a world where all these new things are already in place to the degree that it's normality. They will never know a world without the Patriot Act, National Defense Authorization Acts, President being able to assassinate people, people being able to be killed under suspicion alone, free speech zone, grandma and grandpa's getting shaken down for explosives, and all the newfangled things that they can come up with along the way. This is what they do. This is what they've always done, in case you didn't know. Just look at the drone situation in this country and they want to put 30,000 more in the air. Watching everything. Oh, change the channel. I think that they should use them to catch all them crooks out there. Come on, man. It's like the Patriot Act and everything and the like, and just targeted suspected terrorists only. Yeah, right. Get them, Bruce. People say it all the time, and when you hear it, you should know it as truth no matter who it comes from. It's 1984, people.
Yes, we can.
Jackson County, Oregon says it owns the rainwater that falls from the sky and sentenced the man to 30 days in jail and fined him $1,500 for collecting rainwater in his 3 ponds on his 170 acres of land. What? Really? See, people, do you see? This is why people like me scream about things that most people think, oh, it's no big deal. Man, I'm telling you, they're gonna start charging you a carbon tax for passing gas one day. Oh, change the channel, that's just silly. Silly as putting someone in jail because rainwater falls in their pond. Rainwater, people. This is the world we live in. A world full of can't collect rainwater. Can't have a lemonade stand. Can't get no raw milk. Can't dance in certain areas. Can't open umbrellas in certain parks. Can't store food. Can't get a supersized drink. Can't have any privacy. Can't even defend yourself. Can't. You know what you can? You can conform and do what they tell you to when they tell you to and how they tell you to do it, and you better ask them how fast they want it done. That's what you can do. Anything else? You're a suspected terrorist. I'm so sick of these terrorists flapping their pie holes at how they care so much about us that they continue to take our rights away to protect us. And get out of my face with that garbage. Man, look at the John Water National Defense Authorization Act that they passed in 2007 that gives the president the authority to deploy troops to restore public order. Well, if we, the people, the public, are out of order over what these turds are doing, and we, the people, are the boss, what gives them the right to dictate what we do in our country? They work for us, right? And them cats that are out of order. And then have the audacity to act appalled when other countries do the same thing. The people in Syria, Libya, or wherever take to the streets to unseat their government, and that government tries to restore order using their military. Everyone is shocked. Appalled. Try that here in the old USA. Heck, people go out to protest all the time, and look what happens here already. Imagine a serious protest to unseat the criminals in our government. Imagine a million or so heads descend on Washington, D.C. to arrest these turds. What do you think would happen? Do you really believe that these turds would do the same thing that they say other leaders should do in these other countries because the people want it? Do you think that there would be any restraint used against the million or so heads descending on D.C.? Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Here we go again. Another shooting last week with a whole new batch of what? Oh, change the channel. Don't start that conspiracy stuff up. Couldn't it ever just be an open and shut case? No, nope. There's always some common smells to these incidents. No one ever listens to the witnesses.
Our witnesses aren't the most reliable witnesses.
The more witnesses that recount the same story, the higher the percentage of probability. And another thing, they had a person of interest who was at the Sikh temple video in the aftermath that they put out a picture of trying to find, who had a 9/11 tattoo on his arm. They interviewed and cleared him. I was like, what? Really? Mainstream media has been pushing the shooter's 9/11 tattoo on his arm since the beginning. And why is it always the lone gunman? It was a lone gunman.
Yeah, I knew it was that lone gunman.
Before they even started an investigation when witnesses say different. Dark Knight shooting, same thing. Underwear bombing, same thing. Oklahoma City bombing, same thing. And on and on and on.
Are you saying our government has involvement? Change the channel.
And the only thing I'm saying is the obvious. All of these investigations conclude things that they couldn't possibly conclude at the time that they conclude them. What's that mean? Also, this guy was in PSYOPs, psychological operations in the military, psychological operations specialist, which means he did analysis to be able to develop and distribute intelligence used to coerce a population for a desired psychological effect, right? But this guy can't tell the difference between a Sikh and a Muslim, a temple and a mosque. Go figure. Rand Paul granted speaking slot at GOP convention. Sorry, I'm just gonna say it. Rand Paul. Had to be said. Obama fights ban on indefinite detention of Americans. You don't say. White House has filed an appeal in hopes of reversing a federal judge's ruling that bans the indefinite detention of Americans because attorneys for the president say that they are justified to imprison alleged terrorists without charge. Alleged being without proof. Isn't this the land of the innocent until proven guilty? No, not anymore. It's the land to do what we say when we say and how we say to do it, and but I asked them how fast that they want it done. They, on the other hand, will do what they want when they want, how they want to do it, and no one better question them, or you might be a terrorist that can be indefinitely detained. Iran, Syria is closing in on its goal of, tell them, George.
Nuclear weapons development program. It could come in the form of a mushroom cloud.
Really? But I thought... listening to these turds flap the pie holes about this too long. Their own intelligence analysts this year assessed the same thing that they did back in 2007, and the intelligence finding had concluded that Iran had abandoned its nuclear weapons program years ago. And it's the same story we've heard time and time again throughout our lives to give reason to do what they're gonna do anyhow. And isn't it always a country that is aligned businessly more so with Russia and China? And countries that play ball with the West though can't treat their people any way they want to and no one cares. They can chop people's heads off for weed. They can have nukes and not admit it, but everyone knows they got it and everybody's okay with it. They can kill people left and right all day long as they keep feeding the monkey. Syria. What in the world's going on over there? You gotta guess. Both sides are just full-on psyops with fake news on top of that crap we already get anyway. You gotta figure it out for yourself. One thing seems to be unanimous though. Syrian government says that they're fighting terrorists. Rebels say they have been infiltrated by Al-Qaeda. Terrorists. U.S. government says Al-Qaeda is part of the rebellion. Terrorists. They were part of the rebellion in Libya and Egypt. Terrorists. I believe that the U.S. government is guilty of giving support to a terrorist organization by those facts alone. But they wanna tell me I can't have raw milk. I can't have a lemonade stand. Dance in public, collect rainwater, protest except where they tell me I can. Privacy, store food, video certain people, defend my family, can't. Just something to think about in this crazy world where a few really push the limits of even the most brain dead. I'm changing the channel and I'm out. National Weather Service follows Department of Homeland Security in ammo purchases. What? The National Weather Service? The National Weather Service? Come on, man. What in the world does the National Weather Service need with tens of thousands of rounds of 40 caliber hollow points? On their own site at weather.gov/about it says, our mission is to provide weather, water, and climate data, forecasts, and warning for the protection of life, property, and enhancement of the national economy. Why in the world are we arming these fools? And wake up today and see the Social Security Administration ordered 174,000 rounds of hollow points for themselves. Is this a normal thing? Man, I had to take a look. Now, I found that the Social Security Administration investigates cases of Social Security fraud, and their special agents from the Social Security OIG, Office of Criminal Investigations, are armed. Okay, makes sense. But the National Weather Service? Nowhere can I find that these people have ever been armed before. I can't get my head around this one. I really can't. Meaning that I can't even create a reason these cats would need to be armed in the first place. And need hollow points, something that is needed to defend or attack people. And I can't see a bunch of meteorologists swooping in and attacking some people to defend. What are they defending? It's the National Weather Service, people. To recap, our mission is to provide weather, water, and climate data, forecasts, and warning for the protection of life, property, and enhancement of the national economy. Now, I could be wrong in thinking this is a big deal, so please share some light on this one because I'm at a loss. And Department of Homeland Security recently makes that ammo amount on its order classified. What? They brought out the black magic marker. And come on, man. They ordered over 1 billion rounds. We saw it on the General Services Administration site. Now they blacked it out? Why? Because Alex Jones and his crew pointed it out for a few million people? Why do these turds care anyhow? They seem to be able to do whatever they want, so why would they care so much? Who knows about them stocking up on over 1 billion rounds of hollow point? Could it be because they break our balls so much over the amount of ammunition that we get that they didn't want to seem hypocritical? No, I don't think so. Stockpiling for something to come, perhaps? I don't know. There's no telling with these clowns. You know what I'm sick of seeing? All these no-turn left behind corporations getting away with a slap on the hand fines for fraud. No jail time for nobody. They cook the book for billions and have to pay a few millions in fines. Cook your book for $10 and see what happens. Romney blasts Obama. Obama slams Romney. Romney bobs and weaves. Obama counter. Obama. Romney. Obama. Romney. Makes me want to Can't we just get on with it? Can't wait to see either. I can't wait to see not even which turd gets in or stays in, but I'm just talking about the people. Their followers. If Flip-Flop Romney gets in, it will lull all the right-wingers right to sleep for 4 years, which also means they'll flip the script on my channel, just like they did when Obama got in. And all the progressives will be back over here on my channel screaming conspiracy conspiracy at the right-wingers like they did when Bush was in office. Right-wingers will once again call me an un-American traitor, a hippie, a wigger, a wannabe black guy.
If you don't like this country, you can just leave.
If Obama gets 4 more years, there'll be a blast of progressives running about this channel, splashing it everywhere that Obama won in your face, you racist hillbilly redneck. Dude, I even wrote a spoken word about how people here on YouTube changed and flipped on me personally after the last presidential election that I'll share with you. This is from April 2009. I'm a right-wing fascist, Nazi, racist. What happened to the days as I gaze where I was a left-wing, tree-hugging, hippie, communist wigger? The president is amazed with no grays, only black and white. Doesn't the world seem much bigger? Now I'm a right-wing, fascist, Nazi, racist with hate in my veins, pulsating anger because my side lost, wanting to eat all the liberals' brains. I'm a gun-toting McCain, voting, ready to blast your ass. I used to be a hippie commie, always smoking grass. The same people I march beside turn because I'm against Obama, left-wing spewing, right-wing hatred, enjoying and relishing the drama. Did you cats ever think outside the box and not let me school? I don't vote because I believe in freedom, not my rule. I'm a gun-toting, part Native American, urban hick, no racist mind. I'm a backwoods, hood-dwelling, educated stoner with a twisted beard combined. I'm not anti-gay, abortion is not up to me to decide. I'm not anti-Christian, Muslim, atheist, freedom of religion resides. I know about war zones, I've been to Iraq and back before. I'm not just black or white, I'm gray. Need I say more? I'm a truther, a conspiracy giant, adorned in a tinfoil hat, because I don't believe in magic bullets or buildings that fall like that. Stop and frisk policy in New York City faces scrutiny because of racial disparities and the use of physical force in these encounters. Coming to a town near you. Oh, you see, people, little bit by little bit by little bit, the heat is being turned up. But every one thing that we, the people, counter in the system because of its unconstitutionality, they get by with tons of crap to further control us, monitor us, all in the name of protecting us. Yeah, right, get 'em, Bruce. Stop and frisk. They already can do that everywhere now, can't they? Get pulled over for anything and they want to search your vehicle now. They can make up whatever gives them probable cause. AKA, they search your vehicle and if they find anything, they choose from their shopping list of probable causes. And if they don't, they continue on as though that's just the way it is, and you should know that by now. They're not gonna lighten up, ever. You're never gonna live in a world where Big Brother isn't breathing down the back of your neck. For your own good, of course. And everyone being born into it would never know a world without it. But what do we do? Change the channel? What do we do? We have to crawl before we walk. Knowing where one is located is imperative in figuring out where one is going. Instant gratification isn't on the menu. This has been going on for thousands and thousands of years. Slow and steady. Do as the people before you. You do what you can. Something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. Lord Jacob Rothschild places a $2 million short against the euro. Now, short is stocks or other securities or commodities sold in advance of being acquired with reliance on the price falling so that a profit can be made. Flashback. Anytime there's a Rothschild involved in anything that's gonna be plotting and planning, scheming and scamming, cha-ching, they gonna get paid. Guaranteed. Just look at these turds' history and tell me any different. Look, in 1815, Nathan Rothschild had advanced knowledge of the outcome of Napoleon's Battle of Waterloo against the British. And this geezer published false rumors that tricked the London Stock Exchange into believing that Napoleon had won. The resulting stock market crash enabled old turd Rothschild's agents to buy up the London stock market dirt cheap and seize control of the Bank of England. Cha-ching! These turds repeated the basics again in the 1929 stock market crash that caused the Great Depression. Cha-ching! And on and on and on. They create a system to funnel all of the wealth from others to themselves, expanding the kitty each time. The pot gets bigger and bigger, and after draining every last bit that they can out of the pot, they bet against it to make even more money off of something that they create, control, manipulate, and evolve time and time again. Which I personally think the whole thing is totally absurd, as their power is but an illusion that they created and in which we feed. And these turds are shameless about it. Just think of how many deaths could be attributed to these wanks' actions. Homes lost, jobs lost, people hungry, people desperate, crime guaranteed, deaths guaranteed, tragedy guaranteed. This is the world they created and we built, and nobody cares. At the Guantanamo tribunals, defending lawyers are not allowed to talk about the treatment they consider torture. What? So if these people can't say that their signed confessions were signed because they were tortured into it, they have no defense. It's like with marijuana, your defense is not allowed to plead it's for medicinal use. It's not allowed. It's a sham right from the get-go, structured to shoot down the most probable forms of defense. It's like saying that you can't use the self-defense if you're being tried for shooting an intruder who broke into your house meaning to do you harm. And nobody cares. Hundreds of pages of documents released under the Freedom of Information Act reveal that the Department of Homeland Security monitored political opposition to the See Something, Say Something campaign, as well as tracking InfoWars stories and user comments while categorizing the website as right-wing terrorism. What? Right-wing terrorism? InfoWars? Come on, man. And when Bush was in, it was a left-wing site? I'll put the link to this story in the description where you can look at the PDFs for yourself. It's ridiculous. I mean, first off, for the most part, InfoWars writes stories based off of the mainstream media stories. FOIAs are declassified material and so on and so forth, just like my videos. So let me see if I get this straight. You're a terrorist for pointing at their crap that they come up with, right? Say and do. I didn't do it. You didn't do it. They did it, but somehow we're the bad guy. I mean, I don't think so. Get 'em, Bruce. We can't point at these terrorist fooleries of their own making, but CEOs and corporations can have us subsidize their multi-million-dollar salaries when at the end of the day they actually suck at their job's facade. Come on, man. We pay these terrorists to make our lives harder, more difficult so that they can live high on the hog. Living the styles of the kings and queens, thinking somehow there's something special. Something special because they take advantage of the brain dead, the weak, the trusting, even their own mamas if need be, because they have no shame, no conscience. They look around at everybody else as though they're garbage. That somehow their DNA is superior to ours because they can get over on it. Perhaps it's because some of us are kind-hearted, compassionate, concerned with the principles of right and wrong behavior and the goodness or badness of human character. Why lie, cheat, steal, and kill masses just to fool everyone into believing that they're above them and their materialistic world where they wouldn't even stop and pee on you if you were on fire unless it was for a photo op trying to display how they're really good and kind masters. Makes me want to yell. And people buy. Cha-ching! 87-year-old doctor in Rushville, Illinois still charges $5 a visit for his patients as he's done for the last few decades. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is the way it should be. This is off the hinges. Imagine if we were all like that. But no, ain't no way. Ain't no way that's gonna happen. It's all got a hefty, overvalued price tag on it. Carpenters building houses they can't afford themselves for some turd who's taking a way more space than anyone could possibly need, who more than likely was able to afford this waste of space because they took advantage of other people's hard work. This is the world we live in, people. Just something to think about. Anyhow, I'm changed the channel and I'm out. A man and his wife were kicked off a Delta Airlines flight over an anti-TSA t-shirt. What? The man was questioned by TSA about the significance of the t-shirt, where he got it from, and why his wife didn't have his last name. Come on, man. As if it isn't bad enough with these turds shaking down granny, grandpa, little babies, groping everyone, messing with people's feeding tubes and colostomy bags. Now they're messing with you because of t-shirts and wonder the significance of them? It's because you turds got a wide earth complex. Your life sucks to the degree that you have to try and make everyone else's life as miserable as yours, all the while thinking you're doing an excellent job at protecting us from terrorists. Guess what? You're just a turd in a big bowl. Yet the Federal Reserve agreed to act if growth doesn't pick up. Oh, I bet they are. Fire up the presses. It's like this, folks. One day a bunch of rich banking turds got together in secret on Jekyll Island, a little tiny island, and drafted their own rules, submitted it through their cronies in Congress, which passed 2 days before Christmas when most of Congress was on holiday. And the rest goes something like this. I take a piece of paper, ink, and a press, print up $1, and loan it to you with interest. Well, you can't possibly pay me back that $1 $1 because you have nothing to pay me the interest with. So I fire up the presses and loan it to you with more interest attached, and so on and so forth. It's a never-ending pile of shenanigans. There's no way possible to ever pay it back. It's impossible, people, and it's meant to be that way. It's a central bank. It's a corporation, a company or group of people authorized to act as a single entity, legally a person protected by the Constitution, I might add, but can't be prosecuted as a person. It's all a scam, people, and it's right in front of our face. Progress has little to do with speed, but much to do with direction. In their direction? A Marine veteran of the Afghanistan and Iraq wars has been forcibly committed to a mental institution for posting messages questioning the official story behind 9/11 on Facebook. What? The FBI claims the posts were terrorist in nature. Come on, man. I think if you don't question any of the official stories, you should be committed, being as these terrorists have been caught lying time and time again. It's called denial, people, a psychological failure to acknowledge an unacceptable truth or emotion, or to admit it into consciousness used as a defensive mechanism. And the thing about it is that this sort of behavior continues to spread like a virus. And nobody cares unless it's them. Nobody cares that you can't have lemonade stands, get raw milk, dance, protest, video, kiss, hug at national monuments, question any authority, open an umbrella in the park, wear certain t-shirts, point at the obvious, let your children play outside alone, be informed about what you're eating or drinking, have privacy, defend your family, have clean drinking water, and on and on and on. If you think there's no problem and that it's not progressing at a rapid rate, you're the one that needs to be committed. I'm so sick of the brain dead just kicking back thinking everything is all good, and it's people like us that are the whack jobs. Sorry guys, but it's you. See, true freedom requires sacrifice and pain. Most human beings only think that they want freedom because they believe they already have it, when the truth is that they don't, and yearn for the bondage of social order, rigid laws, materialism. The only freedom people really want is the freedom to become comfortable. There's a difference. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel, and I'm out. Obama.
Romney.
Obama.
Romney.
Obama.
Romney.
My vote for both of these turds. TSA harasses Ron Paul and his wife and granddaughter on their departure from the RNC, demanded to check his airplane for explosives because Mitt Romney might be nearby. What? Come on, man. Seriously, people, it doesn't matter what you think about this man's policies. You have got to admit that the establishment is just out and out headed in from this man from day one. Just look at the facts. In his 22 years in Congress that spans over 4 decades, he has done nothing but introduce bills and vote on the side of the U.S. Constitution for we the people. He doesn't take any money from the kingpinners because he can't be bribed like the rest of these turds. He's never flip-flopped. His words are the same thing as his actions, but look how he's treated. Just look at how they treated him in this election alone. All the other turds get primetime spots on the mainstream media. The mainstream media not even barely mentioning the guy, not giving him equal speaking time in the debates, tagging him with the word unelectable right from the get-go until it has become normal speak for the brain dead. Screwing him in the election with all the voter fraud that's all out in the open. They had went out of their way to keep anyone from knowing anything about this man except
he's crazy.
That old Ron Paul's a kook. He's unelectable.
Who is Ron Paul?
All of the government agencies harassing him like him and his wife and his granddaughter would actually do an LCI to nosedive on Romney. Come on, man. But what about this?
Ron Paul, 22 years in Congress, he's never voted for a tax increase, never voted for a debt ceiling increase, never wavered, never backed down.
The role of government ought to be for the protection of liberty, not for the intrusion in our private lives, not for the intrusion in economic affairs.
You can't keep borrowing from China. You can't keep printing the money. We have to cut some spending.
I believe in limited government. I believe in individual liberty.
We've spent too much. We tax too much. We borrow too much. It's bankrupting this country.
I knew I did not want to be a politician all my life. Matter of fact, I was surprised I ever won because this message I thought would not go well with the people because I'm not making wild promises. Of course, my wife warned me this was a dangerous project because she said you could end up getting elected.
And he said, no, I'm not going to be elected. He said, you have to be like Santa Claus. You have to give them something. He says, I don't want to give them something or bring home the bacon. He said, I want to give them their freedom.
It's been a consistent theme since his very first election that government's grown too large, and as government grows larger, your freedoms grow smaller. And he's fought this through the years.
When I first got to the House, I thought Ron Paul was nuts. He was out there talking about the Federal Reserve, the monetary system, but more and more I found myself voting with him.
He's been talking about these things since the early 1970s, and he hasn't wavered, he hasn't buckled, even when he's had to stand alone.
I've always put politicians into two categories. They're either here to make a point or they're here to make a difference. Ron Paul is the only one I know who made a difference by making a point.
We need lower taxes, less regulations, and we need to free up the market.
He's been an absolute fiscal hawk, one of the most fiscally conservative members in the history of the Congress.
I can guarantee you we wouldn't have a $16 trillion debt if we had 435 Ron Pauls in Congress.
The more I think about him over the years, the more inspiring it is of what he's done. Not being afraid of anything, but willing to stand for what he thought was right. Ron Paul was Tea Party before there was a Tea Party.
If you want honesty and integrity, look to Ron Paul, and that's based on his faith and based on his belief in the Constitution.
He's willing to do things that other people aren't willing to do because his convictions are so deep.
As long as we live beyond our means, we are destined to live beneath our means.
Well, one of the extraordinary things about my father is that, the lobbyists don't even come by his office. They don't even bother to come by because they know he can't be bought.
And that passion is born of a deep and abiding conviction that these are correct principles.
He stands for freedom. He stands for liberty. He stands for the traditional American values that made this country great.
The longer we go and the deeper in debt we get, the more apparent it is that Ron Paul was right all those years.
Whether people want to admit it or not, Ron Paul changed the conversation.
And all of that is true. So why didn't they treat this man with the due respect that he deserved? And didn't give him a TSA going away present. Get him, Bruce. I'm telling you, it all makes me want to yeah. And speaking of shenanigans in this election, federal court blocks Texas voter ID law. Come on, man. Man, I'm telling you, this whole thing doesn't make a bit of sense to me. And you're supposed to have a photo ID to work. You want a bank account, you need 2 forms of ID. Cash your paycheck, you need an ID. And I just don't get it. How are they able to know you didn't vote multiple times without one? They say it would disenfranchise poor people and that they would have to travel too far, greater distance to get them. Oh shoot, I'm poor and that doesn't make any difference when I go and cash my check. And these churches had no problem spending billions of dollars or so on conversion boxes for that wonderful glitchy HD TV in the supposed height of a recession. Work it out. But that isn't really the issue, is it, people? And these turds never care anything about the welfare of the people, the fairness, or the wellness of the people. These turds only care about themselves. They're only looking out for themselves and their paymaster's best interest, not ours. And if somehow you believe that they do, please seek help immediately. Then look at all of the ones who have gotten caught with their hands in the cookie jar. All of the ones who have lied, cheated, schemed, and scammed us into the hole that we're in. Just look at what they've done with our money. Just look at who they've given our money to. Just look what they have done to our country, our rights, and our future. And then, if you still believe that they're looking out for you, please seek help immediately. Because you suffer from an idiosyncratic belief or impression that is firmly maintained regardless of the reality that's right in front of your face and is typically a symptom of a mental disorder. It's something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Get him, Bruce. Manhattan will be the next urban area to get sprayed with pesticides. What? And how quick people forget about. Yeah, that's what we need, these turds spraying us with more crap again, claiming it's almost safe for humans. Almost safe. Almost being the key word. Come on, man. Always spraying us with something that they say is almost safe, and we later find out that it wasn't no how safe. DDT, people. Asbestos. Remember the EPA saying that the air ground zero was safe? And when you watch the TV, I know you've seen the same commercials that I have, and look at all the side effects from the drugs these turds said was cool, and they weren't cool at all. May cause this, may cause that, may cause explosive diarrhea. If you suffer from any of these symptoms, you may have a lawsuit. Blah, 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 blah. Almost safe. In Brussels, Belgium, any form of insult is from now on punishable with fines ranging from 75 to 250 euro. What? Man, I tell you, these fools are gonna bank on this one. Ching, ching. And all they gotta do is go to any protest and ching, ching. I don't like rude, loud, obnoxious, unmannered people no more than anyone else, but every single time they do stuff like this means everyone will be affected. It's like speed trap. Ching. It's just like the Patriot Act was supposed to only be about the terrorists, when in fact it was more about keeping eyes on we the people. Always on the surface it appears that they come up with this stuff for our own good, when in fact it's only about their own shameless existence. It makes me wanna Obama. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, they can. Yes, they can brag about adding 4.5 million jobs while eluding the fact that 5 million had been lost. That's a negative 500,000 jobs, fool. How is that good? Man, let's not get them, Bruce. Michelle Obama gave her speech last night pushing for her old man's re-election bid. I bet she did. She's got a staff of over 20 people. We the people are paying $1,256,700 a year for, plus her security, so she can go down and do things like block off city blocks, close commerce there, so she can pick out her own head of lettuce. People. Instead of sending one of those other people, we the people pay for to do things like that. This isn't wasteful spending in a time where people are just scrapping by in this mess these turds have gotten we the people into. Come on, man. Let me lay this out as though I know nothing about politics. That I don't know that both of these turds, Romney and Obama, work for the same international business interests. The Obama is the roofer who comes out to fix your roof. He tells you that he can take care of it, no problem, just give me the cash. He works and works on it, but when you return home, your roof still leaks, and it's the rainy season, and he's still asking for more time and money. There you have this other roofer who says, I can do your roof, I can fix it, just hire me and give me the cash. But with further investigation, you discover that his roofing record looks the exact same as a turd that you've already been dealing with. Isn't it about time we the people get rid of these promisers and get up on that ladder and fix our own roof? This is the world we live in, people. A world where looking forward is promoted while looking back at the crimes of the past is shunned upon. We tortured people, and the Obama administration gave the torturers immunity from prosecution. A world where everyone speaks of cutting spending but spends more than any other time in all of history. A world where no matter what's going on, whether it be war, famine, disaster, or death, these turds are making money off of it. A world where billions of people somehow think the elite actually care about them. They didn't, they don't, they never will. They're the ones who have been caught poisoning us, testing on us, using us as guinea pigs, sending us to fight other poor people to benefit their shameless, and I do mean shameless, existence. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel. A research facility at the University of Texas in Austin was evacuated after a man with a Middle Eastern accent claimed he was an Al-Qaeda member and warned authorities the campus had been booby-trapped with explosives. What? Come on, man. When has any terrorist ever warned before the attack has taken place? No, never. Never happened, people. They don't. It's only after the attack. Why would they tell you 90 minutes before their bombs go off? They wouldn't. And didn't.
Smells like
and Speaking of BS, Obama appeals against court ruling that strikes down indefinite detention of American citizens. I bet he did. This turd is more vicious than Bush was. And everyone thinks he's an outstanding guy. Well, hey, change the channel. Just look at his smile. He's a down-to-earth guy. He even brews his own beer. And it makes me want to this guy acts as though he's against something, but then signs it into law, then defends it with everything in his power. How's his form of freedom working out for you people? He even did it with the super PACs, remember that? I'm gonna let the super PACs do their thing so I can get rid of the super PACs, but not right now. I don't care what side of the fence you sit on, indefinite detention is unconstitutional, period. You can't just take anyone you want and put them in jail with no charges. If you really had evidence that that person had committed a crime, you would have presented, right? And it's just an open door to just arrest people and never prove they did anything wrong. If you support this type of behavior, please read your Constitution and Bill of Rights. And if you still think that this is okay, I really hope you're one of those people who get pinched. And for your participation, you get a one-way ticket to that nice tropical resort down at Club Gitmo, where you'll participate in activities such as playing soccer on the new U.S. taxpayer-built soccer field, along with the exhilarating rush of Gitmo's most famous waterboarding excursion, where in the end, you'll be able to perform in a big production show called Play It Again, Sam, where you'll have your choice of a few thousand Al-Qaeda #2 characters to pick from. Come on, man. It's wrong. Hey, Japan aims to abandon nuclear power by the 2030s. What? You ever notice how these turds are always saying that they're gonna do something that people are hollering for, but not for 20 or 30 years? This is the same old type of fable these geezers spin year after year, and have done so for as far back as I can remember. Do you really think that anyone will remember who said what 20, 30 years from now, and how many people will change this and that and something else before then? Come on, man. Look at JFK files 2017 or 2029 or 2050, 2060 and so on and so forth. We're never gonna see it. Get 'em, Bruce. And on the brighter side of the news, a man paid what he called an unfair traffic fine with 137 origami pigs made of $1 bills and a couple of Dunkin' Donut boxes. This is classic. A pretty creative way to express your discontent. And I'll put the link to the video in the video description for you to check out. Classic. Federal Reserve's QE3 could rival size a huge first stimulus. Hey, here we go again. Cha-cha-cha-cha-ching. Buying $40 billion of mortgage-backed securities each month for an indefinite amount of time. Cha-cha-cha-cha-ching. Come on, man. And where does this money come from? Fire up the presses. Blah, blah, blah. The Federal Reserve is the problem, people. It's not the solution. Just think about it. Say the economy collapses and the dollar's real value comes to light, which it isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Say they even do away with it even. They'll come up with something else under another name. Let's call it the chit. Then they fire up the presses and print up a bunch of chits. Then we'll be running up a new tab of chits for the chits they printed up at interest and loan to us. And all the chits we owe them to pay them back for all them dollars that they loaned us in their failed system. Point being, it's just a pile of chits. We will never be able to pay them back, no matter if it's chits or dollars. It just doesn't matter. It's set up that way. We want a real starting point to a solution. Get rid of these turds and end the Fed. I think they've done enough already. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. Fire up the presses. Zombies to invade San Diego Counterterrorism Summit. What? In addition to mock terrorism scenarios featuring rural and urban environments, zombies worthy of Hollywood sets will recreate an emergency that will test how law enforcement officials and first responders react to crisis in real time. Zombies. Shouldn't they focus and practice on real possible scenarios? Zombies. Is there something they're not telling us? First the CDC and now these turds. Zombies. And how much is all this costing us? Come on, man. These clowns. Attorney General Eric Holder has been cleared of any wrongdoing in the Fast and Furious operation. First First, this turd said he ain't even heard about it until after the press reported it. Then, Obama said in an interview that he spoke to him and had an entirely different timeline. Then, he refused to release documents on it in which he was charged with contempt. Then, Obama comes in and saves the day by a certain executive privilege over the document. Come on, man. Executive privilege, national security, blah, 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 blah. Nothing but lame excuses used time and time again so the truth doesn't come to light. Now let you or I try that and see what happens. And, of course, their final report slams disregard for public safety as some DOJ officials quit and retire. Come on, man. It's the same old story, people. Get 'em, Bruce. Japan backs off promise to end nuclear energy by 2040. That didn't last long, did it? It goes to show you, people, that it's a red flag when any of these geezers talk about doing something 20, 30, 40 years down the road. Heck, it's a red flag when they talk about doing something tomorrow. You know why? Because they lie. They know it, I know it, and by now you should know it. Romney. Obama. Romney. Obama. Romney. Says he is poor Americans' best hope. And all of this nanny over this turd's comment about 47% of Americans paying no income tax. The Tax Policy Center in DC said that in 2011, 46% of U.S. households paid no federal income tax. So he was a percent off? No, they're pushing his statement as being true, but misleading. But like the real unemployment statistics? Come on, man. Obama. At a $40,000 a plate fundraiser compares his struggles to that of Jay-Z. $40,000 a plate. Here's my problem, people. If these turds were true leaders, their people don't eat, they don't eat. Their people don't have, they don't have. How in the world can we complain about ruthless dictators, which we supported at one time or another, I might add, taking the best food, living high on the hog? All the while their people are suffering. No real leader of the people, by the people, will partake in a $40,000 a plate fundraiser while his people were losing their homes, losing their retirements, losing their jobs, losing their futures. All the while pointing at the other guy as though their vanity is any different.
Yes, we can.
These wanks spend more time raising money than they would ever or have ever done to help and lead this country. This alone is very apparent and should be a sign to the brain dead of what really is important to these turds. It's not rocket science, people. It's in our face day after day, year after year, decade after decade, and we continue on like it's all okay. It's not all okay. $40,000 a plate, people. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel, and I'm out.
So you do know where he is?
I'm possibly more or less not definitely rejecting the idea that I undeniably do or do not know where he should probably be. If that indeed wasn't where he isn't.
Obama. Obama. Calls for new economic patriotism. Really? Patriotism. Patriot. A person who vigorously supports their country, in this case it would be support of the economy, and is prepared to defend it against enemies or detractors. Come on, man. This is the same guy who said that turd Bush's addition of $4 trillion to the national debt in his 8 years was unpatriotic. Man, this wank has added $5 trillion in just under 4 years. And is it just me, people, or is it like crackheads calling crackheads crackheads? Obama. Give it up, people. He's probably gonna lose. And I think that's how it's intended to be. The only guy that could have won was the guy who was hated by all sides. The right, the left, the lobbyists, the bankers, and the mainstream media. This was the telltale sign all along, people. And you missed it. Get 'em, Bruce. Does it really matter, people, who wins? Do you really think so? Come on, man. If you're not young and have not lived long enough to live through many presidents in office and somehow still believe that it does, and shame on you. You haven't been paying attention. Just take a look. United Nations has proposed new taxes on the world. What? These unelected turds want to add new taxes on, among other things, carbon emissions and airline tickets. What? Airline tickets, people? I don't remember ever electing any of these turds to do anything, let alone tax us. Can anyone say taxation without representation? A situation in which our government, in this case it would be the United Nations, that no one elected, imposes taxes on a particular group of its citizens. The world in this case, despite the citizens not consenting. We're not having an actual representative. We don't deliver their views when the taxation decision is made.
Well, change the channel, we do have a representative in the UN.
No, we don't. There's someone that is appointed to represent whichever party is in office at the time, but in no way is a representative of we the people. Sovereignty is out the door, people. A one world government and a new world order comes into view.
Change the channel, that's just some of that conspiracy mumbo jumbo like the new world order stuff you 10-4 hat wearers go on and on and on about without any evidence.
Yeah, we just made up the new world order out of the clear blue. And it hasn't never been talked about over the last century by many world leaders. The new world order has never been acted on or carried out, killing millions of people. And I don't have a clue where we came up with this crap from.
Chance at this new world order.
New world order. A new world order. They're talking about a new world order.
To build a new world order.
The new world order.
The new world order.
Defense Secretary Dick Cheney has approved a revised draft of a policy document on the New World Order.
The New World Order is emerging.
New world order.
Barack Obama is in for a new world order.
And the president outlined his vision of a new world order.
It's a new world order they're trying to create.
Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out.
Obama,
Romney,
Obama,
Romney,
Obama,
Romney. At the United Nations, Israelis Netanyahu draws a line on Iran, saying Iran will have the capability to build a nuclear bomb by mid-2013. Come on, man. Haven't we been hearing this one for the last couple of decades? Pressure on Eric Holder to speak out against the legalization of marijuana. Come on, man. And this is one of the most stupidest laws in the world. One doesn't even have to look any further than all the lies that the federal government has told about this plan. When one smokes marijuana, they are instantaneously transformed into heroin junkies who rob and kill granny for more money to get more drugs. And the gateway fable has been debunked, people, time and time again. And when this was found to be total bollocks, they moved on to the old wives' tale that's still alive to this very day. Marijuana kills brain cells! Derived from those so-called experiments in the 1960s, where they force-fed monkeys through a gas mask more marijuana smoke in a matter of minutes than a human being could consume in months. So after that was finally exposed for those paying attention, they continued their lie that marijuana has no medicinal value. This is one that's a dead giveaway, people. It has been used for thousands and thousands of years for different ailments. And the pharmaceutical turds make a synthetic version. If it didn't have any medicinal properties, why would they make synthetic versions that are approved by the FDA? The fact of the matter is that marijuana has saved people's lives. Period. The only people saying any different is the people making money off of it being illegal and people who are uninformed. I'll change the channel. I know people who has just ruined their lives because they went to jail because it was illegal. They were kicked out of their home because it was illegal. They lost their job because it was illegal. It's totally okay for them to sell alcohol when we know how many people die of that every year. It's okay for them to sell cigarettes when we know for a fact how many people die of that every year. It's okay for them to sell us pharmaceuticals that kill us more than all of the above combined every year. Got anxiety? Take a Xanax. Got some pain? Take a Oxycontin, hydrocodone, methadone, blah blah blah. It's all BS, people, and if you don't know by now, you're uneducated on the issue, and when that is the case, it's better to educate yourself or remain silent and thought a fool rather than open one's mouth and removing all doubt. What's behind California's soaring gas prices? If they want to know, they need to look in the mirror. What? Gas prices have always bothered me. No matter what's going on in the world, they love to raise the prices whenever they can. Raising the prices means more money for them. Oh, well, change the channel. It's a supply and demand thing. If this was the case, wouldn't the prices continue to go up? They would like you to think that that was the reason, when in fact, it isn't. More money for them. Well, we don't have much gas, so we need to raise the prices. Shucks. More money for them. And somehow, magically, they have more and the prices could go down a little bit. So let me see if I get this straight. They have the same amount of gas to sell, but at higher prices, but not enough to sell at the prices that they had before when it was the same amount. More money for them. They're running out, so they have to charge more, but some more magically appear. More money for them. Supply and demand. More money for them. Well, it costs more to produce, but they make more. And it's all a sham, people. Get them, Bruce. Tucked away in the U.S. Supreme Court's agenda this fall is ruling on the first sale doctrine in copyright law, which means if it's upheld that the copyright holders of anything that you own that has been made in another country like China, Japan, or Europe would have to give you permission to resell it at a garage sale. What? This is the world we live in. A world that is just chock full of the most stupid stuff of all time. Never in their history has there been so much stupid laws in place. Stupid, absurd rules to follow. Stupid, absurd, outlandish guidelines to adhere to. And it's just getting dumber by the second. One would think by 2012 we would be smarter and have learned from the past, but no, didn't happen. We continue on this exponential curve of stupidity. After all the declassified documents through the Freedom of Information Act, all the scandals exposed, all the false flags that have been leaked, all the lies that have come to light, and we still believe what these people tell us. All of the mainstream media, owned by a few and aligned with the CIA. All the corporation heads moving in and out and in and out of government positions. All of the money that we owe because they gave it all to their buddies. Campaign promises broken, and it's okay, it was only a little white lie. All the drugs approved that are laced with things that kill us. Whoops. All the people in the world starving with no clean water to drink anywhere, while these turds wine and dine on tens of thousands of dollar plates to grease elbows with each other and pat each other on the back, thinking that there's something special and above the rest of us, while we hope that one day we can walk amongst them. Really, it's never gonna happen. It is time for us to educate ourselves, people, on the past. Not look forward, but the past, so that we can see what has happened, so we can see clearer what's going on around us now. Or we will never have any control over where we're going forward to. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Coming next, TSA electronic shock bracelets. What? Seems these turds have been toying with this idea for the last couple years. Come on, man. Enough is enough. And what really cooks my can about all this is how it's acceptable to the brain dead, which they proudly display in the comment thread of this story on Infowars.com.
Well, hey, if it means we're safer and we can stop the terrorists, I'm all for it in the name of safety.
And the oldie but goodie.
Well, if you aren't doing anything wrong, it shouldn't really matter, huh?
Really? This is what the brain dead are saying and thinking. Look at what the TSA has already done. Shaking down Granny and Grandpa the disabled, checking colostomy bags, banning babies, feeling up women and children, forcing dying leukemia patients to take off bandages, naked body scanners, stealing stuff, walking around bullying people like they're wired up at the airports, and these wanks think it's okay to arm these turds with a button that can shock a bunch of people. Get them, Bruce. And as far as safety, how easy would it be for terrorists to take out everyone on the plane with such technology? In the hole, if you're not doing anything wrong, if you're not hiding anything, you don't have anything to worry about. Come on, man. Man, well, let's just burn the Constitution. It doesn't make us any safer. How about just bend on over so we can check you out? Let's just go on and totally submit and let them install cameras into our brain.
Makes us safer.
These turds make awesome slaves. A simple verbal argument between a husband and wife turns into a full-on SWAT raid because the police department database flagged them as dangerous constitutionalists.
Makes us safer.
This is the country we live in. A country where you're a terrorist because you believe in the Constitution? Come on, man. And these turds in D.C. are sworn to uphold the Constitution but allow people to be put on lists because they support it? And you support them? What is it going to take, people, for you to see the lies, the hypocrisy, the direction that the conductors are leading us towards? They lead us in the direction of no rights, no privacy, no freedom, no security, no future, no hope, no dreams, no prosperity, no anything that resembles that crap that they spout off every day. Our children will never know a world where you are innocent until proven guilty, where you have the right to anything except bending over and taking it in the rear, and that's a normality being encoded as doing your part for the better of mankind. Makes me want to yap. Roll over, sit down, play dead, watch your TV, and
resume cooperation, go back to work,
continue
to do what the New World
Order
tells
you
to do.
A biotech scientist says it's awesome that GMOs cause infertility and death.
Hey now, change the channel. GMOs have saved the lives of millions of starving people around the world.
This is what the brain dead say. If this was such a grand life-saving thing, why won't they label their products? Why have they spent billions fighting to keep us from knowing? Why have they spent billions fighting against non-GMOs from labeling their product? I don't need no scientist to tell me anything about this. It's obvious, people. Look at history. Anytime these turds have said anything was perfectly safe, it wasn't and it isn't. DDT was perfectly safe. Asbestos was perfectly safe. Air at ground zero was perfectly safe to breathe. Depleted uranium is perfectly safe. Our vaccines are perfectly safe.
Our pharmaceuticals are perfectly safe.
Your food is perfectly safe. Heck, even that new truck you got is perfectly safe. Sodium fluoride, aspartame, MSG, corn syrup, food coloring, phosphoric acid, sodium nitrate, benzene, BHA, BHT, magnesium, stearate, olestra, potassium, bromide, mercury, and on and on and on. Hey, it's perfectly safe. Do you know what's not safe? Granny and Grandpa in a wheelchair with a colostomy bag attached, holding their grandchild, trying to board a plane. And we need to put some shot collars on them people. Anyone who believes in the Constitution has a gun and an American flag in their front yard. Man, you need to send those types down to Gitmo immediately. People who dare to read declassified government documents about crimes of the past. They send those 10-4 hat wearing commies directly to the psychiatric ward. They crazy. People hugging, kissing, and dancing at national monuments. People having lemonade stands, giving away free food to the homeless. Supersized soda, raw milk, farms. Put these mobsters in jail and throw away the key. They're nothing but scum. This is the country we live in, people. And the people support it. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. Military judge says torture is not relevant in Guantanamo cases. What? Let me see if I get this straight. These people admitted to being terrorists, I'd imagine, signed some papers saying that they were after being waterboarded who knows how many times, and who knows what else, but that logically wouldn't have anything to do with the case or the admission. Come on, man. You get waterboarded day in and day out, you'll admit to being anything, even the Easter Bunny. This is like you can't use the defense of medical marijuana in a marijuana trial. They take away your defense. Why even bother with the trial then? It would be the same thing as me sitting in my house and some crackheads bust in looking to do me and my family home, and I pop some caps in them, and then they put me on trial saying it is not relevant that they broke into my house meaning to do me and my family home. And I couldn't use that as my defense. The Justice Department seeks dismissal of Fast and Furious lawsuit that was demanding that Attorney General Eric Holder produce records about the operation. Man, I bet they did. Don't you see, people? They can do whatever they want nowadays. And as time passes, they get away with more and more obvious crime. I can't get any executive privilege if the IRS wants to audit me. I gotta provide my files, or I go to jail. These corporate turds cook the books, they get fined. I do that, I go to jail. These turds can poison us, get us killed, kill women and children, start illegal wars, bomb the wrong places, and go, whoops, did I do that? But I go whoops about anything, I go to jail. Obama, Romney, Obama, Romney, Obama, supports faltering, Romney, extends the lead, Obama, extends slim lead, Romney leads 49% to Obama's 47%. Oh wait, Obama leads 46% to Romney's 43%. Oh wait, Romney leads 47.4% to Obama's 47.3%. Come on, man, this is just from today. Tonight. Obama versus Romney in their second debate. Will Obama rebound? Will Romney throw the knockout punch? Personally, I think it'll be more interesting to watch CNN's Candy Crawley try and hide her liberal tendencies. My prediction, she'll try and act as though she's being hard on both, but it will be apparent who she's voting for next month. I could be wrong, but not likely. Now, speaking of verses, I'm gonna have to change a prediction today. I've been thinking Obama will get 4 more years until I look at his top donor list from this year versus back in 08. Now let's compare. Now let's compare that to Romney's donor list this year. Now just for kicks, let's compare those to Bush's donor list in 2004. See where I'm going with this? And what in the world is going on with these Obama supporters threatening to kill the flip-flop if he's elected? Threatening that every white person's gonna get pistol whipped, that they're gonna start riots in the street and do this and that? Come on, guys. Really? This is the same thing that the white racists said that they were gonna do if Obama got in office. Don't you see, people? Let's say Hillary Clinton would have won the election and then became the first woman president. It would be the same script, but with some rewording. If you spoke out against her policies, you would be called male chauvinist pig. You just can't handle a woman in charge. We're so quick to jump to an extreme. You like blue and I like red. I kill you dead. You like country music and I like rock and roll. I kill you dead. Great taste, less filling. Great taste, less filling. I kill you dead. And at the end of the day, who really wins? The same turds that have always won. The same turds that are slicing and dicing up our world for their selfish purposes. You know, I think we like to fight each other and not pay attention to what they're doing because we're generally cowards. We would rather take out our problems on the people around the corner. That somehow empowers us to some level of hierarchy when in fact it's just a blatant display of our stupidity that these kingpin turds laugh about all the way to the bank. With our money, our future, and our children's future. But hey, keep empowering yourself like that. You're doing an outstanding job. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and so does Romney. The Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe plans to send monitors to polling sites across the U.S. on Election Day. What? Really? What in the world do these turds have to do with anything that goes on in our country? Do we send monitors to their countries in Europe when they have elections? No. No, we don't. More and more, we're losing our sovereignty, people. We can't possibly take care of ourselves. We need the international community to come hold our hand and tell us after 2 centuries of doing it if we're doing it fairly. Come on, man. We know it's not done fairly. We don't need anyone else to come tell us squat. And some of you think it's just peachy keen.
Well, I think it's an awesome idea to change the channel.
And it's not enough that we have to put up with the turds here in this country now. More and more we're having to have dictated to us by Europe, the United Nations, and whoever else what we can do, how we can do it, and if we're doing it wrong. This is the country where we have become. A country where you're guilty until proven innocent, and that's even if you're lucky enough to have the chance to prove it. It's not guaranteed. A country where billions of dollars can be wasted on an election, but we're not capable of conducting that said election without help. A country where this might all seem like a good idea because we're too dumb to realize that the unfairness that plagues our government in the first place isn't isolated to our borders. Day after day, more and more rights are being taken away from us that we'll never get back. Day after day, other countries are taxing us, wanting lists of our gun owners, making rules that govern us, checking in on us to make sure we're doing something we've done for over 2 centuries correctly. Yeah, this voter fraud. I know it, ain't no it, and by now you should know it. We don't need anyone coming to verify the obvious. Complicating the matter even worse, who picked these people? Other countries. Other countries that have a longer history of corruption than we do. Other countries that have a longer history of plotting, planning, scheming, and scamming than we do.
Well, I don't know, Shay. I still think it's a good idea.
Come on, man. Get him, Bruce. Former Navy SEAL Tyrone Woods says the CIA operators were denied requests for help during the Benghazi attack and was told to stand down. Flashback.
A young man who would come in and say to the vice president, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the vice president, do the orders still stand? And the vice president turned and whipped his neck around and said, of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?
Fukushima fish are still radioactive. After an eternity of a year and a half, I would have thought it was A-OK by now. Citigroup was fined $2 million over Facebook IPO leak, aka insider trading, and fired 2 analysts. And that's it. This happens time after time after time. You know how much them individuals or Citibank made off of that scam? How much their buddies made off of that scam? And they got our $2 million fine for it. Nobody goes to jail. This is the world we live in. Don't you see by now, people? Just in your lifetime. Who the crooks are? They get away with murder. They get rules imposed on us that they themselves never follow. They scam people at all forms of wealth. Day in and day out, we see them bribe every politician through the lobbyists, who in turn ends up in a government position that they were once lobbying to. The revolving door spinning round and round, and we, the people, I guess just don't pay attention, or we just don't care. We're still holding on to the hope by deluding ourselves that they can't all be bad. Yeah, they can. If my guy gets in, everything will be better. No, it won't. Well, as long as the other guy don't get in, doesn't matter. They get in. They win. We lose. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel, and I'm out. Romney and Obama running neck and neck. No matter who wins, let me give you the shakedown of what's gonna happen. Whoever loses, followers will exclaim the other side cheated. Guaranteed. Whichever side loses, followers be on my video threads exclaiming conspiracy. Guaranteed. No matter who wins, the poor will get poor. Rich will get richer. Guaranteed. Debate rages over benefits of organic food. What? Really? Because some cats at Stanford University said they found that organic food is no more nutritious than conventional products, though they did find fewer traces of pesticides. Fewer traces of pesticides being a key word. Come on, man. You're not telling me that things with more pesticides on them are better for me than the ones with less or without. These people that lost their minds. Time Warner cancels Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theories episode on the TSA. Man, I'm telling you, the TSA is making big moves. You can't even wear a protest t-shirt talking critical about the TSA. Man, these cats walk around like wild earth, groping people, stealing people's stuff, jolting people with radiation, harassing Granny and Grandpa and any disabled person they can find. You got to check your colostomy bag. You might be a terrorist. Well, I'm glad that we got the TSA to protect us from all that Al-Qaeda. They're spreading like a virus, coming to a town near you. Oh wait, they're probably already there. Nevada has a higher cancer rates than neighboring state. The Nevada nuclear test site ring a bell? And that's a Bechtel land chock full of wonders. Dumping ground for tons of nuclear waste besides all of that DU nuclear tests and on and on and on and on. Just ask the Shoshone Indians about that one. Obama says Hurricane Sandy will be a big and powerful storm. How much do we pay this turd again to tell us what we already know, acting as though it isn't so until he utters the words? Come on, man. I don't think it makes no difference if Wall Street shut down either. Because I bet some group of Wall Street turds are making money off of it being shut down. Guaranteed. Just like I bet there's a bunch of people losing money to these other turds because it's shut down. Guaranteed. And it's all set up like that. These wanks owned everything. Made all the money that they could. And figuring out how to make more money, some Einstein came up with the brilliant idea of getting a little person on the totem pole to put their life savings into it so they could have more.
The haves and the have-mores.
And in some words of advice, if you're going to stand up and comment that something is total BS, at least do yourself the favor and click reference links if they're provided. I'm so sick of seeing turds on the net flapping the pie holes with little to no real information on the subject about how it's a lie. That's totally incorrect. This video's a big lie. This is just fear-mongering. Scaremongering. For instance, up on InfoWars and Drudge Report, they've had articles about Twitter users tweeting about riots, killing Romney if he wins, looting when the hurricane hits. In the comment threads, even on my videos when I've talked about this before, people say, that's just a big lie, and blah, 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 blah. Excuse me, but I always cross-reference my information. All I had to do was click the links provided that showed the accounts and what they posted. And from there, I could also find my own tweets other than the ones that were provided. Very simple. And I'm telling you, it says a lot about a person who would do such a thing. Man, it's like on the Obama deception. Thousands upon thousands of people comment without even watching the video. How do you know something's a lie when you didn't watch it? Which part was the lie again? They go off of the title alone. I can always spot these folks. They think that they can write a book report and pass it off as though they read the book in front of people who actually read the book. Come on, man. And what's up with people in writing? They lose, they win. It seems that people will use any excuse I think that's because, whether they realize it or not, it's their discontent with the system that enslaves them. They feel it like we all do. The feeling you know things aren't quite right. These people who and I've been in many rides around the world in many countries, they feel empowered. They feel something at the time that they can't in their everyday normality. For me, it was like telling me not to cross the line. I'm gonna cross that line every time. General principle of it. For others, it's taking the TV at the corner shop because they feel that it was somehow owed to them because of the way the world has treated them so unfairly. Different interpretation, same feeling. Point is, it's all the same feeling. How do we show these folks that those feelings are just the big sign? That it's the first identify that this is a man-made system that they're feeling all this discontent for, but not being able to pinpoint the root. There's a few families that make our life harder than it needs to be, makes our life harder than it needs to be. Man, and it's not the cast at the corner TV shop. It's not the cast you see on TV. It's not the cast that you're gonna cast your vote for. These turds are so removed from our world, they wouldn't even stop to pee on any of us if they saw us on fire. Guaranteed we would burn. Guaranteed. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel. I'm out. Jobless claims fall. But wait, man, this statistic is a hoot. It's just how many people who have filed. Looks good, but tells you nothing. How come they don't give us the real unemployment number? It doesn't tell us the number of people who do not qualify for unemployment who are still unemployed. It does not tell us the number of people who have used up their unemployment benefits and no longer qualify. But no, not with these turds. They like to be as vague as possible. It's a scam, people. Ask yourself, why doesn't either side of the left-right paradigm use this statistic against their arch rival? Well, I'm glad you asked. It will show the truth about where this country is and the direction they've been taking it for decade after decade, while we think election after election, as long as my guy gets in, things will be better. And speaking of yak, it's coming down to the wire. Who is it gonna be? Obama. Romney. Obama. Romney. Get him, Bruce. Sources say that there was just a breakdown of communication with the Obama administration during the embassy attack in Libya. Really? Breakdown of communication. Let me see. We're under attack. Send help. And I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Communication breakdown. And the CIA just said they were told to stand down 3 times when they could have helped. Luckily, he disobeyed the order on the 3rd time and wouldn't help. Communication breakdown. Come on, man. Really? That's your final excuse. Hit him, Bruce. Utility workers are pelted with eggs in Bridgeport, Connecticut as they tried to restore power. What? Like that's gonna get your power turned back on faster. And I know that the mayor has said that they were taking care of the wealthy suburbs first, and this sparked anger. But at least wait until you get your power back on before you pelt them with eggs. And while we on the subject of Hurricane Sandy, everyone is just praising Obama and the outstanding job he did. Now he's back campaigning just like the other turd. It's not over. Many towns out there wondering where's FEMA, where's the help. It's not over. Taking a break from campaigning, postponing it, flying to DC, flapping your pie hole, how you own it, sitting in a chair, nodding your head as people tell you what's going on, giving some statements someone else wrote for you to the press, talking on the phone saying, you have our support, flying in for some more photo ops to survey the damage. Like you're qualified to survey the damage. Looks pretty bad. You have our support. And before any of the dust settles, you're back to them fundraisers. You won. Don't worry about that. It's not over. My advisors are keeping me up to date, and they're doing an outstanding job, I might add. Change. Hold the faith, people. Change. Don't look at the present. Look forward. Change. And on and on and on and on. I'm not impressed. Want to impress me? Go for the Emmy. Suspend your campaign and go help them people out. Your people that you lead are freezing to death, eating out of garbage cans. And where are you at? The one who will be written did such an outstanding job. It's not over. And what's up with the stories about the vote machines casting a vote for Obama when people were choosing Romney? This election is gonna be off the hinges. Who's gonna be the best cheater? And no matter who wins, the other side is gonna exclaim shenanigans. And they'll be right. But that doesn't mean your side didn't cheat. It just means the other side was better at cheating. Or just perhaps, this is just all for your viewing pleasure. Either way, this one's gonna be crazier than the last one. Shoot, I'm gonna get my popcorn and set up for the conclusion. Not necessarily for who wins or loses, but for the reaction of their followers. It's gonna be priceless. I can't even wait. Syrian rebels kill Syrian soldiers, with several being executed. What? And these are the guys we are openly supporting? It's called a proxy war, people. Proxy, the authority to represent someone else. In this case, we arm the rebel/LCIA to conduct a war that we won't fight ourselves. It's the Brzezinski indirect doctrine that Democrats adhere to. Let's give someone else the bombs and bomb them. It's the rule. Whereas the right-wingers use the Kissinger direct doctrine. Bomb them. It's the rule. Either way, people die. They've been doing this good cop, bad cop sham my whole life. If you've ever found yourself saying, those other guys are crooks, but not my guy, you need to do some research. No one is allowed in any position of power unless the people who have always been there allows you. Period. You think that the people who have the most are good sportsmen? Then you really believe and think that the people who have the most don't get a say? Do you think that the people that have the most haven't had the most for generation after generation after generation? That the people who have the most haven't sculpted the world around you, but you still make up excuses for them because they tell you to. Come on, man. I'm gonna say it. Wake up, people. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel and I'm out. Get him, Bruce. It's over. Finally, Obama won, and the world shall be a better place for the rich. As the story goes, the rich will get richer and the poor will get poor. How many times? How many elections? How many decades? How many centuries is it going to take for people to realize that this is a skipping record? A constant flashback. A continuous loop of occurrence that's right in front of our face every second of every day. How much time does one need to look around and think? Hey, wait a minute. What is it that occurred that made people start trusting politicians again? Did I miss something? I remember back when I was a child hearing, how do you know when a politician's lying? They open their mouth. Crooked as a politician. Blah, blah, blah. I don't ever remember waking up one morning to learn that all of a sudden politicians started telling the truth. What it is that people just started once again filtering their truth to suit themselves, ignoring anything else evident that goes against their belief, which is based off of peer pressure society, which is presented to everyone in a nice, neat, wonderful package, when in reality it's crammed down our throats, making us trample each other on Black Friday to get $2 waffle irons and bath towels. $2 waffle irons and bath towels, people. This is the world we live in. For instance, a disaster tourist of Hurricane Sandy says, it's like we're at a zoo. What? Honey, let's load up the kids and head down to see the disaster. Come on, man. What you need to do is go down there and help those people. Get them, Bruce. This is what we have become. We love watching things happen, as long as they're not happening to us. Because if it is, it's an entirely different story. We love to look at the aftermath of disasters. We search for them on YouTube. We watch the news for them. Hurricane, mudslide, earthquake, tornado, tsunamis, tidal wave, explosions, body parts flying all over the place, anarchy and panic, dogs sleeping with cats. CIA Director Petraeus resigns over that affair. And on top of it, his mistress said that the Al-Qaeda attack on the Benghazi consulate annex was targeting a secret prison inside. What? Now, before anyone gets lost in the affair or in the national security threat train of thought, what sticks out the most to me is the whole secret prison in the consulate. The consulate! And who attacked it? Al-Qaeda flags waving all over the place. But during the Cold War, Brzezinski, Al-Qaeda good. And the Cold War was over. Al-Qaeda bad. 9/11. Al-Qaeda bad. Egypt, Al-Qaeda flags waving all over the place. Al-Qaeda good. Libya, Al-Qaeda flags waving all over the place. Al-Qaeda good. Syria, Al-Qaeda flags waving all over the place. Al-Qaeda good. Benghazi, Libya attack. Al-Qaeda bad. But Hillary Clinton wants to meet with them to talk about the future of Syria. Al-Qaeda flags waving all over the place. Al-Qaeda good. And of course she can't testify to investigators on the incident because of scheduling conflict. 120,000 people still without power from Hurricane Sandy. What? Really? Thought old Lord Obama took care of that weeks ago. 2.5 days, people. That's all he took off. And weeks later, over 120,000 people still without power from Hurricane Sandy. They were eating out of garbage bins, fighting over gasoline, freezing cold, begging for help. This turd gets kudos for doing such an outstanding job. Come on, man. See, this is what I'm talking about, people. These turds make it up as they go along. And it's gobbled up. Hook, line, and sinker. And I'm the crazy one. Really? I'm the one who needs to get a life and enjoy it? This is the world that I really want to leave for my children and grandchildren? Could I really do that with a clear conscience? No, ain't gonna happen. Just a tinfoil hat wearer change the channel. Perhaps I do wear a tinfoil hat. If wearing it means I do what I do and try to the best of my ability to keep it real and not hide from history. In that case, I wear mine proudly. It's something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out. Mandatory GMO labeling was defeated in California last week. What? Hold up. Let me see if I get this straight. California voters actually voted that they didn't want to know which foods had GMO. Really? And this don't make any sense to me at all. People actually took the time to go out and vote and decide that it was best not to know, to be uninformed. Come on, man. Ex-CIA Director Petraeus testifies that I said Al-Qaeda was behind the Benghazi attack from the get-go, but someone took that part out of the final version, circulated to the administration. Someone who? And why? I do this from time to time. I like to replay their official stories to get a good whiff of what they are shoveling. So, let me see if I get this straight. Petraeus says that immediately after September 11th, Benghazi attack, he not only knows that it's them, he wrote it down in a report, or somebody else did, and in the final draft that is given to the administration's officials, the most important part somehow is rescinded. Come on, man. And it's basic, people. A written account. What? Who? How? You can't leave these things out. At bare minimum, one would report, I don't know who, I don't know how, but you wouldn't not mention these main elements. And who took it out? And I want to know, for if no other reason but to hit a lame rain excuse they're going to give as to why they took the who out. I mean, these turds can't possibly say, I forgot that part. Man, must have been a typing error. Hey, what's that over there? Former U.S. Federal Reserve turd Alan Greenspan said that the recession is a small price to pay to fix the debt. What? Hold up. Let me see if I get this straight. These wanks running the show, printing up all this money, loaning it to us at interest, as well as to other countries, I might add. Other turds spending our money, giving it to their friends who in turn lavish themselves in fat pockets, living high on the hog in luxury that we're paying for, as well as owe back to these federal turds plus interest. That's a small price to pay. It's a small price to pay, losing one's family home, job, car, retirement, children's college fund, and on and on and on and on. Small price to pay. Get 'em, bro. And Israel and the Palestinians are going at it again. Well, they shot at us first. Hold up. Let me see if I get this straight. You stake claim on some land where other people are living. You immediately start killing them all. And as time goes by, you take more and more of their land, killing more and more of them all. You build a fence around them. And it can't even work their olive groves, the ones that they have left that ain't been taken, without getting a beat down. More and more, year after year, generation after generation. They're mad. But besides that, Israel just loves killing them some Palestinians. Someone had a heart attack in Israel. Bomb the Palestinians. What's the date of today? Bomb the Palestinians. Oh yeah. Bomb the Palestinians. The thing that gets me the most, the Jews had not long before their move been killed off in concentration camps, property taken from them, made to leave where they have been living their lives, and they go off and do what they've done to these people. Really? And everybody acts like it's okay. IAEA and his backers shaking their fingers at everyone else, making them follow a standard of rules that Israel doesn't follow itself. Come on, man. It's hypocrisy at its finest. I don't like rules no more than anyone else, but if you're going to make them, enforce them, and you damn sight better be ready to follow them yourself, as well as making your buddies follow them also. And this pertains to every aspect of life. Simple fairness, people. Just something to think about. I'm changed the channel, and I'm out. Get 'em, Bruce. Just another day where people are found guilty of insider trading. Such and such discovers accounting failures. Whoops. This bigwig charged with bribery, that bigwig charged with bribery. The books are always cooked. People resigning and apologizing, being caught red-handed, spending up the people's money, lavishing the lifestyle of the rich and shameless, holding out their greedy little hands, exclaiming, "Yes, I'll have some more, please." Political scandals, political lies, voter fraud in every election, abuse of authority in every government agency. DEA is selling drugs, ATF is selling guns, FBI is creating terrorists, CIA is funding the terrorists, EPA is turning a blind eye to pollution, FDA approving drugs that kill us, Department of Defense is always on the offense, TSA is harassing and groping anybody and everybody they can get their nasty little hands on and on and on and on and on and on with the scheme and the scamming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I'm the fearmonger. You name me one day that this isn't going on. But for some strange reason, you people turn a blind eye to it, exclaiming, "Oh, that's just some fearmonger and change the channel." Come on, man. It has and is on your choice of news and information every day of every week for your entire life. But you deny and blame me as though I'm making it all up. Fearmongering. Get 'em, Bruce. Another Black Friday passes showing how the average American loves to ride, break through barricades, pushing, shoving, stampeding, trampling, pulling hair, scratching, biting and fighting each other over cell phones, toys, TVs, video games, towels, waffle makers, and underwear. Underwear, people. Looks like a bunch of starving people going after the last pallet of food left on Earth. Underwear, people. And we do this every year, no matter what. And they allow it. Is it any wonder how these turds running the show can get away with the stuff that they do? Because nobody's paying attention. We only care about cheap toys and cheap underwear. Welcome to the world of the brain dead, where cheap underwear is worth more time and effort than being informed about how the elite turds have been slicing and dicing up the world around us. Nobody's reading any of the laws they pass, executive orders, signing statements that affect us. Heck, these people don't even know the name of the 3 branches of government. God less know anything about our constitutional rights that are being taken away every day. Underwear, people. On a side note, a lot of people ask me where I get declassified documents from. Over on my website, spywitnessnews.org, I have a research section that I have some tools and some links to official FOI sites that I add to from time to time that will help you find some of the information that you're looking for. So I'll put a link down in the video description down here to that, and hopefully it'll help you out. The fiscal cliff is coming. The fiscal cliff is coming. Blah, blah, blah. We hear this every year. And at the last moment, they'll come up with some agreement for a quick fix. But guess what? Next year comes, we'll be doing it again. How about this? Stop wasting our money in the first place. And think if they hadn't spent all of our money up on them digital converter boxes. 1.34 billion. Free cell phones that cost us 1.5 billion a year. And it costs 2 times its actual value to produce a penny. Half a million bucks to figure out why chimpanzees throw poop. Over $250,000 for a robo-squirrel to study how a rattlesnake would react to the robo-squirrel. A whole Federal Reserve central banking scam, corporate welfare, bailouts, tax loopholes, wars, proxy wars, foreign aid to people who don't even like us anyway, and on and on and on and on and on. Hasn't it become clear that no one running the show is qualified to run the show. And they pat themselves on the back. I call it rewarding failure. No turd left behind. Giving themselves raises and having award ceremonies so that they can wine and dine in luxury, thinking that there's something special when in reality they're just some greedy turds who leave us, our children, and our grandchildren the bill. And the way it's going with the brain dead, this is the way it will continue generation after generation after generation, because we have way more important stuff to worry about. Underwear, people. Just something to think about. Change the channel, and I'm out. Obama says, "Today I want to make it absolutely clear to Assad and those under his command, the world is watching. The use of chemical weapons is and will be totally unacceptable." Again, these turds are always saying what the world already knows. The world is watching. It's on the news every day. Totally unacceptable. I tell you what's totally unacceptable is supporting Al-Qaeda, who will end up getting their hands on them WMDs in the end. Come on, man. Don't you see where this is leading, people? Look at Afghanistan, Iraq, Egypt, Libya. How's that been working out? And there's more Al-Qaeda flags flying around than ever before in the history of time, and we're supporting them. Where are all the politicians screaming about this? Where's the mainstream media on all of this? Where's the outrage? The same cats who supposedly attacked us on 9/11, our government has been supporting and arming, and now, through that support, will be getting their hands on some chemical weapon. Come on, man. We're too busy worrying about that fiscal cliff. The fiscal cliff is coming. The fiscal cliff is coming. I bet over 80% of the population don't even know what a fiscal cliff is. We live in a country where the majority of people can't even name the 3 branches of government. More than half of the country can't even pinpoint certain states in their own country. Having a clue about the Constitution or anything like that. Or they know about some cheap underwear and waffle arms on Black Friday though. But we hear them talk about the fiscal cliff as though they actually know what they're talking about. Don't take my word for it. Just ask them. And is it any wonder we're in the shape we're in? The U.S. national debt is at $16.4 trillion. And nobody cares that that's $130,000 per taxpayer. And it just keeps going and going and going. And they keep spending and spending and spending and running up a tab. And our name with no signs of slowing as we just keep rowing. CNN's anchor Pierce, the dung pile, Morgan tweets, "The Second Amendment was devised with muskets in mind, not high-powered handguns and rifles." Fact. Carol Roth replies, "It was devised for people to be able to protect themselves with the same type of weaponry used by those whom they might need protection." Dung Pile responds, "Where exactly does it say that in the Constitution? Must have missed it." Carol shoots back right next to the word muskets. That's a nice one. I'm sure the Founding Fathers knew nothing about new inventions and advancements, like saying freedom of speech wasn't intended to be used through electronic bullhorns because they didn't have them when they wrote it. Look, people, you'll throw out the statistics about how handguns are used in crimes. I'll throw out the statistics about how they save lives, but in the end, you're never going to take our guns. It isn't gonna happen. They did take some people's guns during Hurricane Katrina, granted, but they will never, ever gonna unarm this country. So how about let's be realistic about it? How about let's try something different, like looking at the cause of the violence, because before the musket and all our high-power weapons, we use sword, bows and arrows, sticks and stones. Gotta keep it real, people. Speaking about getting rid of all them evil guns that spontaneously grow legs and kill a bunch of people in a rage, you can turn them in the first 2 Saturdays in December in Worcester, Massachusetts for a $75 gift certificate to get a flu shot. What? Come on, man. Really? Suppose my gun is worth $800 for a free flu shot? $800. $75. $800. $75 for a free flu shot? Yeah, mercury injection for my gun. They lost their mind. Which has been linked to certain brain and nerve disorders. Change the channel, I've gotten tons of those and I'm just fine. But now, by the time you die, you won't know what got you in the end. Was it from that MSG, artificial colorings, and the GMO corn, and all those Doritos you've been eating all of these years finally catching up with you? You don't know. Or you could be that roll of the dice and get that brain and nerve disorder right off the bat. Either way, there's no way, even if I actually wanted to get rid of my guns, that I would give it up for a $75 gift certificate for that stuff to be injected into me rolling the dice. No thanks. I'll pass. Hit 'em, Bruce. is what gets me the most, people. We are allowing these turds to set the standards for us to follow, leading us down a hole of stupidity. Dumbing us down little bit by little bit for a very long time, and most people don't even comprehend the most simplistic elements of a very simple equation. They feed us the most illogical storylines about everything. You are being programmed. I'm being programmed. But I'm not oblivious to it. I understand a lot of the inner workings of the system, deleted, conceded, let me list them. The search for immortalities, vanities, sanities, plain and simple yet complex. My thoughts aren't my own, my mind reflex. Let me know we've been hexed even before we were born. Our innocence torn, our souls worn to the degree of false evolution against nature's constitution. Therefore I struggle to find a solution, a revolution. But I quickly grow weak as I start to peak and must conclude and plug delete to focus on being alive. Breaking from the battle I strive to focus on the things that drive me in the first place. Tranquility with the agility to recognize the facilities that surround. Just something to think about. I've changed the channel and I'm out.
So you do know where he is? I'm possibly more or less not definitely rejecting the idea that I undeniably do or do not know where he should probably be. If that indeed wasn't where he isn't.
State Department blames Assad for Al-Qaeda in Syria. What? Really? These wanks have the audacity to act as though it isn't public domain that they gave them $200 million of our money. That's against the law. They armed Al-Qaeda in Syria. That's against the law. Libya. That's against the law. Egypt. That's against the law. And that's just during this decade. How do we know this? Al-Qaeda flags flying all over the place. But they think that we're so dumb that standing in a warm ray of sunshine, they can tell us the sun is not even out. And we actually believe them. Come on, man. They are treating us like idiots. And it says a lot about the integrity of the people who would perpetuate lie after lie after lie after lie. Has there been a time in your life that any of these groups told us the truth about anything? Has there been a time in your life when it wasn't scandal after scandal after scandal? A time in your life that these turds wasn't plotting and planning and scheming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365.242 days a year around here? There wasn't. So stop acting like I'm making all this stuff up. I'm overreacting. I'm just paranoid. I'm fear-mongering. Blah, blah, blah. Better start paying attention, people. Californians to get free Obama phone. Come on, man. Look, if we were riding high on the hog as our country money flying all around, yeah. But in case you haven't been paying attention, we ain't doing so hot. It's like during the recession in 08, 09, we spent billions on free. Nothing's free. HD TV converter boxes. Why then? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yes, we can.
It's like if I had gotten a shut-off notice on my electricity and I didn't have enough money to pay it. So I went out and blew to what I did have on some fine dining. This is what we have become, people. And we just kick on back for the ride, letting them drive. People firing up in Washington. People firing up in Colorado. I congratulate you on common sense. It's 2012. We've long already exposed the establishment's lies on this issue. They lie, as they always do. But they still coming for you, no doubt about that. And it will show once again how the federal government spits at the states. The people, we, the people, we, the people. It's a very clear picture that your vote really doesn't matter in their eyes. Do as we say when we say and how we say to do it. And the only thing that better come out of your mouth is asking how fast that they want it done. Or you can face the wrath. Not just buses, street lights are also recording conversation. Come on, man. I don't know about you people, but throughout my life I've witnessed a continuous escalation of these turds taking more and more of our rights away, never to be returned again. If it were graphed, that little red arrow would be like this.
Well, change the channel if you got nothing to hide.
Come on, man. That rationalization doesn't fly. I happen to enjoy the privacy that I have left and have learned through observations where this is all leading. Do you think that they're going to slow down at all? If you're ever going to see them removing those cameras, recording devices, TSA, military police in the street, collecting and filing your text messages, email, phone call, what you watch, when you watch, what you buy, what you sell, and what you think. All the while letting you consume things that can kill you. Promoting the spending of money you don't have, taking the little that's left over and putting it into the machine that enslaves us all. It's something to think about. I've changed the channel. And I'm out. But come on, man. What? Really? That's against the law. Man, the gun, ban the gun, ban the gun, ban the guns. Come on, man. And not only that, these anti-gun nuts have kicked up the release of names of people who in locations who have guns on the interactive map. What? Like a pedophile list. Come on, man. Y'all people done lost y'all's mind. If this is the case, and it is information available under the Freedom of Information, then I like the concept of a picture I found on InfoWars. Fair is fair, fool. Editing scenes on movies, canceling TV programs, banning toy guns, video games. UN wanted a list of American gun owners. Looks like all they'll have to do is go on the internet and check it out. People calling for an all-out repeal of the Second Amendment. Go ahead, see what happened. How did that prohibition turn out for you? How's the war on drugs going? No matter what you do to these inanimate objects, you are never, ever going to get rid of them. In fact, all it will do is increase the violence. And don't hand me any of that Pierce, the dung pile, Morgan crap. About the UK and how much it is the promised land to prove that taking away guns did something, because the UK is one of the most violent crime areas per capita in the world. And how many people in the UK versus the US? How many gun owners were in the UK? How many gun owners in the US? Well, I'm glad you asked. In 2011, the US had at least 43 to 55 million households possessing a firearm. That's the largest standing army in the world. That's a lot. The cold hard fact is that they're not going away. Ever. The only thing that it would do is add over 200,000 rapes a year, 2.5 million crimes a year, or 6,850 a day. And how many shootouts will ensue when they try and take them forcefully? How many people will go to jail because they just didn't want to turn theirs in? How many criminal enterprises will grow from the illegal gun market? Prohibition or the drug war ring any bells, people? Leave us responsible gun owners alone. I'm sick and tired of people acting like I'm the orange-haired guy who shot up a movie theater just because I'm a gun owner. Come on, man. That's like when the rest of the world says, you Americanos this and that. Like hundreds of millions of people all fall into that category. It's lame, and it's a stupid, closed-minded view of the world around you. And speaking of stupid, Michael Moore asked, why on earth will we need 300 million guns in our home? And he answers himself, it's because too many white people are afraid of black people. What? Really? So we went from crazy pharmaceutically induced brain trouble people shooting up schools and movie theaters to just plain old white people being scared of black people. Really? And you see how they twist everything to reach the most absurd conclusion? For you, how did this Einstein reach this conclusion? They always try and race bait every issue. Divide and conquer. Separate us into black or white, Republican, Democrat, rich, poor, Ford, Chevy, my team, your team, all the while their team can continue to be unimpeded. Everyone else is just too busy fighting each other over the things that they tell us to fight each other over. All in the quest for their vanity. Divide and conquer is alive and well. And so is the fiscal cliff. And then what? More yammering while $600 billion in tax increases take hold? Yeah. More yammering, you mean, while we foot the bill? Yeah. Again? Yeah.
Well, it's Obama's fault. No, it's the Republicans' fault.
Blah, 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 blah. If it happens, we've already been desensitized to the whole thing for months. Most people won't even notice. Who cares?
Put it on my children's tab.
They keep spending up our money, borrowing money, writing rubber checks all day long, signing our names to them, taking every bit of rights we've been guaranteed away, feeding us all this crap that can kill us. Name one time you watched TV that there wasn't a commercial on that used 75% of the ad time telling you all the adverse side effects to their product, but it was approved by the FDA. How many commercials do you see that tells you if you ever tried this pharmaceutical or that pharmaceutical and you've experienced this whole list of side effects, please contact the law offices of freaking frack. FDA approved. And I'm telling you, if I was standing in a ray of sunshine and these fools told me that the sun was out, man, I doubt it. Why? Because they lie. Why? Because they lie. Why? Because they lie. Their resume speaks very clearly on the issue. Why? Because they lie. Why? Because they lie. Why? Because they lie. Lie after lie after lie after lie throughout history presented to you in your very own living room, but somehow the brain did negate this from their consciousness. I can't get that. Can't get that. Okay. Anyway, we have got to stop letting these turds who do us harm direct our consciousness towards the land of foolery so that they can continue tomorrow slicing and dicing the world around us for their nasty, nasty greed. Divide and conquer. It's something to think about. I'm Change the Channel, and I'm out.